within a marathon. A relay of voices within a marathon. How is it a relay? Well, in my hands, is what we call the golden microphone. This is our button. What you will see over the next 20 days will be a spectacle. Young men, young women, senior citizens, mature individuals, representatives of various entities, groups, institutions, corporate entities, take their time, take their place on this stage. And at the end of each speech, they will lift this symbol. It is a symbol that a nation like Nigeria can speak, and it is still speaking. And that's why this has been termed, rightly so, the 20 days of eloquence. So each speaker will finish their speech and symbolically pass on the mic, this particular mic. Because right now, this space is now a house of words. And this is a symbol of what we are about. So it's a marathon. We're going to sustain it for 20 days. It's about 3:40 p.m. right now. Today is 1st of April 2026. Please mark down this day. Note it. And that by God's grace, it will not only end in 2026. That 20 days of eloquence, God willing, will go on to become an annual celebration of thoughts, an annual festival of voices. That we will bring the strength of engagement, of leading conversations, and make it part and parcel of our DNA as a people. Why? Because this is the nation of Chinua Achebe, literally giants. This is the nation of the Wale Soyinkas, the Cyprian Equences, great minds, and of course, the Chimamandas, the Chimamanda Adichis. So we have the intellectual capacity to showcase depth, soundness of thought. And that's why this is a marathon of voices. Everything we say here will carry meaning, will carry a message, will manifest impact in the lives of people. And so, for us, for everyone here, and including those who will not have the privilege of coming up to this platform to speak, we must all be prepared to experience, to embody endurance. Because it's endurance to deliver the speech. It's equally endurance to listen over extended period of time. So this is not convenience, this is commitment. And that for us is the inspiration of what the 20 days of eloquence is about. But let me give us a bit of a background. 20 days was chosen to commemorate 20 years of the School of Eloquence. It has been one of the most fantastic privileges of my life to have started this institution as far back as 2006. An institution that was born out of necessity, a necessity that I could not have envisaged. I had the privilege of working with the Federal Roads Maintenance Agency back in May 2006 as a consultant, and I was tasked with leading organizational change within FEMA. I had to relocate to Abuja at the instance of the federal government to take on this task. And so my mission was to develop programs, train and coach an entire agency of men and women to refresh their thinking, to become inspired and energized, and to bring a more innovative, positive attitude to the work of government. And as I embarked on this task, barely a month into the project, the then chief executive of FEMA, Engineer Bumi Peters, called me in for a meeting and said, look, well, there's something about this project that I think we must have missed. But I'm afraid I'm going to still saddle you with that responsibility. He said to me, most of my managers, most of my leaders within the organization struggle with speaking in public. Do you think this is something you could add to your portfolio of assignment with us? And we are not going to pay you for that. I smiled. I said to him, sir, I will do it gladly, provided they could make themselves available on Saturdays. And that was how we started. I had joined the National Speakers Association in America in 2006. I began to enjoy the privilege of hobnobbing and learning with and growing with some of the finest speakers in the world today. I had the privilege of getting to know personally the speakers, world-renowned speakers and leaders like the Brian Tracys of this world, Les Brown, Willie Jolly, some of the finest globally renowned speakers. Patricia Fripp, I call her the mother of public speaking and presentation globally. And so every year, or every other year, I would be there, sitting down, attending programs, learning, interfacing. My good old friend, Lenora Billings-Harris, who was president of the National Speakers Association when I joined. Learning with the very best. And so when I was tasked to work with this government agency, I began on weekends. Then it occurred to me, after the second or third weekend, of just showing them this is how to speak, this is what to do, this is how you deal with your nerves in speaking. It occurred to me, if this is a problem in FEMA, it is possibly a problem elsewhere. That was when the spark, that eureka moment, came to me. And I picked up the phone, I called my lawyer. I said, Uzo, I've got some work for you. I'd like you to register an institution, an organization by the name School of Eloquence. And he said, well, what does that mean? I said, don't worry, just be the lawyer. Okay. Secure the name. Bring it into corporate existence. And that's how the School of Eloquence was born. For those who know me, my work started out largely in the sphere of achievement motivation. I could not have imagined that I would spend the next 20 years of my professional life teaching, coaching, training, educating, advocating for the expressive skill of speaking and mastery of eloquence. I could not have imagined that. But looking back, I believe it's one of the most fantastic things to have happened to me, because I've enjoyed every moment of it. And that is why this skill is so important. And as the School of Eloquence marks 20 years, we've had the privilege of molding leaders to become signals through the weapon of oratory. We've had the privilege of enabling, encouraging individuals to discover themselves and regain their sense of self-worth. All across sectors and domains. And we've done that with thousands. That's why, as we mark 20 years, we believe there can be no bolder statement than to stick our necks out and say for 20 days it will be raining speeches. In Lagos, right here in Ikoyi, where we are located, and for those of us in Abuja, the Abuja Center, bear with us, it will be raining speeches from across domains. We've invited our friends in the business and financial sectors to come in and have their own day, thematic day. We're inviting teachers to join us to share their own stories and shed light on the things we all need to know. And we're also glad that security institutions are joining us on a day of national security and personal safety. What about the blue economy space, where I've had the privilege of working, in maritime? The social space. The list goes on and on and on and on. "20 days of eloquence, Nigeria speaks to the world." We believe that these 20 days, as I mentioned earlier on, is going to become a movement. God willing, as we step into the new year, in the coming year, 20 days of eloquence becomes a consistent celebration of ideas, of thought, of insights, as we use our voices to make the case. Now, why is this important? Why are we doing this? The world already knows us for our sporting excellence. We have some of the best footballers in the world today. Victor Osimhen is the poster child for that. Quite a number of our players are doing very well, sports-wise, entertainment-wise. Nigeria boasts of perhaps the highest concentration of entertainers in the whole of Africa. From music to movies, we have them. And the world knows them. The world knows us for our culinary exploits as well. Nigerian jollof versus Ghana jollof. I think there are other forms of jollof rice out there, but we're known. Now let us collectively let the world know this about us, that we're smart, we're sound up here, that we're people of ideas, that we're people who can articulate, who can express those thoughts. That is what our mission is as far as this endeavor of 20 days is concerned. And I know that having listened to quite a number of the speakers that we have lined up, and I see a good number of them in this room, I've listened to speakers much younger than myself speak so intelligently, share so insightfully. And I can tell you that over these 20 days, the world will hear you. And when the world hears you, the world will respond to you. And by so doing, you can claim your own space in the sun. It was Winston Churchill that said that there is nothing like oratory. It has the power to transform a commoner into a king. And so as a school of eloquence, our focus is to elevate the value of public speaking in discourse, in societal conversations, even within the context of our democratic experience. That's what we're here to do. When your leaders speak well, you know it's a lot easier to hold them to account. When you have leaders who can articulate. And let's not forget that from a speaking standpoint, the Greeks who helped develop the concept of democracy did so through the power, the relevance of spoken communication. That's how they did it. And the expectation is that as the younger ones grow and develop their communication skills, when you begin to get into office, when your time comes, you use your ideas to do the fighting, not the force of the office you occupy. The power of ideas. As the Dean of the School of Eloquence, what is my role in all of this? Well, I will not be leading from behind. I will not be leading remotely. I will be here leading from the very front. I'll be here leading from the very front. 2 a.m., I will show up to speak. I will show up to speak about the challenge to perform. The imperative of performance. I will show up. 5 a.m. I will show up to speak about the power of focus. 10 a.m. I will show up. I will show up to speak about enterprise and how to pick yourself up by your own bootstraps. 1 p.m. I will show up. I will show up to speak about how we can harness Nigeria's blue economy. Now, does that surprise someone? Yes. I will show up. 7 p.m. I will show up. I will show up to speak about how you can navigate life using your own moral compass, building from the standpoint of it. Every day, today, the next day, I will show up. you can rest assured that will be the nature of the leadership and support that I provide as we strive to do this speech after speech, theme after theme, topic after topic. So in all this, discipline will be our watchword, knowing that for every speech we give, and this is so important, it becomes an opportunity to touch a life. It becomes an opportunity to inspire someone who may have given up or have lost hope. It becomes an opportunity to provide insight for someone to learn, especially in the world that we live in today, that has become so over-communicated in terms of content that we have out there. There's so much going on. But what we want to do, and what is expected of you, is to take the knowledge that you have, structure it in a way and manner that it gives value to others. So, with all I've said so far, I want my opening remarks as we start this journey to serve as a national call. Everyone here seated, everyone watching. As a national call to embrace the excellence of speaking in public, to embrace the excellence of building narratives, to embrace the imperative of effective oral communication. Not just at the top, but we can start from the very bottom. Catching them young. Ensuring that right from primary school, there must be a sense of awareness about the importance of public speaking. That is what I encourage us all collectively to embrace, to work towards, and then of course expecting that those who lead us should speak to us intelligently, insightfully, to give us a sense of where they are taking us to. Leaders are dealers in hope. It was Napoleon Bonaparte that made that statement. Meaning that any leader, and when we talk about leaders, it's not just political leaders. Let's understand this. I'm talking about the entire gamut of leadership. In our homes, in business, at work, in every sphere of life. Leaders are dealers in hope. But for you to deal successfully in hope, you must be able to articulate a future. You cannot do that without being able to speak eloquently. You cannot do that without being able to articulate in very clear and precise terms where you want to take people to. So as my final charge, I want to reiterate, the microphone is live. The microphone is ready. The microphone is calling. Perhaps you're watching, and anytime you see a microphone, it brings memories of fright, of discomfort, of concern. But over the next 20 days, we want you to know that the microphone can indeed be a friend, an ally, and the very instrument that defines you effectively, appropriately to the rest of the world. We have not come here to merely attempt. No, we have come here to place Nigeria on the map. So it is my honor to hand over this microphone, this baton, to the next speaker, Elizabeth. Carry on the rest.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In an event that celebrates the power of voice, the longest speech marathon, I think I am honored to bring my speech titled, "Confidence is a skill, not a gift." I will start by asking a question. How many of us here can drive? I can drive. Anybody? Okay, thank you very much. How many of us drove perfectly the very first time we sat in front of the steering wheel? Thank you for that honesty. But hold that thought. I'm going to come back to that. Let me take you back to my journey to confidence in speaking. Because so many of us, maybe you are here, maybe you are watching us online, and you are thinking, standing in front of an audience, it can never be me. It is not possible. I want to let us know that sometimes it is our mind that plays tricks on us. Most times when you think you are not capable, most times when you think it is not possible, most times when you think I can't stand in front of an audience and everybody will be looking at me, I would rather do something else. Sometimes you can do it if you tell yourself that you can. I would consider myself as, I can't say I am introvert and I cannot really say I am extrovert. But while growing up, I was somebody that was always ready to take part in a lot of activities in church, drama, speaking. As a matter of fact, I remember then when we were in children's church, anytime we had this Children's Day celebration, and in my church then, when there was Children's Day Sunday, it has to be the children that would do all the activities, choir, preaching. So I used to be the children pastor then. And thinking back now, I do not really know where I bought that audacity from. Maybe from Temu, I don't know. But I used to be the children pastor. So I would do it with the mannerism of a pastor. And from church, even when I got to secondary school, till today I still remember the very first speech, the very first debate I participated in. I was in JSS 1. Rainy season is better than dry season. I guess it's a common topic. But that was the very first debate topic I did when I was in secondary school. You know, what's the point I'm passing across here is, so many of us grow up with that sprinkle of extrovert in us, that outspokenness is in us. But it then depends on the environment that we find ourselves. It depends on the environment, whether that environment encourages that outspokenness or not. So I discovered my voice in that place. It occurred to me that, so I can use my voice, and it's very beautiful. But at that time, I also discovered something, that there were situations and even people that tried to silence that voice. And I'm just going to share 2 instances, and I will use it to pass my point on some things that may help you not to discover that confidence that is already in you. The first one happened in GSS 2. That term, I collected my report card. Of course, after your position or weather scores, there will be class teacher's remarks. Guess what my class teacher wrote in that report card? I was in GSS 2. Remember, my first debate in GSS 1. So that shows I had this tendency to talk. But in that report card, he wrote, Elizabeth, she's a bookworm, but talkative. Now, bookworm, that's good. But what's the talkative there for? I know what I did that time. I had to hide that report card from my parents. But you might be wondering, it's not that bad. Let me let you know the background story. My father, he was a secondary school teacher. My mom, a primary school teacher. So I have both parents who were teachers, and I, their daughter, you bring a report card home that says bookworm but talkative. So so you've been going to that school to use my money to talk. I can't vividly remember what they did, and I'm sure they scolded me for that. But you know that somehow did something to that voice, because the interpretation is, of course, you have a voice, you are trying to use that voice, but the environment is saying, keep quiet, don't use it. Why are you talking? They are not even saying, you may talk, but try to make it minimal. And that's the environment most of us, or some of us, are in a situation that says, don't try to use your voice. Don't speak up. Just be calm. We can be calm, but I can also be outspoken. That experience passed, but thank God, I did not really allow it to affect me. And that's the first point I will make in some things that can cause fear of public speaking, which can be some childhood experiences. And sometimes, let me just chip it in, it may even be comparison. There are some parents, your first child, calm, cool, Chide, sit down there, sit down. Chide, keep quiet, sit down. But the second child, Mommy, what's the meaning of this? Mommy, why did this? Mommy, why did this? Mommy, why did you put that there? Mommy, what? And you, instead of you to acknowledge that there's something special about that child, you say, keep quiet, why can't you be like your brother? Keep quiet, why can't you be like your sister? Hello? She can never be, because they are not the same. You know, things like that is what some people interpret. You can just think it's as simple as a comment, but that comment is not harmless. That comment is doing something to that child's self-esteem. Then in SS2, I experienced my first stage fright. Now, debates in SS1, there are other things I did, but in SS2, sometimes when I think about it, I think what happened in that SS2 should have actually happened in GSS1. Let me know. Let me face it there once and for all. But SS2 as a senior, and then it was a Friday afternoon. I wasn't part of the debaters, but the teacher just randomly called me. Elizabeth, come and say something about this topic. Okay. I walked on the stage, up to the stage, and as I was about to talk, to open my mouth, my voice started shaking. And that day, it felt like the ground should open up and swallow me. Because a whole senior, the embarrassment was on another level. And that day, I almost told myself that I think this will be my last time on the stage. And that will bring me to my second point on some things that can cause fear of public speaking, which might be a bad experience. Some people, it could be secondary school like mine. Some, it could even be in university. There are some people that it was probably at work. come do a presentation. You are good. You are good at this. Of course, when you are working alone, you're intelligent. You are the one typing on the laptop. But now, come and present what you are doing. You got up to the stage and you could not open your mouth. And a lot of people, due to that bad experience, one bad presentation, one time that they forgot their line on the stage, or one time that they opened their mouth to speak and their voice started shaking and they vowed, I will never stand on the stage again. And some people, it could be what is called low self-esteem. You may be thinking, we are not in psychology class. Some people, the reason why they find it difficult to stand in front of people, maybe in a meeting, maybe at work, is because they think some people there in that audience are better than them. They think, what if I open my mouth and they start to make fun of me? What if I open my mouth and they start laughing? They reduce themselves even before showing up. They tell themselves 1,001 reasons why they are not qualified to be there. And the last point I will raise on that is what is called imposter syndrome. It's a bit similar to low self-esteem, but not really similar. And one thing about imposter syndrome is it does not really affect people that are not smart or not intelligent. It affects the smartest and the most intelligent people. It is that voice that tells you, you are not supposed to be there. That imposter is giving you 1,001 reasons why you are not supposed to be there. And this is what I tell some people I work with. Most of them who are professionals. I will tell them, listen, before you get to this office, you pass through some interview stages, you wrote exam. Now tell me the reason why you think somebody who you are colleagues, why do you think you shouldn't have the confidence to speak where they are? After all of you wrote the same exam, all of you passed through the same interview process. But you know, it is that imposter syndrome that is telling them, you will not look at the things that are good in what you are doing. Rather, it will make you to focus on the bad thing. But I am not here today to just highlight the problems. I'm here to tell you, like I said, confidence is a skill and not a gift. So if probably due to any of the reasons I've explained, that is the reason why you've developed that fear of standing in front of an audience to speak, I want you to know that it is not over yet. And I will go back to that driving question I asked the other time. And I will share my experience about my driving story and 3 lessons it has taught me about confidence. A few years ago, I decided to learn how to drive. I registered in a driving school, and we started learning. The driving school had a lot of testimonials. I started the class, but I discovered that I wasn't really learning. But I also discovered that the problem was not the driving school. The problem was actually myself. You may be wondering how. All through the driving lessons period, I did not take a car by myself to drive. Only when I go for the training, the tutor took a car, we entered. That's the only time I get to drive. When I get home, I don't carry a car to drive. And you know, that's one thing. I wasn't trying to even put into practice what I was learning. And so, even after I stopped that training, I still did not know how to drive. So some years later, I decided to try again. And this time around, I did something different. And I did not even go back to the driving school, because that would be like repeating class. It's like somebody that is asked to repeat GSS2. So going back to the driving school would have been shameful, so I didn't go back. So I just asked a relative to teach me how to drive. And something else that I did then was that I trained through familiar routes that I will be passing every day. And I also tried to take a car by myself, independent of my tutor. And I saw improvements. Really, I actually saw improvements. But there was a day I decided to carry the car by myself. The tutor was not there. That morning, I was already pumped up. I can do this. I can carry this car to my office. So that day, as I got out of my street and I entered the main street, I wanted to navigate from the street to the main road. I saw a car coming. And immediately I saw the car, all the things that had been taught disappeared. I was so scared. And because of the fear, I turned the steering wheel with fear to the other side. And that day, I crashed into the culvert. And I said, never again. I will not do this again. But did I stop trying? Yes, because for some months I did not try. But because I knew I needed that skill, I had to pick up myself again. And I tried again. And little by little, I started improving. Now, don't ask me to come and drive you to Ikeja or because if you ask me to come and drive long distance, I might not be that ready to do it. But one thing I want you to take from that story is the main reason I didn't give up was that I believe driving is a skill. And so, if my tutor, my trainer can drive, that means I can also what? I can also drive. So that was what made me to try again. So despite the crashing into the culvert, I did not believe that my head cannot take that. I did not believe that there's something somewhere that says you cannot learn how to drive. I know, as funny as that sounds, confidence in speaking is the same thing. Yes, it is. It is a skill. It is not a gift. It is not made for some special people. It is not made for because I am extrovert. No, it is a skill that you can learn and you can master. I said I was going to highlight 3 lessons from that story. The first one is confidence grows with mastery, not talent. So if you have ever had this idea that it is just for some special people, there are some people, in fact, I have delivered this speech somewhere and some people said, no, I don't believe confidence is a skill. There are some people that they just have that boldness. They may just have that boldness. The thing is, it's still a fact. For the fact that some people maybe naturally have that boldness, that still does not mean that even if you that do not naturally have that boldness, you cannot develop it. So you do not use somebody else's narrative or somebody else's experience to invalidate your own experience. That is it. So you also can develop it. So it grows with mastery. You just have to put your mind to it and decide to learn it. And the second lesson is fear will not disappear. Confidence is not absence of fear. Confidence is speaking despite that fear. For every time you want to climb that stage, for every time you are in a new environment and you want to just speak or you want to express your mind, most times you are still going to feel that anxiety. You are going to feel that nervousness. You are going to feel those butterflies in your stomach. But what makes you a confident speaker is that despite the nervousness, despite the anxiety, you still speak up. Because if you do not speak up, you are not going to improve and you are not going to learn. So, I am not telling you this now to say if you try to speak in a new environment next week or tomorrow, that you will not feel that nervousness. You might. But what will make you a confident speaker is that despite that, you will not let that voice to overshadow you. Because I want you to hold this. Your message is more important than your fear. Whatever you want to say at that point, whether at a meeting, at a conference, in a church meeting, know that what wants to come out of your mouth is more important than that fear that you are feeling. And my third point, confidence grows in the right environment. Just like driving, nobody is going to impact onto you. You can't go to your pastor now. Pastor, Daddy, sir, please, I want to learn how to drive. Please impact me with the skill of driving. And the daddy will say, oh yeah, receive it. That's not going to happen. So it's not by impartation. So you have to create that environment for yourself. You have to start. If you do not take the first step, you are not going to learn. So that right environment could be, take your phone. Decide, I want to speak for 5 minutes. Watch that recording again. Did I communicate very well? How is my hand movement? How is my confidence level? That right environment could be, ask your brother or your sister, please, I want to talk for 2 minutes. I just need 2 minutes of your time. Just watch me speak. From that, your phone or your sibling, from that, you will go to your office one day and they will just ask you, please, anybody has another contribution? And you just get that confidence to speak, even if it's just for 1 minute. That is the right environment we are talking about. And that is how you can grow. And so, if I say confidence is a skill and not a gift, I believe that I need to let you know how you can build it, how you can build that skill. So I'm going to share 4 ways that you can use to build your level of confidence. And I believe that it's going to bring that voice. You already have the voice. There is that thing in you that wants to express itself. Most people, we all have messages that we want to pass across, but it's that voice that is saying, don't record that content. What if they are dragging you for one mistake that you make? That's the reason why many people, they have something they want to say. Let me just digress a bit. There was a day I was watching a video on YouTube, and I saw, it's a video on, I've forgotten, but under the comment section, somebody said, and this thing that this person is doing, I have the intention of creating content like this, but I don't like the sound of my voice. And what amazes me about the comment was the comment under the comment. All the people that commented under that, they agreed to that what the lady said. Same here. In fact, I've been wanting to do this. So it's not like we do not have the message, but it's just the fear that is holding us back. So the first thing is self-awareness. So from all the reasons I've highlighted, pick the one that you believe, what is really causing that fear? Was it a childhood experience I had? Was it one bad presentation? You have to be self-aware. The next thing is skill development. Understand that I need to develop this. Understand that I need this skill. And start to invest your time in developing it. And the third thing will be emotional regulation, which means most times when you want to talk, you have to make sure that you calm yourself down. Many people, what causes nervousness is they want to quickly rush through what they want to say. So they speak so fast, and they do not know that the way they are speaking so fast to their audience is being interpreted as nervousness. And the last point is repetition. You have to make sure that you keep doing it. Don't stop. Don't start today and say, I'm not going to do it again. So I'm going to end with this. It is not enough that you've heard how to develop your confidence. It is not enough that you've heard that confidence is a skill and not a gift. If you do not take that step, you are not going to develop it. You already know that you need this. Almost everybody knows that they need this skill. At work, in your business, you need it. But you have to make sure that you take that step. So speak in that office on Monday. Express yourself in that meeting. Record that video today. Do not tell yourself, no, I can't do this. Believe that you can do it. Because confidence is a skill and not a gift. And I will be passing on the microphone to the next speaker.
Thank you very, very much. I'm quite excited to be here, and I'm impressed by the quality of presentation that have preceded this talk. Not only that, I'm excited at the people that are here, the lineup of speakers for today. It's quite an exciting thing and an impressive thing that this hall today is full of very young people, and it shows that the fruits of 20 years of eloquence is coming up. Because I know we have a program, a Catch Them Young program, where we bring in secondary school students to come and talk on various topics, and in the process they are learning to gain confidence, they are learning to speak to crowds, they are learning to stand in front of people that may be critical of their abilities, critical of their level of knowledge, critical of their composure. But then, all this you need to go through. Indeed, I myself was a student of this school once, at a time that I was managing director of a company. And of course, at that level, you think you know it all. Until I joined this school and came for a master class, I didn't realize the difference between speaking with authority and speaking to an audience that does not even know you. There's a difference between speaking to your staff in the office and speaking to people to whom you want to deliver a message that they probably do not even know about, a message that needs conviction, and you have a style. There is a style in which you make people believe in you, listen to you, get interested in what you are saying. And that is what School of Eloquence is all about. And everybody, young, old, professional, trader, anything, lawyer, politician, teacher, we need to be able to develop the skills of talking, the skills of educating people, the skills of coming across, the skill of keeping people interested in whatever we are saying. In this instance, what we're doing is talking. And talking means arresting the attention of people, making them interested in what you are dealing with. And that is the only way you can deliver a subject matter, the only way you can deliver convincing oratory. That is what the School of Eloquence is about. And I'm quite pleased that the people here are bold enough. I use the word bold because standing in front of an audience gives you some nervousness. But bold enough to overcome the nervousness or attempt to overcome the nervousness. Not only for convincing people about what you are, but even now we are talking to the world. We are representing not only ourselves, but the School of Eloquence and Nigeria. Because when we come to win this as we shall win. I am sure we will. We will then be the people that brought the School of Eloquence into limelight and brought Nigeria once again to the world stage in another dimension. We have, Nigeria as a country has succeeded in very many ways. In the area of sports, in the area of music, in the area of entertainment, in the area, in knowledge, in medicine, in engineering, anywhere. Nigerians are high flyers. But then, we have not been known to be able to build a cause of people that are able to speak. Speaking with confidence, speaking with power is the hallmark of the School of Eloquence. It's what the School of Eloquence wants to put inside us, and what they have put inside people that are in this hall today, and people that would come after today. In the next 20 days, we're going to see people from all walks of life, adults, youngsters, upcoming, arrived, and everything. We're going to see a wide array of children, men, women, professionals that will come to speak unbrokenly, that will come to speak continuously, day and night, for the next 20 days. I congratulate anybody that is here today to come and say that, yes, I can speak. Not only can I speak in public. Not only can I speak in public, I can speak to the world. That is what we are saying and telling ourselves and telling the world today. I congratulate all of us for coming. The School of Eloquence is a school that will continue to teach, that will continue to encourage, that will continue to imbibe training in us, in all walks of life. Politicians have come in here, senior government officials have come in here, all because they realize that holding a position is not the same thing as performance in that position. And there's nothing you do, there's no performance that you want to develop or you want to deliver without having to address an issue, without having to talk to people, without having to make sure that people understand where you are coming from and where you are headed. And that is what we are doing here. And not only that, we are telling the world that we are unique, that this school in Nigeria is different from every other school you may want to think about. A school that teaches how to speak. There are schools that teach medicine, schools that teach sciences, schools that teach mathematics, schools that, even when we go to school, we don't learn to speak. We learn to gain knowledge, not the skill of talking. Literary and debating activities in schools teach us how to talk, but it also teaches us more about the subject we want to talk about, not how to present it. And that is why the School of Eloquence is also organizing the Catch Them Young program. And when people leave, we still have the Eloquence Club. And the Eloquence Club is for people that had passed through the Master Program School of Eloquence, not to disperse and get lost in the crowd. We want to keep together to be able to increase our knowledge, increase the level of interaction, and bring in more people. In my own case, as a personal example, I've gone through entrepreneurship, through management development, and worked for about 35 years, fully retired, but I never left this kind of activity, because every day you meet people and you want to talk, you want to discuss, you want to talk intelligently, you want to be able to capture the essence of discussing with another person. You want to be able to be sure that that person is listening and you are delivering. The ability to make somebody listen to you is unique, because you talk for the first 1 minute, and if that person loses interest, you are no longer talking. You've actually lost him. And those are the kind of things that the School of Eloquence is teaching us. it is not only about marathon speaking. Marathon speaking only shows that, yes, we have enough people that we have trained, that have imbibed knowledge, that have imbibed skill to be able to talk for 20 days, for Christ's sake, 20 days, 24 hours a day, non-stop. That is quite an achievement. And I congratulate everybody that has come up here today to show that, yes, we can do it. We can do it, we will do it. The last achievement was 8 years ago. Today, we are going to break that record. Not only break it, we are going to lay a new one that would certainly be difficult to break, because we'll be waiting for somebody that will not speak for 25 days, or a group of people that will speak for 25 days unbroken. No. Indeed, we have set 20 days as our target. We could exceed it, and we would exceed it. It's the minimum because we are 20 years old. Having achieved 20 years of age, we know we shall be 21 years, we shall be 25 years. So maybe we'll just mark our 25 years in advance. So, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to this exercise, and I believe that with your cooperation, with your determination, with your enthusiasm, we shall be there. I hand over to the next speaker that will keep the torch running, keep the torch blowing. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. I'm sure we have all enjoyed a dosage of motivation from the first speaker and the second speaker. Yeah, so let's hit the ground running. I've given us a background story, but before that, I'll be talking about AI and how it affects the job sector. So the background story, my final year, we went for an outreach, a tech outreach to secondary schools. And then we asked the students one question. If you get into tech, what do you want to build? What do you want to do? And someone answered, I want to build sporty bets. And that person was like, I want to learn how to do fraud. You can see the mindset that the generation has concerning technology, concerning artificial intelligence. And with that, that's why in a program such as this, we are giving out insights, we'll be giving out knowledge will be shared. And I hope we all gain one or two as we go on this journey together. Yeah, so I'll be asking us a question. I need our candid and honest question. What do you think will destroy the world at this rate that we are going? I'm sure a lot of us will agree not water, definitely. No, Jesus, God already said you won't destroy the world with water again. So we all agree technology. Why do we think so? Because at the rate at which it's going right now. Using the example of Iran and the US, we can see what technology is doing with the use of precision and accuracy. How was the US able to kill the president of a nation? Just imagine that. So we'll be going on a little journey together. I'm sure a lot of us, our decisions were taken from movies or from life experiences. If I ask us what was the first tech movie that you watched, I'm sure a lot of us will be Iron Man, Superman, Batman. That will be the experience of most of us. So we'll be looking at how artificial intelligence actually affects the job sector. We'll be looking at some pros and some cons, advantages and disadvantages. The number one advantage you'll be looking at is automation. What is automation? Automation is just making your work faster, more efficient, and more productive. Automation. And what will this do to our jobs? As someone in the tech field, automation makes my work faster. As someone who codes, I can use AI to code faster. I can build a website within a day. As using the transportation system as an example, we also have, I'm sure like the first speaker said, when she used her driving experience as a story for our topic, most of us drive here, and sometimes we know driving can be stressful, right? Then for new learners that are learning driving, we are scared, we are nervous, we are scared of getting into an accident. But now we have self-driving cars. That's an automation of driving in itself. So now you just need to get into your car, just sit down, relax, chill vibe, and the car is moving to your destination. So that's a great automation power of artificial intelligence. Another thing we'll be looking at is creation of new jobs. creation of new jobs. I'm sure most of us here, we are from different career paths. We have lawyers here, we have teachers here, we have different professions. Let's use teaching, for example. We all know the traditional model of teaching is a teacher being in the classroom like this, like I am in your front here, then dishing out knowledge. But now you can be in your bedroom and be receiving lectures from someone in Japan. That's as a result of the evolution of artificial intelligence. We now have tools like Meet, Zoom, Slack, and the rest, with which which has created new jobs. We have online tutors. We have different categories of teaching mode now. AI has created a safer and easier environment when it comes to carrying out jobs. When I'm an health and safety expert. When I went through my training, one of the training we were given was near misses and accidents, and we were giving vivid examples of near misses and vivid example of accidents, and we saw that all this could have been avoided if technology had been involved and put in place. For example, what will you say about, there's this concrete mixer that are used on construction sites, these big huge ones, where for you to clean it you have to get into it to clean it from the inside. So on this fateful day, everyone clocked out, but two guys came back to do the cleaning, but they didn't clock back in. So the workers came back to continue work as usual. So they clocked back in just to continue running the cement inside the mixer. They just put on the mixer and started rolling with two people inside. That was a terrible accident that could have been avoided if there was something like a motion detector or an AI system put in place to warn you that you've not clocked in, you've not clocked out. So all this is just telling us that the artificial intelligence can also create a safer and easier environment for working. Recently, I saw a video of a doctor performing a surgery from a location where he was to another location. Just let's say, like someone right here performing a surgery in another state. What did he use? All he used was artificial intelligence tools. So this to tell us that AI evolution is not just for the negative part alone, but the positive side. When we harness it, it comes for our own good. So now we'll be going into another disadvantage. Like we said, it will create new jobs, right? We all know that. But at the same time, old jobs will be lost. I'll use the transportation system as another example. We all know back in the days, the kings used carriages, right? They used this box-like carriage, and two people lift it at the front, two people at the back. That was their own job for them then. Then horses came. Those guys lost their jobs. And what were the new jobs that were created? People that tend to horses, people that groom horses. So as new jobs are being created, at the same time, old jobs are being lost. That's just the real facts, and you and I know about that. Soon enough, I may not even need to be in your front to give a speech. In fact, it's happening already. You don't need to be physically present to give a speech. There are diverse examples about job displacement. Coming in, we also the man that opened the gates for us. With automated gates, there won't be a gate man. So he has lost his job already. So definitely with the introduction of artificial intelligence into the job sector, there will be a lot of displacement of job, at the same time creation of new jobs. So it's a vice versa situation. So number two, we'll be looking at bias and discrimination. Now when we talk about artificial intelligence, we all know artificial intelligence, they reach their conclusion, they make their notion from data that's been entered into them. That's where the place of model training comes in. And what is data? Data is just human entering information into a system. So definitely every one of us have a bias about something. If I ask us, do you like rice? Some people say no, some people say yes. Do you like beans? Some people say no, some people say yes. So definitely anyone entering data into an artificial system, definitely there's always a form of bias. And we all know the artificial intelligence system, we act on the data that's been inputted into it. So then you are using a system that is biased already. What will be the outcome? Definitely it will be a biased outcome. Definitely without missing word, it will definitely give a biased outcome. Number 3, there will be a wide gap between the rich and the poor. That's just the truth. We all know how much AI companies are making right now. Companies like Tesla, Nvidia, Meta, those that build AI will definitely be the ones with more earnings as we step into the evolution of artificial intelligence in the job sector. That's just the plain truth. So what is left to each and every one of us? We all know the answers, right? We need to step up, we need to reskill, we need to upskill, and we need to adapt. Rather than saying, no, AI will take our job, we should be looking at how can I use AI so that even if my job, I'm displaced from my job, definitely I can create a new job using the AI. So another disadvantage you'll be looking at is the loss of human skill. When I talk with people, what is AI? The first thing that comes to most people's mind is ChatGPT. Why? It helps me write better. It helps me create content better. As a technical writer and a content writer, I can say 80% of the time I use ChatGPT. That's just the truth. I write with artificial intelligence. Though I give it my ideas, but it does the writing for me. So in that way, we are losing touch with the creative nature of man, while we are giving everything back to AI. Just give me inputs, garbage in, garbage out. That's just it. So we are losing human skill. Now there are video generating tools. Most likely we will not be needing creative directors very soon. That means you can just sit in the comfort of your home, give the AI your idea. I want this camera angle, pan wide, 360-degree, something that you need a creative director to shout, cut, take 1, take 2. But then with AI tools, you can do all this from the comfort of your home. Finally, the evolution of AI into the job sector is not necessarily AI versus human. It's now more human with AI versus human without AI. So the edge each one of us have over the other is how good are you at using the AI tools within your reach. I can be good at using ChatGPT, another person is good at using Perplexity, another person is good at using Claude AI. So it's now human with AI. At first, when AI came into being, we all against it. No, AI will not take our job. But at that moment, some people recognized what AI was all about, and immediately they dived into it. They started learning about it, and now we can see them at the topmost top of AI. So now it's human with AI versus human without AI. So what will this leave us with? We all know the answers. As we are nodding our head, as we are smiling, we need to upskill, we need to reskill, and we need to learn about AI. Should I call it an advantage or a disadvantage? I think I'll place under disadvantage. This artificial intelligence in the nearest future will be what will differentiate countries from one another. In fact, at the moment, we all know we have third world country, second world, first world. If I ask you who is the number one when it comes to artificial intelligence, we won't miss word before we mention what country? China. Another opinion? United States, China. We all know it has been a war between US, China, Japan, Russia when it comes to artificial intelligence. But according to research, US is actually the number one. United States is the number one. And we could see them putting why they are the number one into using this current war. We could see their precision targets and all. So this is to show us, as a country, if we don't actually invest into the artificial infrastructure of our nation, disaster is waiting to happen. And how do we do this? We have to start by getting every member of the country to become digital literate. There was a time my mom called me and she was like, she can't open Instagram. I was like, you can't open your Instagram? That's why you called me from Ondo State to Lagos State. So this to show us that digital literacy is still at a low when it comes to Nigeria as a country. Don't let us even extend to Africa yet. Let's talk about our nation. How digital literate are we? When we mention AI, like I said, the few people I've discussed with when it comes to AI, it's just ChatGPT, Google, ChatGPT. When there are other tools that AI has put into place for us to maximize. I hope with what I've said so far, we've been able to get one or two insights for us to use in this advent of artificial intelligence and how it's coming to invade the job sector. And I hope we are able to position ourselves in a way of not being on defense and not being a part of people that will say, I don't want AI, but rather learning and taking time to upskill, reskill, and adapt to AI. Now I'll be passing on the mic to the next speaker.
Some years ago, on the streets of Lagos, I saw a small girl, not more than 6 or 7 years old, hawking oranges on the streets. The sun was ash. Her slippers were torn. She wore something an adult will wear on her face. You ask me, what is that? Frustration. I overheard a man asking her, oh, you come here. Why are you not in school? She smiled. Not a regular smile, but a smile you wear when you accept realities. When you accepted realities, that's the type of smile she wore. And she said, school is just for rich children. Oh my God. That word never left me. Because no child is born to believe such. It's society that teaches the child that schools are only meant for rich children. Also, in 2016 in Borno State, a young boy was taken to the IDP temporary camp. He had just lost his father to war and his mother to illness. When he was asked what he wanted most in life, he said just 5 words. You ask me, what is that? Maybe money? Oh no, he didn't ask for money. He said, I want to go to school. In that moment, we realized that poverty is not just absence of money. It is absence of opportunities. It is absence of hope. It is absence of choices. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Odejide Oluwatoyin Rhodes, and today I'll be speaking on poverty and inequality. And most especially, I will break this. Poverty and inequality are not abstract concepts. It is not just statistics. It is in a mother who have to trek few kilometers to get clean water in rural areas. I'm sure most of us might not have experienced this. Oh, you just enter your bathroom, there is water. In your kitchen, there is water. But remember, there are some people in rural areas that have to walk kilometers just before they get water. It is also obvious in a girl or a child who drops out of school just because his or her parents cannot afford books and cannot afford school fees. It is also evident in a graduate who sent out 200 CVs with no response. That can be frustrating. Opportunities are not equally shared. Poverty is what keeps wealth concentrated in the hands of few why a lot struggles daily. Of course, Nigeria is blessed with oil. We are creative. We have a lot of resources, yet a lot of Nigerians struggle to feed or to even eat 3 square meals daily. I would like to say a story of a graduate. I'll name him Emeka. Emeka graduated with a first-class degree in university. Of course, he told himself, education will be the ladder out of poverty for me. He put all his best into graduating, and he graduated with a first class. After graduation, he started looking for work. A month turned into 3 months, no job. 3 months turned into 1 year. A year turned into 3 years, no job. He settled for bike riding just to make money for himself and his family. Of course, you will tell me, there's honesty in doing a legal work instead of him, probably stealing, armed robbery. But let me tell you the truth. There is frustration in unrealized potentials. Emeka has the potential. He struggled to badge a first-class degree out of university, and yet no job, no work. Yet some people get employed. They are not so qualified, but they get employed because they know someone. They have connection in high places. That right there is inequality. I also like to tell us about a story of a widow. No husband, 4 children, no insurance. The woman started selling beans cake by the roadside, what we know as akara. She will sell that in the morning and also in the evening, so as to cater for her 4 children. One day, rain fell, and this rain destroyed her small shop where she sells akara. That night, she and her children slept hungry because, of course, there is no money to get food. Now he mismanaging social funds that is meant for social welfare. That's right, there is inequality. Every funds mismanaged widens the gap of poverty. Every abandoned school widens the gap of inequality. Poverty is heavy, but having to add inequality to it is unbearable. Now let's talk about China. 40 years ago, China had the largest poor population. People lived less than $1 a day. Illiteracy was high. Hunger was widespread. But through a combination of investments in education, good governance, youth empowerment, they were able to reduce poverty. They were able to bring out over 800 million of people out of poverty. And today, they are one of the fastest developing countries. What I learned from this story is that we reduce poverty when we focus more on education, on youth empowerment, on technologies. I believe that education is the strongest weapon against poverty. For instance, in the case of Rwanda's turnaround, after the 1994 genocide in Rwanda, they were the poorest country in the nation. But of course, through a combination of what I said earlier, they invested in education, they invested in technology, woman empowerment, and now we can imagine Rwanda, they are the fastest developing country in the nation. I would say poverty falls when education rises, when opportunity grows, and when leaders prioritize the poor. I went to a school in a rural area some months ago. I was shocked, I was angry, and it was just a lot of things happening, going on at the same time. There were no proper windows in this school. There were bushes around. Imagine, God forbid, I was just imagining a lot of things. These children learning, and God forbid, terrorists or probably some people just jump into the classroom. There was no proper window. You can literally pick up sand in the classrooms. These children, they were not even wearing shoes. Some of them that were putting on shoes, their shoes were torn. And yet, there are people out there who have a lot, and they don't even notice the poor. That right there is inequality. I would like us to tell us about a girl who I will name Oluwatoyin from Ibadan. She was helping her mother sell pepper on the road. On a fortunate day, a NGO walked up to her, and they were interested in her. They sponsored her through school, and she did her best to graduate as a first class. Now she's a medical doctor. What I learned from that short story that I just said is that poverty, people are not poor because they are lazy. It's because they lack opportunities. When opportunities are not made available, people struggle. They will have to struggle to do this, to do that, and yet there's no opportunity to bring them to a place where they can financially stand on their own. Poverty isn't just unique to Nigeria. You might think, oh, Nigeria is poor, but trust me, there are other countries and nations that are also poor. You might look at it from the outside, oh, this country is really growing well. But yet, I will not really want to mention names of nations. People go to work. They go to work and pay. They get to work and they get paid. But yet, they live paycheck to paycheck. No extras. Just working to meet ends meet. No savings. In some nations, children work in factory instead of being in classrooms. I would like to tell us a story that would name, I'll call the title of the story, 2 Plates of Rice. Same day, same streets, same city, but 2 different words. On one end of the town was a beautiful estate with tall gates, and security will barely smell. In that estate, there was a birthday party going on. The music was loud. The light was bright. Children ran around in expensive clothes, holding balloons and shouting over each other. On the table, there was food. Not just 1 plate of food. Enough food. more than enough. Jollof rice, fried rice, chicken, and even cake stacked in layers. Plates were filled, but half were thrown away because they have more to go back to. Now, just few streets away, close enough to hear the music from a distance, was a woman named Ayo. She's sitting in front of a roadside shop, a very small shop, where she sells rice. In front of Ayo was a pot of rice. Not so much. If properly managed, can serve 3 proper plates. Our children were with her. They had not eaten all day. Of course, you ask me, why have they not eaten? Are they not selling cooked food? They could have just served from it. But no, the rice was not much. The rice was just small to sell to customers so they can have money to probably do other things. Ayo had not made a single sale that day. The rice was already getting cold. She whispered to herself, maybe tomorrow will be better. Though she didn't believe it, she just said it. Finally, a man walked up to her with wrinkled shirts, dirty clothes, and was looking tired. The man said, "Hello, madam, how much is a portion of rice?" Ayo responded, and she said 500 naira. The man paused. He checked his pockets, and he realized that he has only 300 naira. Then he said to Ayo, "I only have 300 naira." Ayo looked at her children. She looked at the man. She needed every naira. She needed the money, but 300 naira was too small. She looked at the man. The man was looking tired and hungry. In that moment, hunger recognizes hunger. She was hungry, the man was hungry, so she recognized it. She then sold the rice for the man, but of course at a smaller portion. When the man was eating, the children were looking at him, hoping and saying to themselves, "Oh, this could have been our food." When the man was done, he said thank you and he left. The children were still hungry, so Ayo had to pick portion food for them. She had the food in the pot, and then gave the bigger portion to her children. She is still hungry. She didn't serve food for herself because that is not how mothers think. Mothers would rather starve themselves for their children to feed. Now back to the estate. The birthday was ending already, so they gathered all the leftovers. They packed it into nylons and they trashed it. Mind you, this food can serve Ayo, can feed Ayo and her children over 4 times. Now I'll ask you, how is it that these words are living street to street? The poor and the rich, these realities, living on the same streets, no connection, no bridges. The rich is there, the poor is there. No compassion, no care. I would like to challenge us by saying there are people out there who are like Ayo. People who can barely feed. People who are struggling. like to challenge us by saying, look out for people who are struggling and help. Be compassionate, be caring. That is how to bring in bridges and connection between rich and the poor. You will tell me, oh, what do you mean, oh, I'm rich? Of course, you are doing fine, you are living. Some people are living on the streets. You have shelter over your head. You are not living on the streets. Rain is not beating you. You don't have to offer something that is expensive. It starts with the little things around there. Oh, you're working, or you're on your way to work, you're coming back from work. You see a little child on the road, helpless. You can start by just probably giving them small money, giving them small food. I want us to start building compassion towards the poor. Imagine a Nigeria where people don't have to struggle to eat, where there is job employment everywhere. Imagine a Nigeria where graduates does not have to send out 200 CVs with no response. Imagine a Nigeria where a widow does not have to sleep hungry because funds are being mismanaged by the politician. It is possible. It is not a matter of impossibility. It is a matter of we prioritizing the important things. How can we solve poverty and inequality? By investing in education. Now let's compare students who are in elite private schools with robotic classrooms, not crowded classroom, to a child who is in the rural area, overcrowded classroom, no desk. And will you tell me these children are competing at the same level? Of course not. They are not competing on the same level. You tell a poor child, work hard. That can be frustrating. That can really be frustrating. I know poverty and inequality cannot end with one speech. It cannot end in one day, but it can start individually. Watch out for people you can help. Decide, be determined to help at least one person per day. I said it doesn't have to be expensive. It starts with the smallest things. And gradually, poverty and inequality will be eradicated from the nation. I would like to conclude by saying the little girl I mentioned earlier that was selling oranges on the street does not need pity. She doesn't need pity. All she needs is opportunity. I would like us to go home with this note. A nation is not judged by the heights of the skyscrapers it has, but how low its poorest citizen must struggle to survive. I hope with this I have said, poverty and inequality will be eradicated gradually in our nation. I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Good day all. My name is Marco Chuku Gabriel Ilo, and I would like to thank the School of Eloquence for this opportunity. So today I'll be speaking on the prospects of carbon taxation in Nigeria, as well as other allied matters in the energy sector. So, firstly, carbon is a GHG, what we call a greenhouse gas. And it so happens that unfortunately it's the byproduct emission of every refinery activity or every corporation activity. Now, these carbon emissions contribute to a larger carbon footprint, and this can in turn affect the way the climate is. Currently in Nigeria, we are facing a heat wave. It's usually hot during the days, and perhaps at night we get a little bit of more ventilation. So the reason why it has become hotter over the years is as a result of the climate change. Now, people often have the school of thought that carbon taxation is an elusive concept because you can't start taxing everybody that owns a car because every car emits carbon. However, I often counter that with another school of thought that in Nigeria currently, the present government has implemented a fuel subsidy, and fossil fuel is not healthy option of energy and electricity. So the money saved on the subsidy could be used and injected into creating CNG powered buses and cabs for public transportation. A good example would be Lagride. Lagride is a well-known EV, not CNG powered but an electric vehicle. There are also a lot of buses that are CNG powered. They're usually green and white. They commute around Lagos axis and even in Enugu as well. So, carbon taxation presents itself as an avenue for more revenue, like I often say. It's a way Nigeria can meet up to its climate action of achieving net zero carbon emissions by the year 2060. Although, according to the Paris Agreement 2015, which Nigeria is a party to, the global scientific consensus is to achieve net zero by 2050. But Nigeria, trying to be transparent and honest in its own resources, said it would reach net zero by 2060. Now, carbon taxation is predicated on the Pigouvian tax theory, which is a tax theory developed by the 20th century British economist known as Otto Pigou, who had the view that in a society where different people are of different stations of life, where different people are of different income brackets, it is only right that the people who contribute to the detriment of the society bear a cost or a liability of some sort, and the people who make the society more bearable and more habitable benefit a compensation. So this is the predication of the carbon tax theory. The big corporations and the big refineries around Nigeria who have a larger carbon footprint than regular car drivers or regular motorcycle drivers should be the one paying more of the carbon taxation as opposed to a mere Okada man who might not even be able to afford a 3 square meal. So this is the ground on which carbon tax is predicated on. In a report by the United Nations in, I believe, 2023, the Nigerian oil and gas industry, to be specific, contributed to 170 billion metric ton of carbon emitted. Now, the legal framework for carbon taxation was first subsumed and mentioned in the Climate Change Act of 2021. Now, this was just a mere side quest. There has been an actual Nigerian Carbon Tax Act that was passed in 2019, but I don't believe enough awareness or orientation has been made in that regard. Agencies like the National Orientation Agency have not taken the adequate step to reorient and reiterate the benefits of the provisions of that act to the masses. And now, I know everybody's not in the profession of energy or engineering or the blue economy or law, but the point of the National Orientation Agency is to break down these complex ideas into smaller bits for people to digest and understand. Now, in Nigeria, we have ratified a lot of treaties, a lot of international treaties. The first treaty we ratified on 29th August 1994 to the effect of climate change is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. Now, in Article 2 of this convention, the salient point of this convention, and to all member parties and states of this convention, is to combat dangerous human interference, not machine interference, not apparatus interference, because at the end of the day, human beings control whatever machine is even going to emit carbon. So they were particular on dangerous human interference with the climate system. Going further, the Kyoto Protocol also extended the manifest of the 1992 UNFCCC, and Nigeria also ratified this manifest on 10th December 2004, as well as the Paris Agreement 2015, which was ratified on the 16th of May 2017. Now, the Paris Agreement happens to be the most profound and comprehensive treaty any state or any working country could subscribe to, because it categorically lists the degree of Celsius that the world should be at to maintain a very habitable climate system and a very green earth, which is below 1.5 degrees Celsius to 2 degrees Celsius. Now, most countries are yet to reach this target because it's meant to be a collective effort. But I think to myself, as someone who wants to one day be a policymaker or a stakeholder in that regard, what could be a way to expedite or facilitate this process, these net targets? Carbon taxation. Now, Nigeria has a history or a pattern of sort of borrowing laws that are already established in other jurisdictions and implementing it. But laws are different from policies. While you can borrow a law word for word, your policy has to be subjective and peculiar to the people you're ruling. So you consider things like the minimum wage, consider things like the cost of living. The Finance Act of Nigeria 2023 was borrowed from Singapore. The Nigerian Carbon Tax Act of 2019 was borrowed from South Africa. In the South African Tax Act, they listed that for every metric ton of carbon emitted, the fee, which is the tax, should be 120 rands, which is equivalent to 3,680 naira and some kobos. Now, in the long run, a corporation could see this as minimal. So I believe that even though the Tax Act has been in operation since 2019, because it has not been really made aware to people, there should still be an opportunity to revise it and even increase it to further discourage and disincentivize these corporations from emitting carbon. Now, there are a host of other factors and other avenues that would contribute to our reduced carbon footprint, which is the clinker to cement ratio, which is mostly on the non-oil and gas sector, the construction and building sector. Now, for every bag, barrel, or cup of cement, there's an active ingredient known as clinker, which has been scientifically been proven to lead to the emission of carbon gases. And now, most of the health safety experts have failed to regulate the amount of clinker that is in every cement. Dangote PLC, which is a well-known construction conglomerate, has taken it upon themselves to not only reduce their clinker to cement ratio, but also, even though they recognize that they are exempt from tax according to the Companies Income Tax Act, Dangote PLC has the mandate of providing roads in the areas that their refineries are located in. Now, this is what is known as a tax for road scheme, where most corporations or any corporation who is exempt from tax and is emitting a lot of carbon gets to pay for that tax in some other way. It must not be the money. You can build roads, you can build schools. Now, another facilitator to help us reach our climate action and also manifest the proper implementation of carbon taxation is geothermal energy. Now, in Kenya is known for having the first and arguably the best geothermal energy plants, where they have a big structure that taps energy, heat from the earth's core, and converts it into electricity. Now, this is reducing their dependence on fossil fuels. And Kenya is not the only place that has this potential. Nigeria has untapped potential. We have places scattered across the country that can give us this same energy. We have places like Ikogosi Warm Springs in Ekiti State. We have places like Nike Lake in Enugu. Places like Wiki Spring Resorts in Yankari National Park, Bauchi. We have places like Rafin Rewa in a community called Lere in the northwestern part of Jos in Plateau. We have places like Ru and Zafi Springs, which is very important as it is also a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1990. And finally, we have the Lamud Hot Springs in Benue. These areas, and many more even, these are the ones that are only scientifically and geographically confirmed to the public. But there could be so many other areas that amass a certain magnitude of geothermal energy that we can harness for ourselves. The National Orientation Agency, the government, the Climate Change Fund, and any other relevant committee should look into this and put in the necessary resources, manpower, and capital so that we can bring all of this to fruition. There's also a concept that can expedite the carbon taxation regime, known as emissions trading. Now, this is essentially where, when the Carbon Tax Act has been reviewed and it's properly in operation, the government gives every big corporation in the non-oil and gas sector and the oil and gas sector, as long as you're an emitter of carbon gas, you are given a cap of emissions which you can reach. Now, in the event that you exceed that cap, you get to either decide to modify your operations to reduce emissions, or go back to the government and get another permit or another cap, or go to another peer in business in that field and buy their remainder emissions for them. So, to put it in simple parlance, if company A has a carbon emission cap of, let's say, 100 million carbon ton, and they are very intense in their operations, and they're already at 90, and it's like June, the year is not over, they know their operations will run for another 6 months. They can approach the government to buy more. Obviously, it's still a kind of tax or a fee. Creates revenue for the government, creates a greener and cleaner energy for Nigeria. They can get a higher permit, or they could approach a counterpart in that field, another business or another corporation, and also get a permit from them. That is emissions trading. Or they could go the easiest route, in my opinion, and just reduce operations. You know, everything is not about money. In an era of capitalism, a lot of people fail to care for their environment. If you get all the money in the world and the world is not habitable, where will you live? How will you spend the money? And we have to know that the weather, the climate can also contribute to a lot of human deficiencies, to a lot of economic crop deficiencies. So we have things like food scarcity, lower quality of life, lower HDI index, which is the Human Development Index, and things of that nature. Another thing is the involvement of a lot of our key stakeholders, particularly the philanthropists. Now, in America, Elon Musk, who is the CEO of X and Tesla and SpaceX, etc., he has what they call the X Prize. So the X Prize is essentially a prize for engineers and designers to create what we call a carbon capture, sequestration and storage unit, CCS. So a carbon capture and sequestration unit is essentially an apparatus that will capture carbon and store it, and in a way convert it back to electricity or any other viable energy source, rather than emitting it to the atmosphere or the oceans. Now, it is only right that our own philanthropists in Nigeria and Africa go in these lights. There are cash prizes for the winners of this X Prize, almost $100 million in total. First prize has like 50 million, second prize I believe 13 million, and third place has $20 million. This incentivizes the youth and professionals in that space to go back to the drawing board and get working. And this will be something that could also mitigate the rate of unemployment. When you put out prizes like this, even though someone is not employed, as long as they are talented, they can have a peer-to-peer discussion or agreements with their fellows in that space and do something in this regard. Now, also, in a similar vein, one of the 7 sister companies in the oil and gas industry, in respect of ExxonMobil, has also carried out an expedition to build one of the world's largest CCS units, although the project will be completed by 2014. I believe it is only right, as upstanding members of the society, to look towards our leaders, our elitists, the people that control the economy, the people that control the economy of Nigeria, to build something similar in this regard in Nigeria. There's a lot of land going to waste, a lot of landlords are snatching lands, a lot of forsaken lands or forsaken economic crops territories. We can use these places or abandoned buildings. Coming here, I see a lot of abandoned buildings. We can use these sites as places to create CCS units or geothermal units. We call on all the lawmakers as well, the legislature, to review the Nigerian Carbon Tax Act of 2019. Pass a more stricter one, because we can only get serious when we want to get serious. We can't be giving measly taxes to people who we know can afford more. This was what contributed to the first repealing of the Hydrocarbon Tax Act. These companies make a lot of money, but we suffer it at the end. I also urge everybody, in your own individual capacity, it might feel minimal, but it goes a long way. Regulating the use of hairsprays, regulating the use of, well, I'm not forcing anybody to, even though I know electric vehicles are more expensive, but if you have an option of using a ride-hailing service, you are better off using a CNG-powered bus or an electric vehicle rather than certain companies who depend more on fossil fuel for commutation and transportation. Also, we have the waste-to-energy concept, which is also a factor that can accentuate the expedition of the carbon tax framework in Nigeria. Lagos has a waste management problem. Most of Nigeria does. But there are scientific proven methods to convert that waste to heat and convert that heat to electricity. So the waste that Loma always packs every first Saturday of the month or whatever can be used to convert to electricity. There's a man who is a mentor of mine. His name is Mr. Charles Sanusim. He's a managing director of a waste-to-energy concept company called Andia Energy. I urge everyone to check them out and check the good work they're doing in Lagos State. You know, it's a win-win situation really. If we're able to reduce the waste, convert to more electricity, the more occurrence of renewable energies makes it cheap. The reason why renewable energy seems to be expensive is because it's scarce. But if we get to tap into the most minute source, it will be cheap and affordable for everybody, regardless of your income brackets. We also have biomass utility. Nigeria is heavy on agriculture. We're an agro-allied nation. And we need to understand that there are a lot of plant and animal and mineral waste, forest and farm waste that are found in these areas, yards, farms, barnyards, that can also be converted to heat and then in turn converted to electricity. There's a lot of waste or a lot of unneeded material that presents an untapped potential for energy. We should look into this as our own way of contributing to the general consensus and the general net zero targets by the year 2060. Finally, to conclude, I urge you all to have more discussions about this beyond the walls of School of Eloquence. This is our future on the line. This is our health on the line. Let us all, hand in hand, contribute to the effective and efficient implementation of carbon taxation beyond an act, beyond the policy, but as a way of living. Thank you very much. At this point, I'll hand over the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much for the wonderful lecture. Imagine a young boy with bright future, lovely parents who work so hard to train him. But one dangerous connection, one bad influence, one dangerous decision changed everything. What started as an easy way to make money ended up affecting his future, his reputation, his family reputation, his peace, his family's peace. Good day, everyone. My name is Oshoja Modinot Omonmi, and I would like to talk about drug trafficking. What do you understand by drug trafficking? You'll be like, drug trafficking. Some will be like, what is the difference between drug trafficking and drug abuse? Yes, they are very similar, but they are different. Drug trafficking is the illegal production, sales, handling, smuggling of drugs from one place to another, from one country to another, because of profit, just to earn profit. Okay, why is there drug trafficking? Or does it really matter? Yes, it matters a lot. Because just tell me why there is going to be an illegal production of drugs. You might be like, oh, regardless, it won't affect me or no. It is a lie. Definitely it will affect you, one way or the other. It's going to harm you directly or indirectly. Okay, what is the causes of drug trafficking? Who do you know is the causes of drug trafficking? Number one, I say unemployment. Yes, unemployment is one of the causes of drug trafficking. I would like to chip in a story. A young boy with dreams, hopes, bright future. He had a mother and a sibling. The mother is trying to struggle hard just to make ends meet. And he sees a friend of his making it already. And they graduated together in the same secondary school. Okay, I'm not employed. I have no job. And my friend is making it fine. Let me just seek his advice. What are you doing? How are you making it? You are building houses, you ride cars. How? Just tell me, I want to know the way. Okay. His friends told him that, okay, you will deliver a package for me in a nearby village. Out of curiosity, he asked, what type of package? Okay. His friend, let me just name him Tunji, told him, don't worry, it's just a little package, just to deliver, and at the end of the day, you make your money. Okay, I will. He delivers the package, and at the end of the day, he was randomly paid. He was like, wow, just nearby village, I'm getting this type of money. Now imagine if I'm traveling far, the amount of money I will be earning. Okay. His friend calls him again. Hello, Kolade. There is another job for you. There is another package you have to deliver for me, but not in the neighboring village. You have to travel out of our village entirely. But don't worry, you'll be paid more than the last time you went. Okay, he went again, collected his money, was so happy. From there, he starts to build a house. He's doing it continuously. He did not know the package. All he knows was to deliver the package according to his friend's instruction. Then one day, he traveled out of the country and was caught. Since he does not know what is inside the package, they asked him to surrender everything that was with him. He did willingly because he does not know what is inside the package. And at the end of the day, he was arrested. He called his friend. None of them picked his call. At the end of the day, the reputation of his parents is spoilt it. So one of the causes of drug trafficking is unemployment. Just imagine assuming he was employed. He wouldn't have accepted his friend's offer. I can also say ignorance is one of the causes of drug trafficking. Assuming he is aware of the package, there is high possibility that he won't go. He'll be like, no, I can't do it. It's very risky. But because of ignorance, he feels he should just go. Also, one of the causes of drug trafficking is peer pressure. My friend is doing it. Ever since he has been doing it, he has not been caught. Let me try it. My friend is into drug trafficking. He has been doing it successfully. I believe if I start doing it, I won't be caught. Peer pressure is also part of causes of drug trafficking. Social media influence. You see things online, you feel, because this person is into something like this, let me do it. It's the right way. He's doing. You are looking at him because he's doing it. You feel he's successful doing it. Social media influence is also part of it. Poverty. Yes, I can also say poverty. Poverty is also one of the most causes of drug trafficking. Because just imagine, assuming Kolade is okay, he's not struggling with his mother and his siblings. Even for the fact that his ignorance of the package, he would never ask his friend for help. But because financial instability is not okay, he can't even eat, talk less of taking care of his mom or his siblings. He feels he should seek help from his friend. Now I should go to the effect of drug trafficking. Yeah, drug trafficking, it destroys life. It destroys life a whole lot. Because at the end of the day, Kolade life was destroyed because he was arrested, and that ended his career totally. He could not, all he has planned for was unsuccessful. He could not do it. Maybe he actually planned, I want to be a doctor, no, I want to be an architect, I want to be anything he wished to be. He could not, because at the end of the day, he was caught in the process of transporting one drug to the other. Also, bad image, yes. bad image to the country. The village, Kolade was, people was just like, Even his parents, their reputation, he spoilt it. People will not want to relate with them again. They will feel, no, if my child go to their house, they will influence him badly because of drug trafficking. He damaged the life of his family, their reputation gone because of drug trafficking. Also, increase in dropouts. Yes, increase in dropouts. Just imagine a young girl with bright dreams, got into university, she's doing fine, she's doing well, she was well trained at home, but because she got into university, she make new friends, they influence her badly, she's into drug trafficking. And at the end of the day, they caught her, the school was ticketed her, she's a dropout from drug trafficking. How do we prevent drug trafficking? How do we prevent drug trafficking? I say, let's enlighten young people, because I feel Kolade, assuming when he was in school, he was enlightening that drug trafficking is bad, regardless of the fact that he did not know what is inside the package. Even his own initiative will have been like, I'm delivering something from one place to another. I'm collecting this type of huge amount of money. That curiosity will be there. Let me know what is inside this package. I want to know what is inside this package. But because no guidance, he does not feel, he just felt, it's just a package. Let me just deliver it. But assuming there is guidance that this thing, it is being done like this, definitely his sixth sense will tell him this is illegal. Giving package to somebody with this type of huge amount of money, it is illegal. Because you can't, someone that is working 9 to 5 does not earn this type of money in a month, and you, just a trip, you are earning like 10 times the amount. No, your senses will tell you this thing is not legal. It is not. Employment, yes, if there is employment, you are working, you have something doing, he won't feel he needs his friend's help. You will not feel, let me ask my friend for help. But because he's jobless, and there is a writing that says a jobless hand is what the devil uses. Yes, because he's jobless, he does not have a work, he feel he should ask his friend for help. Also contentment, yes. Regardless, the little he is doing in his village, he should be contented with it. If he's contented with it, that no, one day when I enter the university, I'm out of school, I have a job, I'll do much more for my mom and my siblings. But because he's not contented, he's not. He feels, oh, one trip, I'm getting $10,000. Oh, one trip, 2 million naira, and you expect me to work 9 to 5 for just 50,000 naira? No, it is not possible, because he's not contented with what he has. He is not. Avoid bad company, yes. Assuming he keeps good company, something like that will have not happened to him. Because, just tell me, they are friends, they are good friends, good company you can keep. They'll be like, my friend, the only way me I know, is this my 9 to 5 job, oh? My friend, the only way I know that is my own survivor, for me to go to the farm in the morning, harvested all what I've planted, and go to the market and sell. Oh, my friend, is this carpentry work that I'm doing? If you will join me. Oh, my friend, I'm into buying and selling of goods, so, and I'm making it. I'm making my money legally. Good company, but because he does not have good company, because he keeps bad company, that is what affected him. What started as a quick way later ended up destroying his life totally. At the end of the day, he's not useful for himself. Yes, he's not. Because he was into drug trafficking and he got caught. He was arrested. The initial reason he went into drug trafficking, he could not even fulfill it. He could not take care of his mother. He could not take care of his siblings. So what's now the rush? Why can't he just wait? Work 9 to 5. Go to farm in the morning. Harvested all what you've planted. Sell it. Okay, it's just one skill that you earn from school, or you went to learn it on your own. Why can't you just do it? Why must it just be drug trafficking? Why? Why do you have to keep bad friends? Why do you have to do things because others are doing it? Do not think for the fact that these things are not things that are good. You can't even be proud of it outside. Why? Drug trafficking plays a very, very crucial role in the life of these young children of nowadays. Quite young children. Young. I would like to say, let's say no to drug. Let's say no to drug trafficking. It's not good. It destroys us. Sometimes those that even know that they are into drug trafficking, they ended up taking drugs. They ended up taking drugs excessively. The misuse of drug. They harm the community, they harm the nation. Because it is not possible somebody that is into drug trafficking to be in his right senses. No, it is not. He or she is going to be a violent person. Because even when he knows, he'll be like anybody I see on the road. If you are not careful, I don't care. Oh, you are gone. Become a nuisance to the community. All they are just after is the money. They are not even after life. They don't care. They don't want to know. They don't want to know how these things is affecting. Dealing with cocaine, heroin, these are drugs. My conclusively, I'll say no to drug for the betterment of your future, your parents, for the community, for the country at large, to keep us safe, for us to be healthy. Right now, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Getting into a gathering and then you refuse to say your courtesy, you refuse to interact, or how do you feel walking into a place, gorgeously dressed, raising up your shoulder, looking beautiful or handsome, and then in that place, everybody's seated, and then you walk in without saying your greetings. My name is Fadiji Temitope. I would like to speak to us on greeting. You can silence importance of greetings. You can say, why do we greet? You can even say that, is it important for me to show my courtesy? And you can at the same time ask yourself, do I need to greet? Let me start with greeting itself. What is greeting? Various ways of acknowledging one another, passing showing your goodwill, a special way of expressing yourself, getting familiar with people. You can even term it another way of good interaction. Whether you're meeting somebody for the very first time, or you are already getting along with the person, I can tell you, the very first thing to say is your greeting. Greeting is more than saying hello. Like the way somebody time he said ordinary hello, you cannot even say. And I will tell you today that hello is not just an ordinary greeting. It's a connection between the sayer of the hello and whosoever you are saying the hello to. I said it when I'm walking. Hello. And somebody will like, hello. And from hello, you can start a conversation. You start interacting with somebody. You start getting along with the person. From the simple hello. From the simple hello, you start moving along with a stranger. Somebody you are getting across with for the very first time. From your hello, you can get a good connection. Hello has actually helping some other people to get along with their life partner, whether you like it or not. And then the end of the story is, I met him at so place, and we exchanged our greetings, and from there, we started getting along. From the simple hello, you can get a business connect. From saying your greetings, you don't know who is who. Talking about the guru in the society, and you don't know the person, and then you're just walking across to the person and you're just saying your greeting. Can I know you? Who are you? From your greeting. I said it before, you walk into a place, raising up your shoulder, looking radiant, and then you fail to say your greeting. In one way or the other, somebody will be saying, you are not showing your courtesy. Are you well trained? Do you want to get along with people? Irrespective of whosoever you are, greeting is very, very important. And that is why I'm taking it to another level. Wherever you come from, I don't know your continent, I don't know your country. In fact, I don't care about your tribe. The very first thing that will connect you with people is your greeting. Putting on a smile and you say hello. From my own part of the country, from Nigeria, most especially the Africa, and from the Yoruba tribe. We cherish what we call greetings very well. We don't take it for granted. If you are from my tribe, Yoruba tribe, and you don't know how to greet, you are on your own. In Yoruba tribe, our greeting promotes respect. Yes. You can say it again. It brings unity to us. Virtually everyone who has actually stayed in either rural area or urban area can testify to greetings. The moment you cannot say your greeting to somebody, the very first thing they will ask you is that, are you not in good terms? Don't you talk? You are not in talking terms with the person? Because whether you have something in common, the very first thing that will harmonize you, unite you together, is your greeting. I said hello. In my tribe, Yoruba tribe, hello simply means enleo. We say enleo, and then your response will surely be enleo. You can even take it further. Are you fine? Ṣe dáadáa ni. Ṣàlàáfíà ló wà. Now when you look at it very well, you are showing your courtesy. You are telling me that, yeah, you can interact with me. I'm free. I'm good. I would like to know you. Can we talk? When you look at it very well, greeting actually promotes peaceful relationship. If you are fighting with somebody, there is no way you can greet the person. If you are not in good terms with someone, even couple at home, husband and wife, if they are not in good times, there is no way they could have what they call peaceful coexistence. If their wife is keeping malice with the husband, it shows that for that day, they are not saying their greetings. And when you look at it very well, it actually shows good upbringing among us. I said it earlier on that from my own tribe, Yoruba tribe. If you want to show me that you have a proper upbringing, then greeting should reflect in you. Can I tell you that in Yoruba tribe, we can greet as many times that we are coming across you. Forget it. You might be wondering, what else do they want to say? I've been coming across you for like 3-4 times. They have special greetings for every moment. of greeting doesn't really matter to us. We can greet you in the morning. We have our greeting towards noon. We can greet you in the afternoon. We have our greeting towards evening. We have our greeting in the evening. When we are about to go to bed, we greet you. Somebody will not be saying, what are you looking for in the midnight? Forget about it. Yoruba people can greet you as well in the midnight. Very early in the morning, we have our greeting. How do we greet in the morning? Because morning to us simply means àárọ̀. So we say, ẹ káàárọ̀. Now, take it. The air in front of our greeting is showing regards to whosoever we are greeting. It's showing respect. So when we look at you and we discover that you are older than us, then we put air in front of our greeting. We say, ẹ káàárọ̀. That is a greeting from, let's say, 6 a.m. in the morning till 10 a.m. Mind you, somebody will still saying that from 10 a.m. we are still in the morning. No, no, no. So Yoruba people, from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, we are no longer in the morning. Like I told you, our greeting for good morning is from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Now you'll be wondering, how do we greet from 10 a.m. to 12 noon? That is what we call greeting towards noon. And we call that time ìyálẹ̀ta. That is towards noon. We are not yet in the afternoon. Not yet in the afternoon. And we are no longer in the morning. Don't mix it up. We are not in the afternoon, and we are no longer in the morning. Now, so an English person will be saying, good morning, from, I don't know, maybe around 5 a.m., 6 a.m., even till 12 noon. They will still be saying good morning. But to Yoruba people, from 10 a.m. we greet ourselves, ẹ kú ìyálẹ̀ta. That's the proper greeting. That is greeting towards noon. Ẹ kú ìyálẹ̀ta. That's our greeting. Now, if you greet me good morning, around 10 a.m., 11 a.m., before 12 noon, I will answer you good morning as well. Do you know why? I will believe it's either you are not a proper Yoruba person, or maybe you are still learning. Yes. I will assume maybe you don't know the proper greeting for that time. So if you greet me, good morning, ẹ káàárọ̀, around 10 or 11, you are good to go. But a proper Yoruba person will never say ẹ káàárọ̀ around 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. before 12 noon. What you will simply hear is ẹ kú ìyálẹ̀ta. If you want to get that, if you have a Yoruba, if you have a radio station or a television station, tune into your radio or your television station 9:55 a.m. in the morning. Just stay tuned. 9:55 a.m. where you know that this particular station is a Yoruba station. And they will speak Yoruba, either Yoruba news or any program. Now when the presenter will come on stage, 10 a.m., he or she will never say ẹ káàárọ̀. What you will simply hear is ẹ kú ìyálẹ̀ta. That's the greeting. Now once it is 12 noon, we are already in the afternoon. Once it is 12 noon, we are already in the afternoon. And our afternoon is from 12 noon till, let's say, 4:30 or 5 p.m. And how do we greet? You say, ẹ káàsán. That's our greeting around that time. Ẹ káàsán. That's what we say. 12 noon till 4:30 or 5, you say ẹ káàsán. Now from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., before it is dark, we say ẹ kú ìrọ̀lẹ́. Now most times I will be wondering, some people will still be saying ẹ káàsán around 5, 6, and I will say we are no longer in the afternoon, we are getting towards evening. Mind you, not yet in the evening, no longer in the afternoon, we are getting towards evening. And what do we say? Ẹ kú ìrọ̀lẹ́, ẹ kú ìrọ̀lẹ́, ẹ kú ìrọ̀lẹ́. Once it is 7 p.m., once it is dark, then we start saying ẹ káalẹ́. Alẹ́ means evening. Àárọ̀, morning. Ọ̀sán, afternoon. Alẹ́, evening. So once it is 7 p.m., you can say ẹ káalẹ́ till 10 p.m. And somebody will be saying, we are still in the evening, 10 p.m. You can still say ẹ káalẹ́, or you say ẹ kú alálẹ́ from 10 to 12 noon, to 12 a.m. Ẹ kú àṣálẹ́. Everything you are still saying, it still has to do with alẹ́. But the moment once it is 12 a.m., you don't say ẹ káalẹ́ again. No longer in the evening. You cannot say ẹ kú àṣálẹ́. You cannot say ẹ kú alálẹ́. From 12 a.m. to 2 a.m., we are now in ọ̀gànjọ́ òru. That's how we greet. Even you start hearing the hunters, then in the olden days, around that 11, 12, they will start saying, a kú òru, because they are no longer in the evening. So from that 12 a.m. to, let's say, around 1 or 2 a.m., you say, ẹ kú ọ̀gànjọ́ òru. Somebody will be saying, what am I looking for outside around that time? But there are some people that are still outside. There are some people that it was around that time, that's when they have their own activities. Now let's say from 2 a.m. to 3 a.m., we start saying, ẹ kú àjìn. That's how we greet. We are already in the thickness of the night. Now, waiting for the translation to another morning. So we say, ẹ kú àjìn. If you should come across anybody or somebody, most times when I'm sending text to people around that time, 2 a.m., I don't say ẹ káàárọ̀, because you are not in the morning. So I will just simply write ẹ kú àjìn with my tone mark, my Yoruba tone mark. Now from, let's say 4 a.m. till 5, you start saying ẹ kú àfẹ̀mọ́júmọ́. We are waiting for the new dawn of a day. Ẹ kú àfẹ̀mọ́júmọ́. That's what we start saying. Coming back to 6 a.m. again, we start saying ẹ káàárọ̀. Now you can see that I've actually moved around the 24 hours. Somebody may not be wondering, why did I say that if you are coming across Yoruba people, as many times as possible, they have their greeting. Okay? What's our mode of greeting? If you are a boy, you are a man, you prostrate flat on the floor. These days I see people trying to greet an elderly people and they will just raise one hand and they will do this. That's not a proper way of greeting. A proper way of greeting from my own tribe is, if you are a man, a boy, you prostrate flat on the floor. If you are a lady, a girl, a woman, name it, you kneel down. In Yoruba land, we respect our elders. And maybe because of the new era, the technology and the advancement that we have, we started putting sir and ma behind our greeting. Then in the olden days, when you are greeting your father, if you are a girl, you kneel down, you say, "Ẹ káàárọ̀ bàbá mi," meaning good morning, my father. "Ẹ káàárọ̀ ìyá mi," good morning, my mother. But now we can just simply say, "Ẹ káàárọ̀ sir," "Ẹ káàárọ̀ ma." Now remember, I told us that you put your hair in front of your greeting to show respect. If you are greeting somebody that is older than you, please don't just say "káàárọ̀," because it is not appropriate. And then the person can decide not to respond to your greeting. In Yoruba land, we cherish that prestige very well. You regard whosoever that is older than you, irrespective whether the person is from your family, you are coming across the person for the very first time, you don't know the person, but the moment you look at it, being a male or a female, and the fellow is older than you, please pull the hair. In English language, you can just say, "Good morning, Mr. Spencer. Good morning, Mrs. Ajibade. Good morning, Mr. Good morning, good morning." It doesn't really matter. But in Yoruba, we don't do that to our elders. You say, "Ẹ káàárọ̀ sir," "Ẹ káàárọ̀ ma." Okay? What are the type of the greetings that we have? I told us that we have the daily greetings. Particularly in the morning we greet, in the afternoon we greet, in the evening, towards noon, towards evening, when you're about to go to bed. You have that greeting as well. Good night, ó dàárọ̀. Goodbye, ó dàbọ̀. When you want to say you're welcome, there's a way we say it. So it's not that, I said good afternoon now and I went out. You are coming back into the house. There's a way we welcome you back into the house. Ẹ káàbọ̀, ẹ kúlé. Who is saying ẹ káàbọ̀? Who is saying ẹ kúlé? Whosoever that is coming from outside, we surely say ẹ kú ilé. In Yoruba land, ilé simply means house. So it's not that because you're coming from outside, you are greeting the house. No. You're actually greeting the people that are inside the house. So whosoever that is inside the house, his or our own response will be ẹ káàbọ̀. What is àbọ̀? Welcoming you from a journey. Because you went out. You traveled out. You went to work. So far you are not in the house. You are just coming back. They will greet you welcome. And that is it. Anybody inside the house will say ẹ káàbọ̀. Whoever that is coming from outside will say ẹ kú ilé. We are greeting for occupation. Occupational greeting. So that was why you'll be wondering that how do we greet? If you're a farmer, there's a way we greet you. If you're a hunter, there's a way we say our greetings to you. A fisherman will greet you. A barber or hairdresser, there's a way we say our greetings to you. Irrespective of your occupation, a lawyer, a teacher, just name it. We greet you according to what you engage yourself in. That particular thing that you're doing, that's why we say our greetings to you. And your simple response can be "oh," or you even use your occupation or any of your two to respond to our greeting. We have the seasonal greeting. During festive period, during special events, we have greetings as well. When we are celebrating any festival, we have our greetings. In the olden days, they have their small gods they worship, and they have the way they greet themselves during that festival. Even now, you want to do Christmas, New Year, Ramadan, Ileya, anything, just name it. During our Independence Day, there's a greeting. They say, Aku Ayajo Oju Ominira. Ominira simply means freedom. And that is what we say to you. We have greetings for situational greeting. When somebody is pregnant, don't be surprised Yoruba people will be greeting you. They will say, yeah, Ibeji. They don't even know that you have twins because we call Ibeji twins. They don't even know whether you are a carrier of twins or triplets. Asokari ayo, agbohun iya, meaning you give birth peacefully. That's greeting. When we are having events like marriage, ceremony like marriage, we have our greetings. You will see them, they will be greeting the new bride, Iyawo, and the same thing to the groom, the Oko. The family, they will be saying, it's a greeting. Meaning, congratulations for today's event. We have enough reward from it. Oh, when we are bereaved, we have our way of greeting people. Special way of saying that. And in so doing, you can't get tired of Yoruba greetings. Yes. Greeting is very, 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 very important to us. And whether you like it or not, if you live in the midst of Yoruba people, there's no way you can do it and you will not greet. You will surely know how to greet. Because you will be forced to say something. You cannot be tired of our greeting. The only thing you will be tired of is your response. And for as many people that have lived in the village before coming to the city, you can agree with me. Whether they are seeing you for the very first time, whether you live in that community, they must surely greet you. And you'll not be wondering, do I know you from anywhere? Have we met before? Who are you? Do you know me? Why are you saying your greetings to me? They don't care. All what they're after is to do what? To say their greetings to you. I'll time this my greeting part 1 because I'm not done. And I'm still coming back to give us greeting part 2. But let me leave you with this. If you have not been taking greeting very important, please from this moment start saying your greetings to people very well. I'm still coming back to give us greeting part 2. On this note, I'd like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Nigeria and the world. My name is Oluwagbemisola Hannah Ugumefu, and I am a teacher. But I'm not here to tell you about me being a teacher. I'm here to give you a charge on becoming the teacher you once needed. But before I go on, let me ask you a little question. Who was that teacher that you loved most when you were in school? Think about it. Think about it. Who was your favorite teacher? For some of you, you thought about that teacher who made teaching interesting, who made it fun. Yes. And some of you thought about that teacher who broke down the concepts. Concepts that you've been battling with over time. You've always said that English is technical, or a teacher comes in and then demystifies English. You've always said that math is hard, but a teacher comes, demystifies math, and you're wondering, what's going on here? Where has this teacher been all my life? Yes. And for some of you, that teacher could just be someone who saw you beyond the fact that you are a student in their classroom. Who saw you and saw what you're going through and carried you through. It could be any of those. Whichever teacher you thought about, that's the teacher I'm talking about. Becoming the teacher we once needed. Let's take a look back. Now, we've thought about all the good teachers, yes. But then, by the side, as you were thinking about those good teachers, I'm very sure that some teachers popped up and you pushed them back. Not you, not you. Yes. Those ones that made teaching super boring. And you're like, excuse me, what am I doing here? Those teachers that made you drop some subjects, that this subject, I'm not doing it again. Those teachers that made you decide, no, I don't want to go to this department, I'll go to this department. As long as this teacher is here, I just don't want to do this. Those teachers that made you feel less of yourself. A speaker spoke about a teacher saying, you're a bookworm, you're talkative. Those kind of teachers. I remember some time ago when my secondary school mates, we had a reunion, and in the course of the catching up and all that, we began to talk about some of our teachers, and oh, this teacher, and then, you know, we talked about some teachers that were so funny, and like, oh, this teacher was always funny, was always this, was always that. And we also talked about some teachers that, oh, that one that never attends class, oh, this one that is always this. And you know, I was just there, I am a teacher. Ooh, this is how I will be analyzed one day too. Whatever I do, whether I did it well or I don't do it well. Now we're analyzing our own teachers. But then one day, somebody would analyze you too. Yes. We need to understand that the good teachers, the bad teachers, the ugly teachers, and I hope you know that when I say ugly, I'm not talking about their face, but what they do to us. Whether we like it or not, they all form who we are today. That's just it. They all form who we are. And that's why I'm bringing this to us. Becoming the teacher you once needed. I know we never needed those bad teachers anyways, even though they have an impact on us. Some of them help us to be like, I don't want to be like this person. And some are like, oh, I really look forward to being like this person. So they have an impact on us. But we want to be that teacher that we once needed. Why am I talking about becoming the teacher we once needed? You might be like, oh, I'm not a teacher, so I don't think this is for me. Yes, you're not a teacher, I understand. But can you tell me any sector of the society that you don't need a teaching skill? Any sector? There isn't. Even in the home, you need your teaching skill. Because you're going to teach, as a mother, you teach your children. As a father, you teach your children to be responsible individuals in the society. As a sibling, you need to teach your younger ones, even your elderly ones. Yes, you can be an example to them. In your place of work, you are a doctor, you have doctors underneath you who are learning from you to become better doctors. You're a lawyer, you have lawyers underneath you who are learning from you to become better lawyers. You are an engineer, you are even a speaker. You have people who look up to you to become better speakers. So whatsoever it is, whatever sector you find yourself, whatever area you find yourself, you are a teacher. You are a teacher. Whether you teach directly, you don't have to be in front of a board to teach. There is a saying that my pastor said some time ago. It says something about Christians presently being the Bible the world reads. The world don't read Bible anymore. They read you as a Christian. That's a little digression. But that's how it is. You might necessarily not be in front of a board or in the four walls of a classroom, but you are a teacher. In your environment, you are a teacher. But what kind of teacher are you? That's why it matters. What kind of teacher did you need growing up? Or even as close as when you were in the university. I know some of you might have met some funny lecturers that you're like, oh no. And then you might also have met some lecturers that you're like, thank God I met this person. What kind of lecturer did you need? Think back. What kind of lecturer or what kind of teacher did you need? That's the person we are talking about today. Now that need might be different from one person to another. The need might be different. It doesn't have to be the same. No. Because for some people might just need teachers that will make them laugh. Probably because the home front is so boring. They could be the only child, and once they get back home, that's it. It's them and their ears. The parents are not even around. So all the fun they have in their life at that point in time is the fun they catch in school. They don't even need you to teach them to understand because they are smart on their own. There are people like that. There's some people, what they need is someone to break down a concept to them, to really understand. Because they try to read on their own, but it just does not stick. And they're beginning to doubt themselves. Am I not doing well enough? Or I don't think I'm good at this. I don't think I can do this. I don't think. And you just come into the picture to make them understand that they are more than enough. Maybe show them one or two tricks to help them understand better. And you become the teacher they needed. For some people, all they need in you is to just tell them everything will be fine. Because once they step out of the four walls of your classroom, the world out there is chaotic for them. They just need to know that they are going to be fine. They just need to know that they are not the problem, because that is what the world is pushing onto them. You are the problem. You are my problem. But just one, you are okay. You're going to be fine. You are not the problem. You are a blessing. You are a voice in your generation. One word of affirmation. One word of encouragement. That is all they need. Becoming the teacher you once needed. I'm still on why it matters to become the teacher you once needed. Let's take a journey down memory lane. Not ours this time around, but on the memory of history. Let's look at Ben Carson. Ben Carson is a world-known neurologist and pediatrician. Now, let's go down again, memory lane, at his early years, because it didn't just happen to be there. Somebody helped him get there. When Ben Carson was in school, his early years, he was termed to be dull, mentally retarded, and this and that. Teachers that were supposed to bring him up gave up on him, tagged him as a dull student. believed that nothing good could come out of him. If only they had a glimpse of what he would become in future. If only. They failed in their assignment to be who he needed at that point in time. You should serve as a bridge from where the learner is to where they ought to get to. But they failed that assignment. But thank God. Thank God his mother never gave up. And that was why I said earlier, when I say becoming the teacher you once needed, it's not just, I'm not talking to teachers alone. You don't have to be a teacher for you to pick something from this. The mom could have said, well, if the teachers are not doing anything, what could I do? We see that a lot these days. When parents put the responsibility, their own responsibility. It takes two to tango. There is the school front, yes, and then there is the home front. And both have to do the responsibilities. But what happens when one side fails in the responsibility? Who suffers? When two elephants fight, the grass suffers, the student suffers. Thank God, the mom not only stood her ground, despite not being so learned, stood her own ground, took up her responsibility, and took up the school's responsibility to stand by him. Now, just because of what that the little effort, the so-called little effort of one not so educated woman did. We talk about Ben Carson today. Ironically, the world only talks about success stories. Another example. We're still journeying down memory lane. Albert Einstein. When you hear that name, what comes to your head? IQ. Am I right? That's what comes to your head. Now you cannot talk about a genius without bringing in that name, Albert Einstein. But what if I told you that Albert Einstein was relegated early childhood as mentally retarded too? In fact, you know what's so bad? Because he didn't speak early. They even named a sickness after him. That's how bad his own was. Imagine you're having a headache, or probably because you have headache all the time, then you now name it Baby's headache. As in, how bad could it be? That you not only see me, but you see my problem, and you name my problem after me. What hope do I have? How do you expect me to rise? Because even when I want to rise, those shackles, those invisible shackles alone, hold me down. That was what was done to him. But also, thank God for his parents. The parents did not fail him. Unfortunately, his teachers failed him woefully. The school system failed him woefully. They failed to identify his learning style. They failed to identify his learning strengths and tagged him as an unachieving student because he could not conform. But look at Einstein today. We want to talk about people with the highest IQ. If we don't put his name, that list is it's not incomplete. The list has not started. That's just it. Becoming the teacher you once needed. We're still on why it matters. When you become the teacher you once needed, you will teach with empathy. You will not teach with expertise. It's not about teaching for 20 years or 40 years. You can have taught for over how many years, but yet you will not make the impact that a new teacher would make. You will teach with empathy. I think I learned that very early in my career. My very first classroom. I had some set of children. Some were too troublesome and some were too quiet. You know, it was two worlds entirely. There was no in between. There was nothing like this one is in between, it's calm, and there was no calm and collected in the class. It was two worlds. So that was where I found myself, my very first year of teaching. Imagine that kind of classroom for a new teacher. I didn't know what I was doing because I was a new teacher. I really did not. It wasn't from expertise. It wasn't from expertise. But I think what carried me through was empathy. Because I don't see these children as students that I have to teach. No. I see them as a generation that I have to touch. Because looking at myself, this is a perfect example of someone who met the teacher she once needed. I am a math teacher. I've been teaching for 20 years. But then, primary school I never loved math. Secondary school I never loved math. Where did it change? SS1. I met a teacher who told me, "You are an art student, yes, but you can do this. If only you put your mind to it, work with me, I will work with you." I decided to give it a chance. I said, okay, I've always heard math is hard, math is hard. Okay, if you say math is not hard, I'll work with you. Let's see how it goes. And here I am today. Got admission 3 years later into the university to study mathematics, and everybody was like, art student studying math. I was scared myself, even though I chose it with my hands. I was scared. I would think about it and my heart would beat. Boom. Art students studying math. But he said something. I know you are an art student, but I know you can do it. And I held on to that word. And whenever the going became tough, I would tell myself, I know I am an art student, but I know I can do it. And I did it. In my wildest imagination, although I've always loved to teach, I never thought I was going to become a teacher. But that propelled me to become a teacher. I told myself I'm going to pay it forward. If only I had not met that teacher. Yes, I might have been a teacher, but most definitely not a math teacher. Most definitely. I know many students have been able to help, not to just love that subject. Understand that it's not hard. It's actually simple. It's something you do every day. And someone will look at me and I'm like, can you just give me your brain? I'm like, sorry, I can't give you my brain, but I can help you. You know? But that only became possible because I found someone I needed. Someone willing to walk with me. And I chose to become that person to other sets of people. Becoming the teacher you once needed. You will not teach from expertise. You will teach from empathy. Understanding that every life, both young and old, that passes through you is a generation. A generation that will pass on whatever you give to them. They will pass it on. They will pay it forward. They will pay it forward. So you have to be empathetic. When you become the teacher you once needed, you will seek to build connections first before correcting anybody. One of the parents of the students I teach once asked me, why is it that you're able to be very patient with, because she had a child that you need a truckload of patience to teach. She was like, I've had so many teachers give up on her, but you never give up. How come? And I told her something. I said, well, maybe that's because I'm coming from a place of failure. I know what it means not to understand. I know what it means to enter an exam hall, you see questions one to the end and you don't have anything in your head to write. I was once there, I did not know math. And I also know what it means when you write, when you see a question from the beginning to the end and you know everything. And the instruction says answer 5 out of 8 and you know all the 8s. And your dilemma is which one will I now write now? I know what it means. I've tasted both worlds. So I know when a child looks down, even when they try to hide their feeling, I understand how they feel. So I can't have been in that situation and then now look at a child and say, why can't you understand this simple concept? No, because I knew there was a time I didn't understand that simple concept too. So I was able to work with them more because I had built a connection. Because I'm not trying to correct first. No. You don't understand this concept? No problem, no problem. There are many ways to kill a fish. There are so many ways. And there's so many ways to get to the mole. If you like, we're in the era of AI. If you like teleports. As soon as you find yourself in the mole, all well and good. If you like, go with helicopter and drop in the middle. So because of that, if one method does not work, another method will work. We will find a method that works for you. Because we're not seeking to correct, but to connect. That is what you do when you become a teacher that you once needed. You will not seek to compare. Those that are understanding these concepts, or those that are scoring 10 over 10, do they have 10 heads? We hear that a lot, especially from African parents. You came second position. So the person that scored first has 10 heads. Or what are you using your own head to do? When you become a teacher you once needed, you would not compare. I know I once had a student that I had to tell the parents because they were always comparing her and they were always putting a lot of pressure on her, and it was really weighing her down. I was beginning to lose that student and I did not want it. I don't like getting students to the level where it takes prayers and therapy to bring them back. So the best thing is, let's not drive them there. So I told the parent, I said, I need you to do something for me. Don't talk to this child about anything academics. Leave it to me. Whatever you want to talk to her about academics, say it to me. If she fails, hold me responsible. I take full responsibility. And the parent said, oh, okay. You already said, I said, fine. If she fails, hold me responsible. And I began to work with this child. But I did not start with 1 plus 1, no. I started as a motivational speaker. You can do it. Pumped a lot of confidence in her. All the confidence that had been emptied from her, I pumped them back. Got her to where I needed her to be before we began to work on the academic aspects. And at the end, the parents came back to say thank you. And they learned a lesson. It's not about comparison. It is not about comparison. It is about the person. You treat the person like a person. Let them know the potentials they carry. Let them know that they can attain, they can be whoever they want to be, as long as they put their mind to it. And they would strive to even go further than you'd ask them to. Becoming the teacher you once needed. Still on the topic of some of the students in my classroom. I had another child in the United Kingdom that the teacher believed she could not amount to nothing. Another case of a teacher failing in her duty. Believed she could not do anything simply because she did not understand the concept she was explaining. Who knows? The concept could have been technical. Who knows? She could have failed to get it across in a way she would understand. Who knows? I was not there. But every time the child will come to me and say, Ms. Bemi, I'm not getting the methods she's explaining. And I'll tell her something. What do I always say? There are so many ways to get to the mall, as long as you get to the mall. One sweet thing about mathematics, you don't have to use one particular method, except that method is being explicitly asked for. If not, freestyle. Do you know the methods I teach you? She said yes. I said, okay, fine. Use my methods. Fast forward to when they wrote an exam in class. She came top, and the teacher was shocked. She wondered, this child, how did she do it? But this is a child she had always looked down upon. I know she must have felt bad in herself. She didn't say anything, but then the child noticed that the attitude changed towards her. We don't have to only give our best attitudes to high-performing students. No, we are actually there for the ones that are not doing so well. That's why we are there. becoming the teacher you once needed. If only the child did not meet someone who truly believed in her that she could do it, what would have happened? Another casualty case or another near miss? What would have happened? Another child here in Nigeria, one of my students, a lot of people looked at her and said, oh, this one has a learning disability, she's this, she's that. And I looked at her. Yes, I've worked with so many students with learning disabilities and all that. When I looked at this child does not have a learning disability. She only needs a teacher who sees her, who understands her, and who is willing to be there for her. That was all she was asking for. And believe me, she was not asking for too much. She wasn't asking for too much at all. She wasn't asking for too much. I tried to explain to the teachers taking, I said, this child that I see does not have a learning disability. But like I said, expertise and empathy. There's a long-standing war between those two. And sometimes people want to claim, oh, I know what I'm doing. I've been doing this for the past how many years. Okay. Thank God I've been doing it for the past how many years too. But I still understand that despite the expertise, you can never put expertise above empathy. In fact, empathy will give you a clarity that expertise will not give to you. One thing led to the other, and I got to teach this child. And I was able to carry out what I have seen. Okay, I've seen that this child does not need any special attention, like she does not have a learning disability. She just needs someone who sees her. And I gave her that attention. Fast forward to the following year. This child moved from low achiever to high achiever in the space of not 1 year, because this is the next class we're talking about, which is like 3 to 6 months. And she moved. Not only did she move to high achiever, she became a student that when she finishes her work, she'll ask, can I help other struggling students? A struggling student now helping other struggling students. Remember, when you become a teacher you once needed to anyone, they will always pay it forward. You don't have to become a teacher. In any way whatsoever, they will always pay it forward. And that is why this is very important. Become the teacher that you once needed. Now, how do we become the teacher that we once needed? Mahatma Gandhi said something. He said, become the change that you want to see in the world. And I've explained the reasons why we need to become this change that we want to see. Well, how do we now become this change that we want to see in the world? Number one, be approachable. You're not the lion of the tribe of your class. So be approachable. Sometimes these students just want to come to you. They don't want to talk about math. They don't want to talk about English. They want to tell you about how they fell yesterday and they hit their leg. And who knows, the leg could have been hurting during your lesson and they were not listening. That's just all they want to tell you. A student of mine was struggling in class many years ago and nothing was getting in. But then, I was like, I just got to talk to her. What's going on? So I said, my nanny said, I'm good for nothing. She's actually bigger than me. Imagine a year 4 child who has a bigger stature than I am. So she's very big. So the nanny said that all she knows how to do was to eat and become big. And there was nothing in her head. Even went as far as saying that instead of her getting big in the brain, she's getting big in the body. That's a very nasty word to tell anybody, talk less of a child. Now, this child did not come to anybody to tell us. It was noticed when she wasn't giving her best. it was noticed. Another reason why empathy matters over expertise. If it had not been noticed, she would have been in class, the lesson would have been successful, but she would not have picked anything. And after class, we now started the counseling section. And no, you cannot be this, you are that, you are beautiful, started washing off all the negativity. Shortly afterwards, we saw a new student in our class, only that she wasn't so new. It was still the same girl, but with a new attitude, with renewed enthusiasm, believing now that she can do it, believing now that she has what it takes, believing now that even though she's big, she's beautiful. She's not big because of what she eats alone. She's big because she was made that way and she's beautiful. Now she loves herself the way she is, and she's doing fantastic. Becoming the teacher that you once needed. Be consistent. See these people that look at you, be children, be adults. They know when you're not who you are or who you used to be. They know. They know. You have to be consistent. Especially children. Sometimes they'll tell you, oh, you didn't do what you used to do anymore. Oh, you didn't do that thing that you did yesterday. Oh, you did not say this. Oh, you did not say that. Adults will not even come to you. They'll just look at you like this. Something is different. Is this person fine? Is this person okay? I know as teachers we have our up and downs, we have our days of low batteries and high batteries. But even when we have flat battery, we need to learn to be consistent. Because it could be on those days of our flat battery that these students would need us the most. We won't say go, I'm not in the mood for this now. No. Even if you need that time, you could simply say, I'm very sorry I can't attend to you right now, but can you just give me like 2-3 minutes and I'll get back to you. And make sure you get back in those 2-3 minutes. Make sure to get back. Be consistent. Be consistent. Be encouraging. I've overflogged about the issue of encouragement. I have talked about it over and over and over. Be encouraging. The words carry a lot of power. The words carry a lot of power. Be encouraging. You cannot afford to beat someone down, to kill someone's morale, to kill someone's energy, spirit, because of your words. You cannot afford to be careless with your words. You cannot afford it. A generation could be hanging on a balance just because of one word that you say. So you have to ensure that you are always encouraging. Be encouraging. And finally, be reflective. Be reflective. You have to think about what you've done. How did my class go yesterday? What did I do well? What could I have done better? How could I have helped these students better? What could I have done differently? If I could relive or spend this day, how could I have been better? Be reflective. Think about how your day went. Think about how you dealt with that student. Think about how you taught that lesson. And ask yourself, how could I have been better? Because the moment you stop learning, you begin to die. And that's why we need to keep learning from the things we do also. Learning to become better. Unlearning the ones that need to be unlearned. Relearning the ones that need to be relearned. And learning the ones that need to be learned. Be authentic. Be authentic. Be yourself. I had a student who once told me, Miss Baby, why is it that when I come to you, you always say, no, if I cannot do it to everyone, I won't do it to you. And he would always ask me that question day in, day out. Only for the end of the session, he wrote me a beautiful letter. Thank you for being fair. And I was wondering, oh, that's new, so you knew I was actually being fair. But all through the year, you were actually questioning me day in, day out on why I was being fair. Interesting. Be yourself. They know. They know when you're doing something that works for them or that would benefit them, and they know when you're doing something that is not right. They know. Be yourself. The legacy that will leave is that one day, many years down the line, there will be someone who will think about you and smile. Ironically, they might not remember your name. Ironically, they might not even remember your face. Ironically, they might not remember your name. They might not remember your lesson. They might not even remember what you said. But you see, one thing they would remember is how you made them feel. They would remember that, and they would smile, thanking God that they came across you, that they had you as their teacher, or even as their mentor, or even as their sister, or even as their brother. Who knows? Parents, whatever. They would smile. We need to understand that when we teach with compassion, we touch lives. And when we teach with reflection, we shape futures. Now let me challenge you. Think back. Again, I need you to think back. We already thought about the teacher we loved most. And we know why we love that teacher. Think back to what you needed when you were a student that made you decide that this teacher was my favorite teacher or is still my favorite teacher. Think about what you needed. That thing that you need. Be that person. That thing that you need. Become that person. Because when we teach with patience, empathy and hope, we are healing the student we once were. And we are empowering the students that we are now teaching. Thank you so much for listening. And I will be passing the mic on to the next speaker.
Wow. Good evening, everybody. I'll first of all say that you should give yourselves a round of applause. We've been here now for over 3 hours. Okay, and I'm very honored to be speaking after a teacher who spoke about becoming the teacher that you wished you had. Because my topic is the arithmetic of becoming. Now I'm going to start by asking you a simple question. You are given the equation 2x times 4 is equal to 40. On the top of your head, who can give me what x is? 2x times 4 is equal to 40. 5. You just said that answer so easily. Have you come across this statement online where somebody says, I don't know why we did quadratic equation? They'll be like, I've never applied it in my life. I've never had anybody in the office tell me, hey, solve these quadratic equations. My topic is the arithmetic of becoming. You were never solving for X. At that moment, your brain muscles were being trained. X represents mystery. Are we together?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, X can be any variable that you experience in your life. X can be the question of, what am I doing now? X can be the question of, who would I get married to? And if you keep on using the wrong formula or the wrong method, you would get the wrong answer. Now, when you were a kid in primary school, let me say primary 5, when you were asked to solve X, sometimes some of us never got the answers right. In trying to get the answer, one of the mistakes that we made would be to say 4 plus 40 is 44, and 44 plus 2 is 46. We would still get the wrong answer. And if you decided that you move X to the other side, or you move 4 to the other side, and you say 40 times 4, your answer will be 160. And then if you multiplied 160 by 2, your answer would be 320. And you would wonder, why am I wrong? Because the thing you were supposed to do was to divide. So it was not about the division, it was not about the numbers, it was not about X, it was about training your brain muscles to solve problems. It was about training your brain muscles to do better. Sometimes you have grown up now as an adult and you have experienced some problems in life. You have experienced some issues in life, and for some reason you know the answer. Your brain just clicks, this is what I should do. And some people think, oh, this is a magical moment. It's not a magical moment. It's the trainings that you had from the beginning. That is why these equations fall under the topic problem solving. At this stage in my life, I got to a point where I saw a quote from a movie that was acted in 1991, and this movie resonated with me. The character, Emily, broke down and she said, I'm too young to be old, and I'm too old to be young. As funny as this sounds, it can be a very terrifying situation, because now it boils down to, what is my life about? Is it about being an educationist for over 2 decades? Or is it about sometimes wanting to have fun and letting down my head? Or is it about doom scrolling online? Is it about being a mother, about being a wife? Or am I a feminist? Do I truly agree with all the ideas of feminism? Do I really want to go to work? Can I still dance? Can I still rap? If somebody like me in my body gives people bars, wouldn't they think that is strange? Wouldn't they say, this lady, aren't you too old for this? That is what problem solving is. That is what your brain was being trained for when you were in primary school. I often tell people, you don't go to school to learn. You go to school to learn how to learn. And that is why you shouldn't be afraid of a red biro. That is why you shouldn't be afraid of failing. Because life has its own way of giving you red biros that you never prepared for. What about a doctor who is probably a gynecologist working with a pregnant woman or working with series of pregnant women? Having spoken to gynecologists, one of the things I find out is that they are most happy when their clients have a safe delivery. But how do you handle a problem of a child who dies at birth? How do you handle the mother and tell her, "Ma'am, I'm sorry, we lost the baby"? These are problems that if you have not encountered before, nobody prepares you for how to solve them. As simple and as easy as this sounds, there are certain emotions that cannot be named. And so when you were in elementary school, you were not solving for X. You were teaching your brain muscles to be surprised by life's problems. Once upon a time, I was young, and I'm still very young. Because when I say my age, even if I will be 50, even if I'll be 40, even if I'll be 100, I would always say, I'm 100 years young today. I'm 50 years young today, because my mind will be refined as I grow. And definitely, old wine tastes better than the new. So, what is X? X is the issue you have in your relationships with people. X is learning how to relate with people as an introvert. X is learning how to share as an only child. X is solving the issue in the office. X is understanding that you might get to work and they want to find out if you are a fish and if you can swim in the water. And your boss will just throw a problem to you and a thesis that you were never prepared for. You could back out and say, you know what, I don't have the time for this stress. This is beyond my pay grade. Or you could actually show them that you know how to swim. I often see people, especially in my generation and downward, give up easily. But then, we would never have the world that we have today if those who were ahead of us gave up easily. Sometimes, as a teacher, I feel like we sometimes make things too easy for our students. I'm not saying don't be friendly. I'm not saying don't teach them how to solve. But I'm saying don't give them marks they don't deserve. Don't let them be afraid of crying. From the first day you were born crying. If you come out as a baby and you don't cry, the nurses will spank you, because crying is a communication. It is a communication of pain. It is a communication of this is too hard. In China, if you are solving an issue, learning how to play a piano or doing an exercise and it is painful and you are crying, nobody tells you sorry and nobody saves you from the piano. They will leave you on that piano till you figure it out. And as a parent, I've realized that when you let the child cry the issue and the child begins to figure it out, the child feels happier. My 6-year-old told me something. She said, sadness makes me appreciate happiness. Because if you've never been sad, you would never appreciate the joy that you have. When you were solving for X in class, and you were solving for XY, you were learning mysteries. And you were teaching your brain not to be afraid of difficulties. I feel that a lot of people have cheated their way through life. You think cheating to get the right answer makes you successful. But the truth is you are cheating yourself an opportunity of growth. You are cheating yourself an opportunity to become higher. I tell my students, don't be afraid to fail. It's only an instruction, and it's an acronym. FAIL means find a higher intelligence level. My colleague spoke earlier, and she spoke about Albert Einstein. If Albert Einstein did not fail, his mother would not have found a higher intelligence level. If children weren't suffering in understanding at a point in time, Maria Montessori would never have existed. You have that phone that you are pressing, that phone that you can use to connect with the entire world so easily because somebody was not afraid to fail. A lot of people are so stressed out. I'm stressed out. I'm tired. I can't do this. I'm so stressed out. And ranting on the internet. If the guy who made electricity was stressed out the 10th time, this room will not be lit this way. If the guy who invented electricity was stressed out the 100th time, you and I will not be looking at each other as if we were under the sun right now. We cannot allow our emotions and feelings to define us. And I feel it is high time we stop cheating. I feel it is high time we go through the process of learning. Earlier on today, my colleague said the greatest thing that can destroy us is AI. I don't think so. It is called artificial intelligence. And like some people believe in the spirit world, and I do, because I don't believe anything can exist from nothing. The physical world cannot exist without the spirit world. If the spirit world is your mind, your mind is a thought. And so what we see here today in the physical cannot exist without our thoughts producing it. That is the same way the virtual world cannot exist without the physical world. If you and I left the virtual world today, we stopped using YouTube, we stopped using Instagram, we stopped using TikTok, we stopped using Twitter, we stopped using ChatGPT, it will no longer exist. The only reason why AI exists is because you and I are existing. The only reason why these platforms exist is because some people sat down, used their brains, worked the problems out, thought about it, and found a solution. So if we as human beings stop thinking, if we as human beings stop solving X, then the virtual world itself will no longer exist. It will be like a dream. I know that you might feel you have never used the quadratic equation in your life, but are there problems that you have encountered? Are there times your brain has worked? For example, you walk into a room and you realize this room is not properly arranged, and suddenly your mind arranges the room. That is you solving for X. Someone said earlier on that education should not be deprived to the poor. So why is education so important? Is it just because you want people to be successful? Is it just because you want people to be certified, to make money? If all your certificate does for you is give you a job and give you money, you would hit your 40s and ask yourself, what am I doing with my life? Because at a point in time, you might have it all and not be satisfied. And you'll be like, what do you mean? Blah, blah, blah. Let me have it first, and then let me know whether I'll be satisfied or not. So, let me ask you a question. The first day you got your phone, let's say you got an expensive phone, how did you feel? You have an iPhone. I would like you to participate. How did you feel the first day you got your phone? Happy? How long have you had your phone? 3 months. Do you still feel excited about it?
Not as the first time.
That's the same thing. A friend of mine said he lived in the slums for so long, and then when he moved to Chevron, he was so happy. He was like, yes, I've made it. It took him 3 weeks. 3 weeks to look at the house and say, is that it? Is this all? Is this the struggling, the selling, the business, the money? Is that it? Martin Luther King Jr., with the most popular speech, I have a dream. Some of us think our dream is the big house, the big car. But I put it to you that Martin Luther King was already a honored and decorated lawyer. He was already married, already living in his own house, already driving his car, already had children. He was already living the American dream when he said, I have a dream. He was not Rosa Parks. He did not need to be on the bus. Segregation had nothing on him. He had already conquered segregation. But when he said, I have a dream, his dream was beyond him. His dream was him giving of himself to people. His dream was him seeing a problem in society beyond him and solving the problem. Maybe one of the problems we have in our generation is people don't see beyond themselves. They don't see beyond the score. They want their name to be among the high flyers in class. And so they cheat, even though they have not learned to solve X. They are adding 4 to 40 instead of dividing 40 by 4. And they are adding 2 instead of dividing. And even if they added 4 to 40 and they got 44, and at the end of the day decided to divide 44 by 2, they will still get the wrong answer. Maybe the problem that we are facing now is that so many people have cheated their way through. They don't have the formula. They have probably trained their brains to cheat their way through, so much so that they have trained their brains to lie. And even when they want to say the truth, they only know how to lie. Because the brain is a muscle. When you go to school, when you take a child to school, you are educating the child to empower the child, not just so that the child can have a high score, but so that the child can become, so that the child can stand, so that the child can become who he was made to be, not just what you want him to be. The first man who employed me after university in the year 2011 told me something really scary. He said, you go to school to be certified to serve. You are only certified to serve. You are certified to serve. You are not certified to lead. If you want to lead, it is beyond a paycheck. If you want to lead, it is about problem solving. But the truth about it is, how many of us see the problem? And even if you see the problem, how many of us have the solution? At the moment, it seems corruption has eaten so deep, and it looks like something that can't be solved. Let me ask us a question. Right now, you get a job, and you are paid 100 million monthly, and you know that things go wrongly in your place of office. You know that you cannot explain why the money is coming in and things are not accounted for, and this job is a government job. You will turn your back on 100 million monthly. Raise your hand. In this large room, only one person. And ideally, if I were to ask this question to children, Even though they might raise their hands, their parents will put it down. That is how deep it has eaten in, which means that there is no solution to the problem, especially for you and me. We are talking about problem solving, about finding the answer to X, because I have a dream for Nigeria where every state is inhabitable, and I have thought about this problem for the last decade, telling myself the truth that as adults, ideally, because of poverty, we are all corrupt. And I asked myself, what can be the solution to this problem? A few years ago, Korea went to a football match. And when the Korean fans finished playing, they cleaned up after themselves. This was actually a wonder. It made the news. Because who cleans up after themselves at a stadium? I've been to the stadium as a kid. Who thinks about such a thing? You just drink your bottle of water or drink your pure water and throw it on the floor. And we don't think about whoever is going to clean such a massive stadium. But the Koreans cleaned up after themselves. I entered the rabbit hole of Asia and I became so invested. I became invested even in Singapore, especially because at that point in time, Singapore was visa-free for Nigerians, but Nigerians didn't want to go there. You can't chew gum in Singapore and put it on the street, you get arrested. They were that disciplined. I told myself, wow, is this not the heaven we have been praying for? Going down the rabbit hole, I found out that once upon a time, Asia was very corrupt. It was an environment filled with gangs and gangsters, and everywhere was dirty and ugly. They invested in education, not just any kind of education, in educating also the family, ensuring that the upcoming generation saw the world in a different way. Not like ghosts being inspired by everything they see on television and online by other countries, but inspired by the country itself. They learned discipline in class. They learned discipline at home. The parents, the family, and the school and government worked hand in hand to train these children to be decent people. And this took over 60 to 100 years to change the country. Because of course we say children are the leaders of tomorrow, but they start leading themselves from today. When the children lived in discipline, they grew up to be teenagers that lived in discipline, and grew up to be adults that lived in discipline, and grew up to be elders that lived in discipline, and thereby creating a new world and a new environment. I have a dream for Nigeria that killings would stop. And I know that I might be going with time, but I pray to live long enough to see this dream come to pass. And even if it doesn't come to pass in my time, I pray that this message on problem solving would reach somebody out there who has the power to make it come to pass, because we need a better world. Ideally, I feel that Africa is the Garden of Eden, with the best waterfalls that you have ever seen, and the best weather anywhere else in the world, and the best of the natural resources anywhere else in the world. So what is the problem? When solving problems in school back in the days, we often blamed our teachers when we didn't get the answers right. How many people ever got the answer wrong and say, oh, I failed my math test? You would say, my teacher failed me. They gave me an F. And then your parents too, if they were crazy enough, would come to the school and say, hey, why did you fail my child, you this ordinary teacher? thereby pushing the responsibility away, blaming somebody else for something that needs you to sit up. How many of us have grown up as adults blaming other people for our own shortcomings? There is X in your finances. You can't save your money. You want to feel among, and you buy a wig that can buy you land. You buy a wig of 500K to impress who? Who are you competing with? Should the access to that 500K go away, you have no savings, then you begin to blame your enemies and blame your innocent village people who are thinking of what to eat, what to drink, who are thinking about, oh, there is no light in the village, and you are blaming them because you refuse to take responsibility for your own life. You refuse to take responsibility for your own choices. You are dating this person. You can see that this person is toxic. You can see from the way the person treats other people that this person shouldn't be in my life. But for some reason, you think that you are the savior. You think that you can change them. Have you finished changing yourself? And when the person doesn't change, men are wicked. Women are wicked. Fear the sons of Adam. Fear the sons of Eve. Why are you attracted to a wicked person? What is in you that makes wicked people attracted to you? Have you worked on yourself? It is the same thing. My teacher gave me 5. They failed me. It is refusing to take responsibility for your actions. As a kid, I came from Cameroon to Nigeria. I didn't even know how to speak English. I spoke only French. And I couldn't even pronounce my Yoruba name, Oluwafunke. Back then, I would say Oluwafunka. And I spoke very fast. People would ask, did they put hot yam in your mouth? And I wanted to debate. And I wanted to win. And there was nobody to blame. Because who would I blame for my speech? Except me. And so I looked at the mirror for several days, rehearsing my speech, speaking as slowly as possible. I remember spending 10 to 15 minutes learning how to pronounce my Yoruba name. And yes, I won because I took responsibility for my life. I don't know what might have befallen you. A deadbeat dad, the loss of a friend, the loss of a loved one, missing an opportunity. You cannot be defined by your problems. Because nobody remembers your failures. Almost doesn't count. But you'll be remembered by your determination. You'll be remembered by the decision you make to be successful. You'll be remembered by being successful. Life is a sport. Life is a sprint. When you are running a race, you can't blame anyone. It is either you win or you don't win. And so the ball is in your court. I would advise you that even though there is social media, and even though ChatGPT can bring some words together for you, that you make sure that you solve X for yourself. It's artificial intelligence. As a matter of fact, I call it assistant intelligence. Anybody can do a song with AI, but if someone who doesn't know music should give AI a command, The command will come out. The song would be AI, but it will not be intelligent. It may not really be pleasant to the ears. You guys heard Uwe to Papa, and everybody resonated with it. Is that the only AI song? No. The reason why that song came out so professionally is because the person who gave the order, who commanded the assistant intelligence, knew music and knew the right command. If you do not know the right formula, you cannot get the answer you are looking for. So do not be lazy. Assistant intelligence did not come to make you lazy. It only came to bring out the best version of you. And if you put garbage in, it will only bring out garbage. So take your time. If you are trying to solve X and you are adding instead of dividing, meet someone. Say, hey, I'm trying to solve X and I don't know how to solve X. Anytime I try to solve X, the answer is wrong. When you meet someone who has gone ahead of you, who knows the way, they will guide you and show you what to do. Don't just jump into conclusions. You want to know how to create a website, go and learn how to create a website. I know ChatGPT and a lot of AIs can create websites, but it is you that is giving the command. And so if you do not know how to give a command to create a website, AI cannot create a website for you. If you want to write a book, learn how to write a book. Know what it is to write a book. Understand the literature of writing a book. Understand the criticism of writing a book. Because if you go to AI and ask AI to write a book for you, it will give you 5 pages. And because you yourself don't know, you cannot improve on it. There's a popular song, when you know, you know. I was teaching children how to write poems from year 1 to year 5. And I only taught them 1 figure of speech or 2. I taught them rhymes and similes. Many of them went home and their wonderful parents sent them to ChatGPT. And they came to me with poems from ChatGPT, not expecting me to know. And so I asked, what figure of speech did you use here? And the child looked at me and seemed confused. The child told me simile and rhymes. I said, this is not just simile, this is not just rhymes. Here is personification, here is onomatopoeia, and the child could not defend their work. ChatGPT did not come to make you lazy, but it will expose you if you use it to cheat your way. Because when you give out a work that was not originally done by you, you will not be able to appreciate that work. Because if people should read it and say, hey, I like what you did here, and this, you might not even have read your product and put it in the market. And what kind of marketer would you be if you do not know your own product? When you know, you know. And when you don't know, those who know that you don't know will know that you don't know. So take your time to solve your X. In conclusion, your teachers gave you the very best that they could, and you need to give yourself the very best that you have. Do not cheat your way through life. You are not solving for X. You are training your brain for life's many issues. Thank you very much. And with that, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
With the real Nigerian spirit, the real Nigerian voice, the real Nigerian experience, the real Nigerian speech,
Greetings to Nigeria, Africa, and the global community. My name is Felicia Adegoke Oluwatomi. I'm a Yoruba woman. I'm proudly a Yoruba woman, an early life educator, and I am going to be talking about the dangers of drug abuse. Many of our speakers today have spoken about solving your hex. They've spoken about children, the kind of teacher that you need. And I'm going to be speaking to Nigeria today and the world at large about taking responsibility for yourself. We always like the space. We always like the space where we're safe in. We always like the space where we don't have to take responsibility. We always don't like the space where we don't have to do much. Please do it for me. If there is anything you need to achieve, you somehow, in a way, want somebody to do it for you. And that is why whenever something comes up in course of life, whenever something comes up in course of living, we tend to break down. We tend to break down so much, and we can't seem to recover ourselves again. Many a times, like it is said, people cope with problems in different ways. People cope with problems in different ways. As a human, you have a soul, and most of the time, we do not pay attention to our soul's health. You know, the doctors could tell us, you have to take this particular kind of food, you have to, today, you reduce carbs, take more fruit, an apple a day, keep the doctor away, and all those. You have to sleep early, you have to reduce junk food, and most of the times, we only invest in our physical body. We only invest in our physical body, we invest in what people see. Whereas we feed our souls with junk. Your soul comprises of your emotions, your soul comprises of your thoughts, your soul comprises of your memories, it comprises of your feelings. So most of the times, whatever it is you consume through this soul is responsible for your well-being as a stable human, as a stable citizen. For example, someone who is so used to having abundance. Yes, I know of a woman. She is so used to having abundance. You know, her husband was quite rich. He has 2 wives, and he ensured that because he wants to take care of his wives, he compelled them not to work, so they sit at home. He feeds them, he clothes them, and you know, they're living a soft life. All of a sudden, this man was involved in a street fight, and he died. So, by implication, the children and the wives have been exposed to the harsh sun of taking up responsibilities for themselves. They have to take responsibility for themselves. Now, it was hard for this woman, a woman who grew up, probably she grew up in a house where they believe that the girl child has to always be provided for. You know, it's not good for the girl child to lack. So if she doesn't have, so she wouldn't beg, so she wouldn't become wayward. So they tend to provide everything. Now, this woman, when her husband dies, there is nobody to help because it is just a one-way source of income. She had no choice. She started hawking bananas. It is someone I know very, very well. She started hawking bananas. But this is someone who is not used to the stressful life. She is not used to the hustling life. So whenever she's hawking, she's always in tears. So most of the time, people buy from her, not because they really want to patronize, but they buy because they pity her. So it is just the physical tears we're seeing now. Nobody knows about the unseen wars that she has been fighting to feed our children, to feed ourselves, to keep body and soul together. This is somebody who is used to a life of luxury. This is somebody who is used to, you know, I wake up in the morning, I sit down, the maids to prepare the food, the children will go to school, I don't need to stress myself, I outsource the outshires, you know, the cleaner comes, the cook comes, and I'm just very fine. For someone who is used to luxury, then all of a sudden, she has to wake up one day, carry a tray of unripe bananas in a countryside and start hawking. In the space of 3 months, we heard that this woman was dead. She died because she could not cope. She could not cope with the heat of taking responsibility for herself. She could not cope with the heat of taking responsibility for her children. She couldn't cope with the heat of taking responsibility for the community. Now, I do not want to dabble directly into empowering the girl child, but I'm here to talk about how Nigerians, how Africans as a whole, how individuals as a whole cope with problems, how they take responsibility whenever they fall down. Whenever they fall down, how they take responsibility even when the whole world seems to talk down at them. So this woman died. Maybe she would have been, there would have been heresies and people pouting at her. Look at her. After her husband died, she was so lazy. Look at her now. She has no choice than to also like us. You know, shame for all those lazy women who think that, you know, they have to rely on their husband. So this woman died. Now what becomes of those children? Because most of our children are actually male children. The father is dead. The mother is dead. The children have only two choices. Choice number one, go and stay with a relative that would mistreat you and turn you into a slave. Choice number two, go under the bridge and become an Egbanubu. Okay, anyways, the Egbanubu in the Nigerian perspective is these kind of big brothers that, you know, yes, they defend the territory, you know, they are the big guys in all outskirts of the city. So they have to be pushed into the ash sun. And now, the first day the 11-year-old boy was hungry, mommy is no longer available. Mommy's sister will tell me to wash a whole Ghana must go of clothes before she gives me a cup of garri. So I'd rather go and meet that brother under the tree. So brother will tell you that this is rice and chicken and plantain. Go and buy me that thing. So they will start sending this child what is inappropriate for a child to know about. So now this child has a family, like the speaker, Miss Modena wants to talk about. They have a family that they have their name to protect, even though their parents are dead, but they still have a family that they're connected to. Now you will see that boy that belongs to a family start smoking. That boy will start taking hard drugs. And all of a sudden, nobody wants to associate with him or her anymore. This is not even gender specific. There are women who are into drug abuse. Drug abuse, as a definition, is when you take a drug without the doctor's prescription. On the basis, for the layman definition, drug is anything you take into your body that changes the normal course of your body. Your body is supposed to react in a particular way. But now when you take drugs make sure that there is a change in how that body should function. So what happens when you abuse drugs? Not just abusing drugs because, oh, I have a pain, but now you are now abusing drugs, even though both are not excusable. Now, abusing drugs on the guise of, oh, I feel depressed, I want to cope. Nobody wants to associate with those kind of people. Because you already have a bad name, you already have a bad reputation, even the so-called families would disown you, they would distance themselves from you. Most of the people you grew up together, who you are always like, oh, this is my friend, oh, this is this person, they would distance themselves from you. Now look at this boy child that has grown up into a system where he became an orphan. You should know that he's going to be very broke because he depends on Egma to go for his next meal. And he has to keep up with the drugs demand. He will resort into pilfering. He will resort into shoplifting. He will resort into stealing. He will resort into grabbing in order to get money to satisfy his addictions. So it puts an individual into strain, into financial strain, into financial stress. Okay, someone was actually saying it as a meme. It said, I was wondering how people who are addicted to drugs used to get money to satisfy their cravings. until I have to buy data. Even if you do, there is a way, even if you are broke to the brokeless of the broke list, you will always get money to buy data. You will always get money to buy data. So it puts you in financial distress. You will always find all the ways. Now, this is number one. The family have deserted you. Number two, you are in financial distress. Number three, nobody wants to associate with you. You are now becoming like those homeless, not hopeless, under the bridges. Is this the kind of life we want for ourselves? But I know of some people whose mother and father died, and they decided to take responsibility for themselves. So now this is saying it is not excusable that some things could happen in a human being's life, but if your soul, I already mentioned the compartments of the soul, if those compartments of your souls are not ready for what is about to eat it, you will fall flat on your face. You will fall flat on your face. A section of the Holy Book says, just like the arrow touches the bird when it expects less, that is how calamity befalls human being. And most of the times we are not always expectant. Yes, we pray for good things all the way, but there is someday, one day, a calamity, big or small, is going to touch you, and you are not expecting it. Now, either you are expecting it or not, have you trained your mind? Have you trained your soul to take responsibility of whatever happens? Because that is one of the reasons why people fall into drugs. That is one of the reasons why people fall into depression. Whenever their business crashes, you encourage them, oh, let us try and build this business again. They will tell you, I do not have the strength. Oh, let us try and, you could still find a way not to divorce. They will just tell you they are tired because they are really tired because they have not prepared. They have not made preparation for the day of trouble. A section in the part of the Holy Book says, remember now thy Creator in the days of thy youth, when the day of evil come not, because there is really a day of evil that comes upon a man. So now, going back to the dangers of abusing drugs, along the line, today, you begin to take harmful substances. These drugs, these particular drugs, they are chemicals that the health providers, they give it in prescribed doses, minimal and prescribed doses to those who really need it, to those whose health status really needs it. Now, as someone who is not into the health, who is not into medicine, you take that kind of thing without proper dosage and load it into your body. Now, three things are going to happen to the vital organs. What are the vital organs? The brain, the heart, the liver, the kidney. They stand greatest risk of being destroyed. Anyone who abuses drugs, anyone who drinks haphazardly, anyone who drinks, you drink this one, you take alcohol today, you take alcohol tomorrow, not as a prescription, but because you wanted to use it to press down the pressure. It will keep pressing you deeper the more. For the heart problem, this one happened to someone in my childhood. This is someone his death was very painful because he's a very talented man. He's a family man. He really takes care of his family. He's someone who really takes care of his family. So he's our next door neighbor. I will keep his name withheld. But over the time, he's going to work during the day. He's into fashion designing. He sews clothes, and he's good at what he does. He has high-profile customers who come to him to sew clothes. But now, after he makes clothes in the morning, in the evening, this man would go to joints where they sell hot drinks, alcohols, gins, and he would drink himself to stupor. After drinking himself to stupor, he would fall into the gutter. Then people around who knows his wife will come and knock the door of the room and call him, come and see this, your husband, come and carry him out of the gutter. So when the shame became too much, the wife stopped carrying him. He would just find his way home. Over time, we heard that the alcohol had actually disintegrated his body so much He's somebody who could take care of his family, but he was not so rich. So they couldn't diagnose what actually went wrong. We just knew that he was terribly sick, he was lean, he was just getting dehydrated. Then all of a sudden, we heard that he died. So when you abuse drugs, health problems compound here and there. Health problems compound here and there. So whatever it is that happens to you, I'm putting it to you Nigerians, I'm putting it to you audience, that prepare your mind, build capacity to handle crisis, build capacity to handle crisis in family life, build capacity to handle crisis in your marriage, build capacity to handle crisis in your family life, build capacity to handle crisis in your career. No matter how worse it gets, even if the earth be shaken, even if the earth be removed, your hope will not be shaken. Your trust will not. You will never stop finding a reason to live. You will never stop finding a reason to live. So, to continuously, people who abuse drugs are people who fall into crime, and that is because they do not see things the way people see it. They fall into crime. For example, someone who is already drunk, someone who just smoked and is walking along the way, he begins to see double, or seeing you like someone who has offended him some 2 years ago, some 6 months ago. Instead of seeing an innocent person, he sees someone who offended him, then he just pull out a weapon and strike an innocent person. Now, when his eyes open, and he will tell you, oh, I did it under the influence of alcohol. Now, when that eyes open, he falls back into depression, and he still became a criminal. He still became a criminal. So, whichever ways, drugs will not alleviate depression. Drugs will not alleviate sadness. Drugs will not save you the day that the problems and crises come. Build a capacity now. Build a capacity now to manage crises when they come. People, talking about this man, my late neighbor who is now late now, is someone who, that when you start abusing drugs, you start taking alcohol, something spectacular happens. Especially to our transport workers across, it is not to shame them, but when you are taking alcohol most of the time, it reduces your appetite for nutritional food. It reduces your appetite for nutritional food. You would see them 12 p.m. in the afternoon, they're taking alcohol. 3 p.m. Some even get a sachet stash in their pockets, and is this something that could give them strength? No, you just see that, oh, it is an alcohol. Dear Nigerians, dear Africa, dear global community, I am putting this to us to help those, our family members. Please do not push them away. If you discover someone who is taking drugs as a coping mechanism, you could enlighten them. There are other ways to cope. There are other ways to manage individual crisis. There are other ways to manage it when you are having suicidal thoughts. There are other ways to manage it than taking drugs that could end your life in seconds. In seconds. Conclusively, I'm going to be talking about addiction and how it tends to become a generational problem. For those who grew up seeing their fathers smoke, for those who grew up seeing their mothers drunken, for children who grew up seeing all the adults in their family, is it that the auntie is smoking, the uncle is a drunkard, the grandfather does both. For that kind of child, there is no preaching that would make sense, that would make that kind of child, that kind of individual, not to resort into abuse of drugs. So it is up to us as individual. It is up to us as a nation. It is up to us as a continent. It is up to us on a world-class dimension to help this coming generation to be a saner generation, to be people who think world class, to be people who can contain themselves when crises come. So greetings and good wishes to Nigeria, to Africa, and the global community. At this juncture, I would like to pass the microphone to the next speaker.
Thank you. The first time I picked up the mic to record myself talk was after I had a near-death experience. 2020 was a sad year for a lot of people, but for me it was a needed year. It was a year of reset for me. I had failed in 2019 and I was depressed. I had my very first panic attack. I cut off a lot of friends and I was always indoors. Then Corona happened and everybody was indoor like me. So it kind of made sense to me, selfishly, that everyone was facing what I was going through. Whether you are rich or poor, you are indoor. Whether you are going to university, you are not going to university, everybody was indoor. Whether you are making wave in life or you're a wretched person, everyone was indoor. So it felt as if the playing field was leveled and I had a chance to do better. So I saw it as an opportunity that, okay, now everything is on hold, everything is on pause. Everyone is feeling like I felt, indoors, laid back, cannot control the situation. What can I do with this thing that has happened to me? And at the time, I looked inward and the only thing I can look forward to was my skill. The one skill I had at the time was arts. I was making arts, but I had one very major flaw, which is I don't know how to draw people. I can make any kind of art, but to make portraits was difficult for me. So I said, okay, let me use this period to work on that skill. Let me use this period to refine that skill. And I started drawing faces, which was my biggest fear prior to that time. The first attempt was my father. I took his picture and I tried drawing it. And when I was done, I looked at it. I'm like, no, this is not my dad. I had to do it again and I still didn't get it. Eventually, I picked my little sister's picture and I got it. I was so happy. I kept on practicing and refining that craft of drawing people, which was my biggest fear. Also, in that Corona period, 2020, a lot of artists, Afrobeat artists, broke out in 2020. And it made me think, if these people can make the best out of this situation, so can I. So I drew an artist that I liked at the time, and after Corona in 2021, I got to meet the artist. In fact, in 2021, I got to meet 3 different artists that I drew their portraits. Coming from 2019, where I had a bad year, 2020, where I worked on myself, 2021, I met celebrities because I decided not to allow what has happened to me define me. Now, I want to share my podcast journey. In 2020, everybody was indoors here. My favorite companion was the radio. I listened to the radio a lot, and I just like the way these people speak. I'm like, I like this kind of thing. My self-confidence was down, so it felt like the best thing to do. It felt anonymous. It felt like I can put myself out there without really putting myself out there, like my face is not showing. People can just hear my voice and connect to what I do. But obviously, I cannot just jump on being on the radio like that. Then I discovered podcasts, and I consumed a lot of podcast contents during that period. So I'm like, okay, this is something I can do. But also I was having doubts that once I see I'm trying to copy all these people. At the time, 2020, podcasting was not that popular, so I'm like, I'm not going to copy these people. But I realized that the sky is enough for all the birds to fly. In fact, it's not only birds that are flying in the sky. Planes are flying in the sky. Choppers are flying in the sky. Even drones are flying in the sky. And they're not touching themselves. So I'm like, why not? So I started. And I wanted to create a space where I can talk to young adults like myself. Like I remember I said I had a near-death experience. I had failed woefully and I was contemplating life itself. I was contemplating my existence and all. So I'm like, okay, what's the better way, since I've moved past this thing, what better way to make good use of the situation than to share some of my experiences and make young adults that have not gotten to my situation learn from it. My first episode was called Scars Are Beautiful. What I meant by scars was failure. Failure is a scar, and when anybody hear failure, it's something that we don't want to associate with. But in that episode, I spoke about how failure is a necessary tool for success. How failure is somehow needed for growth. A lot of inventors today, they did not get it on one trial. They repeated the same research over and again until they eventually saw results. The man that created the electric bulb, he said he tried it, I think, 99 times or 100 times, and he said to him, he did not fail 99 times, but he has seen 99 ways in which this thing cannot work. So I spoke about failure being a tool, an integral part for success. And when I dropped that episode, a lot of people received it warmly, and I was proud of myself, coming from setback, coming from depression, coming from panic attack, and it just made sense to me, and I loved it. Although a lot of people question the episode that scars are not beautiful, no matter what you want to talk about, failing is not a good thing. And at the time, I did not agree with them. But a few episodes that's like, after dropping like 10 episodes, I recorded another episode called Are Scars Really Beautiful? Because I saw from their perspective. Why? Because I interviewed a couple of young adults, and someone said experience is not the best teacher, that history is the best teacher. Learning from other people's experience is better than going through it yourself. Yeah? So you don't have to fail to learn. There are a lot of things that you can avoid. Because when you fail, obviously you can eventually get back. But if you have used your wisdom and learned from other people's experience, you will not have to lose time, you will not have to lose resources and whatever thing that you failed at. So experience is the best teacher. So I had to do another episode. I had to unlearn and relearn and create another episode called Are Scars Really Beautiful? Talking about how learning from other people's experience puts you on edge. In fact, a lot of things that we're doing today, all the technology and everything, a lot of people had tried and failed at it, which made us now to be able to be good at it. So after speaking about scars being beautiful, I saw the research and I'm like, okay, young adults are feeling this thing. I'm like, what else can I talk about? I was making money from arts, the skill I developed in 2020. I'm like, why not talk about money? And I recorded an episode called Where Is Your Money? And I talked about how to make money. My main emphasis was getting a skill. Going to school alone is no longer enough. You have to have something sustainable, a high-paying skill that can generate money for you. And so I spoke about that and a couple of other things. Now I also discovered that having money alone is not enough. A lot of people are making money, but they cannot really account for the money at the end of the day. So after making your money, what can you do to keep the money? Or how can you make sure that this money you are making is not just spent recklessly? So I spoke about budgeting, how planning for your money and cutting off harmful spending habits can help you retain your money. And when I dropped it, a lot of young adults could also relate. I'm like, okay, this is great. I'm like, okay, now having money and cutting off your harmful spending habits and saving is no longer enough. How can you grow your money? So at that point, I have run out of ideas because I'm not an investment expert. So I had my very first guest on the podcast, and he spoke about investments, how to grow your money, is any amount too small to start. And one thing he said majorly that I remember till now is that investment is a risk. Yes, it can pay you, but it is a risk. So when you are going into investing of whatever kind, do not go all in. If you are sure this thing I'm trying to put into this investment platform is not something I'm ready to do away with, do not try it. So I spoke about investments and I released that episode. A lot of young adults like this. Now there's something I'm skipping. When I started recording podcasts, it was very messy. I didn't know that you could trim, you could edit, all those kind of things that we can now do. At that time, I used to see Instagram content. I just thought, oh, these people are professionals. They just record straight. not that there are edits that go into it. So when I'm recording my episode, maybe 20 minutes into it, and I make a mistake, I will restart because I do not know how. Also, then I was trying to speak professionally, whatever that means, and it made me sound very funny because I'm trying to mimic others and use funny tones. I did not come out well. In fact, while researching podcasting, I learned that you must script everything that you want to say. So I scripted everything word for word, and I was reading it. And you could tell from my very first episode that this guy is a novice. But practice gave me some sort of experience, and I unlearned and learned a lot of things. After speaking about scars, speaking about failure, speaking about money, the next thing I spoke about, I looked at, okay, this podcast is for young adults. I want them to feel that this is a safe space for them. Okay, what other things are young adults facing? You are not failing, you have money. What else are young adults facing? Relationship. So I tried to speak about relationship, and the title of the episode was called Relationship and Flings. It was a social experiment to know which is popular among young adults. Is it relationship or flings? We all know relationship. Relationship is long term, requires commitments and the likes. But flings is short term, is temporary, is something that does not require commitments. And I had 4 guests, 2 guys and 2 ladies, and we spoke at length. And the uniform agreement at the end of the day is that a lot of young adults would rather prefer flings to relationship. In fact, some people will go into the guise of relationship just to get flings, because a lot of young adults are afraid. They're afraid, or they are not willing to be committed. A lot of young men don't want to get married. A lot of young women are not ready to settle down. They don't want to give birth. So flings is rampant, and I dropped that episode, and there was an uproar, there was argument everywhere, and I'm like, okay, this is becoming something good. Remember I said I had a near-death experience. I failed woefully, which made me question life and everything. Now going from that to 2020, that was a bad year for some people, that I turned my situation around, and I started becoming a tool of purpose. I started becoming someone that inspired people. People say, I like what you are doing, this and that, and it motivated me to regain my balance. So after speaking about relationship, my next episode was called Before You Become a Parent. And what inspired that episode, Before You Become a Parent, was I read an article in 2021 of a young guy, I think of 20 years old or lesser. He set himself ablaze in the north because he could not afford to pay for his NECO. And I read that article and I was so shocked. I'm like, there are a lot of irresponsible parents out there. How would a young adult set himself ablaze because he cannot afford to pay for NECO fees? And so that inspired the episode, and I did it in a series. There is one, I called one the non-parental version and one the parental version. On the non-parental version, I invited young adults to talk about what they wish was in place for them growing up, that their parents has put in place for them growing up, that would have helped them, that would have given them an edge in life. And we had the discussion of what should be in place before you become a parent. Because I believe that sensitization on parenting should not just happen when you have gotten married. Before you get married, you should be sensitized about parenting. Parenting is more than loving your child. As a parent, you have to support the child. You have to mentor the child. You have to guide the child. You have to protect the child. And a lot of parents today are neglecting in these duties. So, as young adults on that episode, we spoke about all of these things and spoke about the things that we wish our parents had done, the things that we see other parents doing that we see that is not right. So after dropping that episode, I recorded another one. I thought there's a non-parental version and a parental version. So I had real parents as guests on that episode. And I did not call parents that are children of 10 years, adults. I called all the 2 parents I called had children less than 5 years old. Why? Because I wanted to milk their experience. I believe their experience about parenting is still fresh. If I called someone of has children like 20 years and above, they might not remember the first instance of when they gave birth to the first child and know those things that should have been in place. So one of the parents I had, their child is just 1 year old, and I think the other person was 3 years old. So I'm like, now that you have your child, what are the things that you now wish, that you now know, that you wish you knew before you gave birth? And they shared their experiences, and it was a wonderful episode as well. So I dropped that, and the podcast was growing, it was progressing. The next content I dropped was called The Woman and the World. I wanted to see things from the lens of a woman. Are we in a man's world or in a woman's world? Let me ask, are we in a man's world or in a woman's world?
Woman's world.
In a woman's world. Wow. On that episode, I had 2 ladies, and they said we are in a man's world. Like, why? They say everything favors a man, everything in the society is designed to favor a man, this one and that one. And one lady even made an instance and said, if she's walking down the streets and there are a group of guys, she'll be scared for her life. I'm like, that's true. Even me as a guy, if I'm walking down the streets and there are a group of guys somewhere, I will hold my phone tight. So they argued that throughout the episode, the ladies were just arguing that this word benefits women. So when I dropped that episode, guys started saying, no, you have to do for guys too, let us talk. So I invited guys on the episode, and that episode was called The Man and the World. So I asked the guys, is it a man's world or a woman's world? They said it is a woman's world, though, that everything is favoring women. Women have pretty privilege, women have this privilege and that. A lot of initiatives are designed to favor the girl child. If you see sponsorship and this thing, you see they say for women, for this, for that. A lot of NGOs are tailored to the girl child, and they're like, so does that mean that the boy child does not need training, the boy child does not need funding? You want a man to provide and do all those things. Yes, majority of the opportunities are going to women. So we had different views on both podcasts, and at the end of the day, I just saw that 2 truths can coexist. The women were right and the men were right. So after dropping The Man and the World and the Woman and the World, the next episode I dropped was called Let's Talk About Adulting. And on that episode, I invited a young farmer, a brand strategist, and a consultant. And they spoke about how sometimes adulting is a trap. Adulting comes with independence that a lot of us are not ready for. And we spoke about when is the right time for you to be independent as a young adult. Is it that I'm ready to be independent because I want freedom, or because I have stability? Is it when you have money or enough money in your pocket, that's when you are deciding, okay, I want to be on my own, I want to leave my parents' house? Or when you have proper structure and stability? And there was a lot of tips and insights on that episode as well. Now, when I keep dropping all these podcasts, I'm not just enlightening people, it shapes me as a person, it shapes me as an individual. The next episode I dropped after that was called was called Childhood Traumas, and I had a nurse on the episode, and she spoke about how a lot of adults now, a lot of things that are going wrong in our life are because of traumas that we experienced as children. And I think I countered that. I was like, me like this, I'm not experiencing any childhood trauma. She said, me being in negligence might even be from a childhood trauma. And she spoke about how a lot of your adults are dealing with traumas and how to overcome it. So I proceeded from there, and I started interviewing successful people. I started a series called Backstage Success, because I believe that I see that there is a certain mode. There is a certain mode for success now. The society has painted that if you are not a doctor, you are not an engineer, if you are not in law, you are not really doing well. Or like, although recently now times are changing and a lot of other lesser fields are now getting attention, like content creation and the likes. By the time I recorded that episode was in 2021, and there was no attention like that on all these lesser fields. So I started interviewing people that's succeeding behind the scene. there was this guy that trended for selling pure water on suits. It's called corporate water. BBC carried him at the time. So I interviewed him like, yeah, you're successful. You are not a lawyer, you're a doctor, you're selling pure water. How did this thing even happen? And he said he was on the island that day. He was going from company to company submitting his CV. And at the end of the day, when he checked his pockets, the money remaining with him cannot carry him home. And he's like, how will I get home? So he said that everybody was stranded at the bus stop waiting for bus. And like, it's very tasty. And like, if I'm very tasty under the sun, a lot of people here too will be tasty. So that's when the idea came to him. He went to a nearby store, he bought a bag of pure water, he borrowed buckets, he poured pure water inside and started hawking it at the bus stop. And before he left, you realize they sell pure water, and before everybody bought the pure water. I was like, okay. Is it because I'm wearing so that everybody bought this pure water? We went to buy more and increased the price. And people still bought it. People started using it for content. We're buying pure water from corporate guy, and that was how the business started for him. He started selling pure water in traffic, wearing suits day by day. He would wake up, come to the island to wear suits, and before you know, he started trending, he started getting funding. So he spoke about a lot of things that young adults think are the right way to success that might not really be the way for them. After that, I started interviewing other people that are not also pronounced. Like I interviewed a talent manager. Most times people just focus on the talents, the person that is blowing, the person that is popular, and ignore the people working behind the scene to make that person successful. Those people should have good careers. So I interviewed a man called Dr. Bada Akitule Johnson. He was the former manager for Vector, and he spoke about talent managing and how a lot of individuals, a lot of young adults like to follow what is trending instead of following their heart. And he said one thing that can make you successful as a young adult is to follow your natural strengths. Identify what area works for you and pursue it relentlessly. You don't just start this thing and stop. And he introduced me to this book, Outliers, where the guy said to be successful at anything, you have to have dedicated at least 10,000 hours to that thing. You cannot dedicate 10,000 hours to something and you'll not be good at it. Even if it's just to be kicking ball and you do it for 10,000 hours, you develop new tricks that you don't know before. So it's more than just looking for your natural strengths. You have to be consistent at it to eventually succeed. And that was a beautiful episode. Now, why am I telling you about this my podcast journey? It was because it started out of frustration. I had failed. Life had beaten me down. Then 2020 happened. And I had a year of reset. It was like my Phoenix year. I came out of the ashes and I started inspiring people unknowingly. I just wanted to just tell people that, this is what I went through. You people should not go through failure like I did. I want people to learn from my experience. And young adults, people that have not even gotten to where I am, can listen and know that even if they eventually fail, they can still pick themselves up. So my trauma experience, the traumatic experience, gave me purpose. Before that incident, I can say I was a nobody. But after discovering that part, it gave me a sense of purpose. I felt like I had a calling, and I'm here today. So to wrap up, I would say that look inward, look at your areas of strength, look at the things that a fish cannot succeed on land. They can only function in their natural habitat, which is in the water. So look for the things that are your natural areas of strength and function well at it. I'll be passing the mic on to my next speaker.
Thank you very much for that session. All right, so I see myself as a record breaker. Yeah, so I see myself as a record breaker. So I don't know, how do you see yourself? Okay, without further ado, I'll be speaking on finding your identity through language. That's the power of a noun. What is a noun to you? Everybody says a noun is the name of any person, place, animal, place or thing. Now, a noun to me is an identity. From this speaking session I'll be engaging us, a noun is an identity. That is, how do you see yourself? Because it is what you call yourself that people would see you as in it is what is inside of you that would reflect on the outside. Alright, so growing up as a child, I remember one of the people that has spoken, or one of the speakers that spoken with us, mentioned that in our results, there was one time a teacher wrote, Elizabeth is a bookworm, but she's a talkative. Alright, so I've had similar experience. Right, growing up, I was this smart kid. I'll bring children maybe in the neighboring environment where we used to live. I'll put them together to teach them. I was this very bright child. But you know, if I do certain things, they'll say, oh, she's a busybody, she talks too much. And you know, those things that people used to say to me, or people used to say at me back then, just made me go back into my shell. Alright, and should I say, I wouldn't say many opportunities that slipped away from my hands, but then when I find myself in a place I'm supposed to voice out, I'll feel like, oh, if I talk, they would say I'm maybe a busybody or something. So it just brought me back into this kind of person that when you see me, you feel I'm an introvert, but that's not my person. Alright, so going further, I would say that this platform, this speaking marathon, I see it as a call or a charge that is helping me come out of that person that the world labeled me to be. Like I said, I was this very outspoken kind of person. You know, if I get into the room, you know that somebody is there, but you know, everybody were talking, this one would say this one, and then I just went back into my shell. And yes, I'm grateful for this opportunity from the School of Eloquence to participate in this speaking marathon. Alright, so let's go into imagine I handed everyone here a sticker when I stepped in, and I said, write something that you would want to be known for, or how you are identified. What are you going to put on that sticker? We'll come back to that. I'll give us an illustration. We have a chair. Let's assume there's a chair here, and you need to pick up something from maybe a cabinet or something from a top, a wooden structure that is maybe a bit higher than you. There are two people looking at that chair. Personally, if I look at that chair, I would call it a ladder. But someone who is a chef can look at that chair and call it a firewood, that, oh, I can use that chair to, cook. It can burn. But then, two people looking at one particular thing, but different perspectives. So the question is, how do you see yourself? That is the same question we are working on. Another example I'm going to bring up is a lion and a sheep, a lion cub and a sheep. Alright, we know that a lion is the king of the jungle and all that, and then there was this sheep that had to train this lion cub. You know, lion cub is a child, a baby lion. So this sheep has to train this lion cub, and the sheep bleats, the sheep likes to eat grass, and there is no way as a mentee you would act like your mentor. Alright, so the same thing was what this lion cub was emulating from the sheep. But as time went by, it was the lion cub would bleat, the lion cub would eat grass. He started acting like the sheep. But one day came, and towards the evening, the lion cub was, is growing gradually. It was taking a walk, and then he got to a river bank where it saw water. And if you stand before water, you would see your shadow, right? So this lion cub stood there, and he saw that it had hair. It was hairy, and he saw that he had muscles, and it just something just stretched out of the lion cub, and it gave a roar in that area where the river was, and then the trees there shook. And at that time, the lion cub realized that when he looked into the water and it shook his head, it saw that I don't know if it was from that story we have this conversation of the lion being the king of the jungle. Alright, so since that day, that lion found its identity and understood itself as the king of the jungle. So I will still go back again. How do you see yourself? I can bring up another story of many of us, we have so many social media platforms. I'll use Instagram as an example. You have so many followers, but then on your Instagram account, you can have so many followers, and then when you share a post or you share a content, does it bother you if you don't have likes? Does it bother you if you don't have content? If you find yourself in that category, then you need to change your name, you need to change your noun, you need to change your identity. Yes, if you find yourself as someone who seeks external validation, if somebody does not tell you, oh, well done for what you've done, or they don't give you good comments, they don't tell you, oh, this thing you did it well, or they sing praises to you. If you are somebody like that, you need to change your noun. You need to find your identity. All right. That being said, identity is your person. It is who you are. A noun is your North Star. What is inside is what people would see outside. I would say that if you are a good person, it will reflect on the outside. All right. And that being said, let's try and ensure that if we the imaginary sticker I handed over to us, if we had written a noun that is not favorable, let's peel it off and write something good on it. All right. So if you're an artist, you would need a gallery to display your artwork. You start by sketching. All right. If you're someone that sees victory, you would see winning. You always win. You would always see that you're always getting trophies. If you're someone that sees yourself as, I'm not saying if you're someone that sees yourself as a failure, you get to see that, oh, you're always losing and all that. So change your noun. The verb is the acting, right? If I ask someone, what do you do and who are you? They are two different things. I can be an accountant and then I am not someone of integrity. An accountant can just be someone that adds figures, gives balance in a workplace and all that. But then, does that person have integrity? That is why we have bribery and corruption today. I can walk into an organization and I'll tell someone I want to maybe pay for something, and because I know that I can bribe my way through, I will tell that person, oh, just add 2 zeros to maybe 5,000 naira to make it 50,000, and then we can share it. That does not speak who I am. That tells that, oh, I can. Do you get that? That does not speak the integrity I have identified myself as, someone of integrity. All right. So I'm encouraging us, if anybody has labeled you, or maybe you've fought through life and maybe you've been tested, you've been tried, let that go. Let go of those baggage and give yourself a new name, because that is the only way you can, pull through life. All right. And yeah, so that being said, I would like to ask us, how do you see yourself? Let's make it interactive. So how do you see yourself? How do you see yourself? You see yourself as a creative person. Yeah, so if you see yourself as someone that is creative, of course, I've seen you taking pictures and all that. Now, bringing creativity into it is that you'll be taking pictures from different angles. You won't just stick to, let me stand here and all that. You'll be able to, capture different angles. You would, have different settings on how to take a perfect view, right? And yeah, it's to take a perfect view. All right. So that being said, let's have a different perspective to how we see life, how we see ourselves, because that is the only way we can help ourselves. I've used myself as a practical example of my background, of how I grew up, and based on being talked down on, being told you can't do this, you can't do that. Sincerely, it really affected me, and like I said, this platform has given me the opportunity. I was speaking with some of my colleagues there. I was telling them that I'm using this platform as a means to come out of that, should I say, shell that I was put in, right? To come out of it, because of course I used to feel like, oh, if I engage, or if I get to show up, they will say I'm showing up too much. And there's nothing as too much. There is nothing as too much, right? I can also tell of a story of a child that was identified as a slow person, slow to talk, slow to act, slow to do everything, slow to you would expect that every other kid should be able to pack their backpack, but this child would take forever to do that. And then this child was identified as a sluggard. But this child grew up, and maybe because of school, because of church, or because he has seen his or her mates do things differently in a school setting or in a church setting, the child decided to change. And that was when that child decided to call himself an explorer. Right? And explorers, they don't need permission to do anything. They can go the extra mile to get things done. Alright, so like I said earlier, how do you see yourself? And the imaginary sticker I gave to each and every one of us when I stepped in, if you know that, like I earlier said, if you know that there was a negative word you wrote in there that you see yourself as a failure, you can change that. You can put in a successful person. If you know you wrote anything that is negative, that does not align to positivity, you can change that at this time. All right, so that being said, as a person, I have decided that I am going forward, I'm going to always show up, because I don't want to put myself in a state of getting to lose big chances or big opportunities because I don't want the way people see me. I don't want people to have a particular perspective of who I am. So I made up my mind, and I've made up my mind, and I'm charging you and I'm encouraging you, if you find yourself in that state, or if you are like that, make a decision with me today that you always show up, you would always stand out. And when you stand out, you won't just stand out, you'll be outstanding, right? So so you'll be outstanding. Like I said, standing here, when I started this session, I said that I see myself as a record breaker. So I don't know how you see yourself, because I feel this is a milestone for me, because it took a lot of strength to stand here. Yeah, and in as much as I don't know, your voice might be shaking, you might be tensed, you might be tired, you might find it very discouraging. Whatever you call yourself is what will work for you. If you see yourself as a victor, you would win. If you see yourself as a victim, you will see crimes, you will see losses, you will see so much that so many things that are negative. So I am charging you today to encourage yourself. Even when things are not going the way you planned or as intended, don't feel discouraged, because whatever you say with your mouth or whatever you see yourself as is what is going to, happen at the end of the day. So why don't you speak life to that particular situation? Why don't you speak life to that person that you are, or whatever you've been called? So if you've had baggages of so many labels that has been put on you, let go of that baggage. It is not too late. You can pick up yourself and be a better person, because there are people looking up to you as a mentor, and there are people you are looking up to as a mentee. And yes, and if you don't let go of those things, people that are looking up to you, you will not be able to impact them. You will not be able to, shed light into their lives. You will not be able to shed light into their path. Yeah, and that being said, I'm encouraging you. I'm trying to wrap up this session. I'm encouraging you that you should go out there, let your light shine, be the best you can be, and of course, let your name change, let your now change, let your identity be seen, let your identity be heard, let your voice be heard. That being said, I want to wrap up this session and yes, pass the mic to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. That was a wonderful presentation. Okay. I just want you all to look all around you right now. Wherever you are watching from, either live or you are watching online, all over the world, just look around you. What can you see? I know a whole lot of you see human, you see chairs, you see objects, you see different things. But I want to tell you, I want you to know that right there wherever you are, there are thousands of living organisms that are there with you, either in that same environment or in your body system. And the fun fact is that they are not just there, they are working constantly. And that brings me to the invisible world of microorganisms that is affecting our visible life. We can all remember the incident that happened in 2020. Who can remind me again? That was coronavirus, right? Yes. Who could have thought that something that we cannot see with our naked eye can almost shut down the whole world? Pandemic. Everything was shut down. Everything was pushed to a pause just because of a tiny living organisms that we cannot see with our naked eye. Let me tell you a story. There was a young girl. One night, she could not sleep. She was having a serious headache. And this headache was affecting her. It affected her all throughout the night. And by the time she woke up in the morning, thank God she woke up the following morning. But it got more serious to the point that the body temperature increased. She was vomiting. A whole lot was happening in her body system. What did her parents do? They took her to the hospital. And right there, in the hospital, a diagnosis was done. And guess what? She was diagnosed of typhoid. And she thought at first, probably it was stress. Because the world system today, we have normalized stress. Any little thing in our body system, we just feel like it is stress. But sometimes we have forgotten that tiny organisms like this can cause a whole lot in our body system that can lead to things like headache, even fever. Back to my story. When the girl was diagnosed, just like I have said, the parent got to know that she had typhoid. And typhoid is caused by these tiny organisms that we cannot see with our naked eye. Now, what are these organisms? They are called microorganisms, or you call them microbes, and they can only be seen with the aid of a microscope. It was first invented by a scientist called Anthony van Leeuwenhoek in the 1670s, when he first made the microscope. Now, we have understand what microorganism is. They are tiny organisms that we cannot see with our naked eye. I want you to know that it is not all the microorganisms that are bad. You might be shocked. There are good microorganisms and there are also bad microorganisms. Microorganisms have their own benefits. Talk about the microorganisms that are in your body system. I want you to know that as you are seated right there, every part of your body has microorganism. But the only difference is that they are in their right place. You know, just like human being, you all have a place you are living, isn't it? Yes. Now, microorganisms also have their own place where they live. Just like habitats, animals, they have where they live, they have the place where they thrive, right? So, where microorganisms like stay, I'm just using this layman word for you to understand. It is called the normal flora. On your skin, there are microorganisms. On your hair, there are microorganisms. Your tongue, your mouth, there are microorganisms. Now, how about your gut? These are good microorganisms. Microorganisms that help you in digestion of food. Microorganisms that help you in vitamin productions. Microorganisms that help you to fight diseases. They are all good microorganisms. Let's talk about antibiotics. I want you to know that, of course, many of us have used antibiotics before, isn't it? Even though some persons does not really know the effects of my antibiotics they are taking. I'm going to break it down. You know, I just talked about the good microorganisms. Now, antibiotics are antibacterial. They kill bacteria. So that's to tell you that we have good bacteria and we have bad bacteria. But when you take antibiotics in a wrong way, it can kill both the good and the bad bacteria. That is why you should be very careful. And there is a growing concern now in public health over the issue of antimicrobial resistance, because people are now using these antibiotics in a wrong way. Some persons are even using it without doctor's prescription. Some persons are using it in a different way as to what their medical professionals has prescribed to them. Your doctor told you to use it in the morning, in the afternoon, and at night. But because you feel like, I don't want to take drug, and you took it just once, or because you feel like you are getting better, and you took it just one, or you have to complete that dose for 7 days, and you just use it for just 3 to 4 days. Majority are in that category, and it's causing what we call the antimicrobial resistance. Now, antimicrobial resistance is when the microorganisms are resisting those antibiotics you are taking. Just like, you know, you want to invade a particular community And the community are also prepared. They are also ready for you that no matter what, we are definitely going to fight back as well. That is what microorganisms, bacteria, viruses and all of that, that is what they are doing back to our antimicrobials or antibiotics today. So those drugs are no longer working. Those drugs are no longer effective again. That is antimicrobial resistance. So these antibiotics are meant to kill, are meant to inhibit the growth of bacteria. If it is antibiotics, antimicrobials, they are meant to inhibit the growth of microorganisms. So it is now important that we used all of these in the right way. I'm talking about the antimicrobials or the antibiotics. I've been talking about microorganisms, but I need you to know the examples of microorganisms that we have. We have the bacteria, we have the viruses, we have the fungi, the protozoas, and the algae. They are all different microorganisms, and they have different infections that they cause in human life. I've talked about the good microorganisms. How about the bad microorganisms? I told you that some microorganisms are good because they are found in their right place. Do you know that the soil that is growing your crop also need the right microorganisms? Do you know that the yogurt you take today is made of microorganisms? These are examples of good microorganisms. The cheese you take is made of microorganisms, even in the production of bread as well. So microorganism is very important, and you need to understand. The harmful microorganisms now, they are the microorganisms that are dangerous. They are called pathogens because they cause disease. The one that caused the coronavirus at that time is an harmful microorganisms. Talk about typhoid, malaria, all sorts of sicknesses. It is caused by harmful microorganisms. Now, how can these microorganisms enter our body? Microorganisms can enter our body in different ways. Number one, through the bite of an insect. For example, mosquito. We all know that mosquito cause malaria, isn't it? Yes. But beyond malaria, mosquito caused other diseases. It's just that the one that causes malaria is the one that is common. That is the female Anopheles mosquito, right? Now, we have other parasites, other insects that cause diseases as well. Microorganisms can also enter our body through contaminated food. It is a pity today that people are now careless about what they put in their mouths. And one thing is that what you put in your mouth will affect a whole lot about you. There are different roadside food sellers today, and the most annoying part, I'm sorry to use that word, but to me as a microbiologist and a public health advocate, most time I am always very annoyed to see that some of them are selling what people will eat by the roadside that are not even clean. You will see that flies are flying around what they are selling, and some of them will not even care. And you, gentle men and lady, you will go there, put your hand in your pocket and buy, and put it in your mouth, and what will happen after a few hours? You start having stomach cramps. You start running here and there using the toilet. That is to tell us that we need to be very careful. So microorganisms can enter our body through contaminated food. Even aside from roadside sellers, I am not saying that all roadside sellers are doing this. How about the one you cook in your house? How clean are you to maintain your environment in such a way that you will not contaminate whatever you are doing with microorganisms? Some people today, in their kitchen, there are, dirt, and these are places microorganisms thrive. Because microorganisms, I told you, they have habitats, they have places they thrive. Do you know that some microorganisms thrive better in a cold environment? Some of them like cold environments. Some of them like hot environments. Some of them like places where there is oxygen. Some of them like places where there are no oxygen. So, that is why we need to be very careful, even in our home, not just people that are selling to us on the street alone. How about contaminated water? Thousands of people in the world today are still drinking water that are not purified. And one of the major causes of death today is because of uncleanliness. And microorganisms spread faster. They spread faster. That is why we should be careful. Make sure that your water is being treated. I'm going to talk more on how we can, prevent the spread of harmful microorganisms. I'm just telling you how microorganisms can enter our body. Another way is direct contact. Be very careful when you are in public places, because some microorganisms that are harmful, they thrive best on human skin. Talk about ringworm. Talk about herpes. These are microorganisms that, thrive on the skin. And by the time you come in contact with somebody that is carrying this microorganism, that is carrying these microorganisms, you will be infected. If that microorganism have gotten to maturation period, because just like, we grow as human, microorganisms, they also grow as well. The first time they eat that environment, they will try to settle down, then they will now begin their growth phase and all of that. You can see that this invisible world of microorganism is very wonderful. That is why you need to understand it. Another way you can come in contact with microorganisms, as I said direct source. A whole lot of you have touched surfaces today. How sure are you that those surfaces are clean? And it's a pity that many people will not even bother to wash their hands. They will pick up something and they will eat. You are in public places, you have touched railings. I'm not saying you should not touch, because sometimes they are protective as well, especially inside public transport. But you should have a way you can protect yourself. Be very conscious of all of these things. You have touched direct surfaces, and from handshake, someone might be coming from the restroom. In fact, that place alone is a home of microorganisms. And the person will not even bother to wash his or her hands. Maybe the person even grab, let's say, biscuits, for instance. My friend, you pick from that biscuit that the person who is coming from the restroom has touched. And the person has come in contact with microorganisms in the restroom. A good example is the Escherichia coli. And this microorganism, when you eat it in food, do you know what happens to you? You will have stomach cramps. Then you begin to run scatter using the restroom. You have infected yourself with diarrhea. Microorganism world is very beautiful. and we need to understand it. Now, let's talk about how we can prevent microorganisms. I've talked about the good and the bad microorganisms, how they can spread and all of that. But how can we prevent them? Number one is that we need knowledge and awareness, just like I am informing you today. I'm very sure that wherever you are listening to me from, you will already pick something and you will be more careful, because majority of illnesses that we have today is caused by microorganisms. So you need to be aware. You need to know. That is the first way you can prevent the spread of microorganisms. Another way is washing of your hands. In short, personal hygiene. Personal hygiene is very important. And believe me, personal hygiene, it is not hard. Very simple. From one step to the other, consistency matters. Just like you know that when you wake up in the morning, after your meditation or your morning prayers, you brush your teeth. Maybe you cook, you sweep your house. Just like that, consistently, you should do that. So, another way you can prevent microorganisms is that you need to be conscious at all times. You can prevent this spreading of disease through microorganisms. You need to be conscious at all times. The people you move with, your environment, how clean it is, and all of that. Now, you have learned one or two things about microorganisms, and I want you to know that people who die today because of a particular illness or the other, maybe they will still be alive if they know some of these things. As simple as it may sound, it is very, very important. It is important that we know how to prevent the bad ones from affecting our health. I want you to take personal hygiene very important. I want you to spread the knowledge that you've learned today, wherever you are watching from, that microorganisms, they are good, and at the same time they are bad. But it all depends on the way, it all depends on how we come in contact with all these microorganisms. Everything falls back on personal hygiene. I believe that you have learned one or two things from my presentation. And right now, I am going to be passing on the baton, the mic, to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful speech. And good evening, Africa. My name is Ezito Roots. Before I go to the topic of today, I would like to thank the School of Eloquence for this great opportunity to be among the team breaker. So it's not easy, actually. It's not easy. So it's not everybody that can do what we are doing. So I think we should give ourselves an applause for that. So our today's topic, we are going to be talking about the influence of truancy on the academic performance to students. We will talk about the influence of truancy on the academic performance to students. Truancy is the art of staying away from classes or lessons without a valid reasons or without a permission given to you, probably your teacher, your lecturer, or wherever anybody that you are under to. So The first point goes like this. When we talk about truancy, we talk about students being absent from school. And we find the reason why we keep asking, why are all these students avoiding lectures? Why are all these students avoiding skipping classes for no reasons? You are just in the class. Your parents sent you to school to learn. Your parents paid school fees for you. Did everything that you meant to do as a parent to make sure that he or her child goes to school and gets a good grades. Probably the child should be a better person in the future, just like his or her mates out there. And you find out you are in the classroom. Instead of you to be in the classroom, you are nowhere to be found. Why? Why are you skipping classes? So there are many reasons attached to all these things actually. So one of the reasons I want to talk about is probably they don't like the subjects, or they don't like the teacher, or something. Okay, I'm going to give take myself as an example. I'm a teacher actually, currently serving in a school, and I study English education. So my profession is teaching. So I have to accept my fate, even if I don't really get. I have to accept that is my profession. So I'm supposed to be good on my profession, which is teaching profession. So when I was doing my teaching practice in school days, then I found out that most students avoid classes. I know one thing about it's the Anglican school actually. So let's say that it's kind of similar to public school, but not actually a public school. It's an Anglican school, and the school is at East areas. So and the school is close to markets too. So most of the students speak Igbo languages, and you hardly see some of the students speaking English. And you find out all these students don't find interest being in classrooms. They find out that if they are in classroom, they are wasting their time. They think that if they are in classroom, they actually, it looks as if something is itching them. Like I didn't really understand their problem. So when I was teaching then, I noticed that there are some sets of students, boys. When I come to the class, I'll know that this person is not in his or her seat. I'll be like, where is Emeka? Where is Ebuka? They'll be like, they went outside. Say, why did they go outside? For what reasons? You will find these students around, you will never see these students. Where are they? Probably they are in toilets. Toilet doing what? They are in toilet doing what? They don't even care how hygienic the toilet is. The most part, the toilet is not even encouraging safe. But you see them, it's like that toilet is their VIP. They don't care about whether the toilet is clean or not, or if the toilet is hygienic. But they are, because they want to avoid these classes, because they want to avoid this lecture. You see them staying in toilets. They'll be like, probably they will have a spy, check whether the teacher is around. Once the teacher left the class, immediately you just use your one leg and leave their classroom. You see them, they'll return to their classes without valid reasons. And most particularly, these reasons it's not something that is important. Let's say reasons are not valid. It's not meaningful at all. It's not meaningful. So I also found out that most times the students don't like mathematics. If you ask them, why are you avoiding the class? That, but I don't like maths. I don't do anything maths. I don't know how to calculate. You see all these things. So and the teacher is very strict. So I don't do my assignments. I don't do my projects. You see them running up and down, avoiding classes. And one of the reasons why I pick out is peer pressure. I notice that most of the students are being influenced by their fellow classmates, because there's definitely in classes there must be the bad gun and there must be the good gun in classes. That is normal thing. You see a set of boys that are always feeling less concerned about what is going on in the school, or feeling less concerned about what is going on in the school environment, or probably listening to what the teacher is saying. So they are being influenced by this set of people. Probably you see that you notice that you are a good student, you come early to school, you do your projects, you do your assignments. In fact, you are the teacher favorite. They will want to influence you. They will be like, all these things you are doing is not going to pay. Just join us and once the teacher is around, just follow us, we'll go and play game or play all these their village games and other things that don't really will not impact in their lives. If them skipping the class, they will not be pressuring this person. Come and join us and do this, come and join us and do that. And you feel that they don't have any other choice than to join them. They feel they are doing the right thing. You feel them too, the teachers is wicked in them in society points. And they will give you this ground, they are going to give you reasons. The reason why you are supposed to avoid classes. They will even speak bad about the teachers. They will tell them that this teacher is very wicked, this teacher is very wicked. You know that teacher flogged the other day. They don't want to care about anything. They want to just pressure them for them to join them, so that they will be among their team. So they are being influenced at society point. And when I was doing my teaching practice then, I think it was during their tests, I noticed this student, she's very, very good. I think she's one of my best students. But when she did her test, I found out that her mark was very low. I was like surprised. Is it that she's good in answering questions in classes, but she's not good in defending herself when it comes to tests or exams? She was not like that she not actually read, that she wanted to read, but she was not calling people that they were distracting her. They were even called her that she should come and like all these things that don't really make sense. I was not like, so someone should call you and influence you. You follow the person and you are giving an excuse. Don't you know that what these people are doing are not right? I know that this set of people are not really the people that set of people that are smart or set of people that want to learn. So at that end, the girl actually failed that test because I was even looking for the way to give her mark. I didn't even know where to give her mark because if I should give her mark, it would be let's say it will look somehow because her script alone is already an evidence. She don't write anything on her script, so where would I want to give her mark from? Just like I'm encouraging the child to fail or encouraging the child not to read during text periods. So peer pressure is one of the things why students are being absent from lectures or from schools. Then we'll talk about the higher dropouts, where you notice that the students are not being present in school every time, especially when the teacher is always in the class teaching, or whenever the teacher is in class explaining. It leads to dropouts. Probably they will repeat like 5 times. You know that government schools, if you should fail or probably your mark is 49, they will repeat you. That is their policy. They won't even give you 1 mark. That 1 mark to reach 50, you will not see it. They are going to repeat you. Once they repeat you repeat that JSS1, and you repeat. If you fail again, you repeat that same class again. And there's something that you reach. If you should repeat like 3 times, they will send you out that you are not ready to. They probably want to learn the skills or learn work or learn something else. Probably your head is not fit for education, but it's a lie. They actually have, once your mates can defend it to herself or come to school, read this book and pass that test and exam, definitely you can do so, because I believe God created me and you. The same faculty you have, the same faculty I also have. So why is it different that you cannot learn? I feel the laziness are also involved too. And you see this sort of people, they feel that they have failed first time, they repeated the class, they repeated the class the 2nd time, 3rd time. It's themselves, they will even decide by themselves to even drop out. They will drop out, they'll say, school is not meant for me. School is not meant for me. You see them dropping out. Even when I was doing my teaching practice then, there's a little boy that don't used to come to classes. You see this boy once in a week, sometimes twice in a month or thrice in a month. Why? He later will not notice that this boy said that school is not for him. That he's the type of person that no matter what the teacher teach them, you still not grab anything from the teacher. So if you feel that him coming to school is a waste of time, So you do go to the market because the school is close to the market. So you do go to the market and sell things you follow the parents to sell stuff. And the parents self is not even encouraging the child to go to school. Probably they feel that the child is the kind of person that don't grab easily, or probably is a slow learner. Then the boy has to tell us that he used to follow his mom or he sells things in the market. So that is the reason why he don't come. So he feel that school is not meant for him. So he just coming because he just wants to feel alone. He just wants to be among people going to school. Or he just wants to fulfill righteousness. Probably his friends are going to school. Him too wants to go to school. Not just for the grade or for him to go to higher institution or for him to get a certificate. He has his own, it's not like he has decided his own aim already in school. For him to just come, play, gist, go back. He's not coming to school to get a certificate or being a better person in the future or trying to achieve goals at the end. He's just coming to fulfill righteousness. And I feel so sad at society point. But at the end, we're kind of encouraging the boy that he should not put himself so low or self-esteem so low. That he should try to encourage himself at society point by telling himself that I can do this, I can do it, no matter what. But the boy don't want to encourage himself, so he's feeling less of himself. That he usually have to bring himself so low to decide that he's not going to further his education, that he's not coming to the school to get the certificates, he's not coming to the school to get a better grade, but he's coming to school to play or to gist or to show his friends that he's actually coming to school, which is very, very bad. So it leads to dropouts. And if you find that these students don't have their encouragement in them, they drop out from school. So, and some set of students are absent of school. They don't do their project, they don't do their assignments, and at the end of the semester or the end of the term, they fail. And you see them fail, and you see they drop out. The other one is weak study habits. When we talk about the weak study habits, we find out that most students, they find it difficult in studying their books, studying their notebooks. For them to bring out a book like this, it's just like they are bringing out something that's going to kill them at the end, which is not right. They hardly bring their books. You come to school, you copy notes. The teacher gave you notes, you copy the notes. She explained to you the topic so that you're able to know what he or she has taught you at that moment. After giving you the notes, she's giving you the notes not for you for fancy or for you to keep it in your bag. No, it's for you to learn it or to read it, so that when they ask you at the end of the term, when you are giving you exams or tests at the end of the term, you're able to pass this subject, and for you to have the knowledge of what the teacher have taught you so far, so that when you are growing up, you're able to transfer that knowledge to your junior ones or to people that are lower. But they keep it in their bags as a fancy, which is not meant to so. So that study habits, they don't have that study habits, and it's very, very bad. And you see sometimes when they come to school, they feel that when they reach the time of exam or test, these students will come to write tests, write exams, right? Everybody's coming to write exam. No, everybody wants to pass, and that is just the goal. We will pass anyhow. We just run it anyhow, we pass. Forgetting that, okay, they already have that mindset that, okay, they have one particular friend that knows book very well. So they're already open on that friend. Why they are open on that friend? Because they actually have someone stand by that's going to help them at the end. So they feel that reading habits will not exhibit that reading habits or anything. So they feel they are not lazy in a certain point, because they believe that they have someone that is going to teach them in the exam hall, and God wants to punish you, now enter the exam hall, you now see that the person is in front, you are now in back. That's 0 that you want to have, you have it. You never have A, you never see A. So they will open this set of students that comes to school every time, copy their notes, they read their books, they read their text, and they do everything they are meant to do as the students. And they are hoping on this student that at the end they are going to teach in the exam hall. How is it possible? The fact that if one wants to punish on some students, they don't know how God used to do it. You just enter hall, you see the person that wants to teach, you see the person in front, you see yourself in the back. So how are you going to write this test? How are you going to defend yourself at the end of the term that this is what the teacher has been teaching us? This is how I'm defending so far, starting from the first scheme of work to the second scheme of work, the first week, second week, third week, you get, how am I going to defend this work that the teacher have asked us in the exam? Reading habits, you don't have that reading habits in you. You feel so lazy. When I was in school, my university days, when we were writing, should I say, history of English then, you know how history of English is? You have to go deep down and learn how English came about, how everything, the scenario of everything, how English and everything came about, and you know all those BB grammars, and it deals with all these British names and other names. So we have to go deeper to learn this English, study further and everything. So then my friends normally come to my lodge. They're like, okay, because my lodge is family house, not really an hostel. So they don't live in their house with his family. So you just build the rooms around this parlor, around his own building. So they feel that they are very free. Even at 11, 12, 2, 3, we are outside the compounds. Breeze and everything. It's under the mango. There's mango tree there. So my friends used to come to my lodge. They'll be like, okay, this thing is history of English. Not even only history, other subjects too. They'll be like, we got to be serious this time around though. So let's try and read and everything. So, okay, we actually have time for reading. Around 12:01, I believe around that 12:01, the rest of the lodge people have slept already. So it was only me and my friends that will be outside. Probably everyone will be quiet at that time. So you have now reached that time to everybody should start reading now, group reading. The person is going to read, you share your experience. So what do you understand by dogma, teaching and other things? You get everybody will talk their own viewpoints. And if this person is talking, you believe that when you are writing your own exam, you feel like, okay, this is what people will talk at our own point. So I remember people talk about this thing, so this is what people talk about. So it don't reach that time that we are going to start our lectures, our reading and group reading stuff. So I found out that once it has reached that time, then sleep will now come. Temptation. We feel like sometimes temptation comes our way, especially during exam periods. But as a student that wants to achieve something in life, wants to achieve a goal, that wants his or her GP to move further, to move higher, I don't want to take a certificate by welcoming certificate but higher grades. If you have your goals, that sleep is going to disappear. That is just it. That sleep will disappear no matter what. But we feel that we don't want to fight our ego, we don't want to fight this temptation, we end up falling into that temptation by sleeping. We are 5, 3 people have slept. Like, I don't understand that we are doing group reading. How are you encouraging others and you say you are doing group reading? So I feel at that point, it's not that they don't sleep in the afternoon, they slept in the afternoon. So why? I feel that it's not even temptation, this is just being lazy. You don't just want to read. So this reading habit, laziness, is very, very one of the most important that occur during students whenever they are having exams and other things. I feel it's not temptation, but it's laziness. You are just being lazy to read. That's just it, because you have a specific time of reading, and you are here sleeping. Why are you sleeping? And we actually have time when we slept during afternoon. We actually slept to our satisfaction, and we use the time for us to then are sleeping. It's not proper. It's laziness. So we should try to avoid laziness at a certain point. And this also traces to students that escapes from lecture and classes because they are being lazy for them to learn. They are being lazy for them to study. So it affects students a lot. Then we talked about low participation in continuous assessments. Then in where I'm currently serving, I used to tell my students that your CA is very, very important. If you don't do well in your mathematics, so if you don't do well in your examination, your CA will boost your mark, but they don't know this thing. I used to tell them, if I should give you an assignment, make sure you do the assignment and submit it to me. If I should give you a project, make sure you do this project and submit it to me. They don't know the reason why I'm telling them all these things. You think you are punishing them, or you are trying to force them to do what they don't want to do. And this thing I'm telling them to do is something that will impact on them, something that they will know that at the end of the term they are going to ask this particular assignments in exam questions, or they are going to see it in their exams, but they don't care. They feel the teacher is just being so dramatic, or the teacher just wants to just load the children with a lot of work and other things. They don't know that the teacher knows what he or she is doing. So I used to say that continuous assessment, don't joke with your continuous assessments. Sometimes it don't mean that it's not even really assignments or projects or other stuff. The teacher can be in your class, tell the students to probably ask each of the students to summarize what he or she the teacher have explained in the class, or probably the teacher might throw a question to the students, and once the students answer the questions, students have gotten a mark, probably 10 marks, 5 marks, and this is part of your continuous assessment. And your mates are in class and you're nowhere to be found. How are you going to get your marks? Probably when we doing my lecturers, then they used to give unexpected quiz. They will just come to the class, they will not tell you. Even me, when I was the cross rep safe, I will not even know that they are giving quiz. And once the teacher will notice that if the cross rep should notice that the teacher is giving quiz, probably you are going to post it to the group that lecturer wants to give quiz. Make sure you are in the lecture. It's our lecture. Everybody wants to come for that lecture. Nobody is going to miss that lecture. Imagine class of normal class without a quiz. Class of 100, you see 50 without, when they are not having quiz. Where are the rest? Probably they are in their hostel, or probably they went out, or they went to their boyfriend's house. Probably they went for weekends, like different excuses. We have 100 though. Imagine 100 students, but 50. But once you post that, there is quiz. You see everybody, even people that you never expect, that are not seen throughout this semester. You see them that day. You be like, are you for real? You see them presenting themselves in class because they don't want to miss it. Because you see how important they know that quiz is. Because most lecturers, they don't joke with their quiz. If you fail their quiz, you are failing their exams also. In fact, you are carrying that course over because of that quiz. To show how strictly some lecturers is. So lecturers now notice this thing. They feel they don't want to be announcing that they just say, get prepared. Anytime we can have quiz, get prepared. They will not tell you the specific time. That getting prepared might be, probably we are in April. That getting prepared might be, probably it told us April we should get prepared, right? It might be next year that's going to give us that quiz. Probably might be next 2 months. You don't know exactly the time. So we're telling you get prepared. But there is a time, judgment day, that we just come to the class. You find out that 50 students and in class out of 100, let them now give quiz. You now see people posting people sending their cartels, sending text messages to their cartel that okay Miss Shipman wants to give quiz, or this person wants to give quiz, or you see that all of them now running, started running. You now see like 20 people in the door standing in the lecture door. They cannot even bother to enter. If you enter, they just say, what is your age number? In fact, they will even know your age number because they definitely give the details to the lecturer. They not to give the details to the lecturer. They will use it as a scapegoat. So then you now see, okay, this sort of people are actually around. So why are you not in the classroom? Why are you not in the lecture? Because you feel that the lecture is going to be boring. You feel that the lecture is boring. You feel that the lecturer is saying stories. You feel that at the end you will copy notes from your colleagues. You feel that you don't even feel like sitting down for an hour for lectures. Some of them are funny enough. Some of them are around this school premises. They just don't want to come to lectures. So if the lecturer should give the quiz, 50 people immediately, in fact, you don't even need to even, because you don't even need to collect the script. He will be the one to collect it, and he will count it, and he make sure that it's your name, and you are submitting only one. He will make sure once he collected the script, he will now count everybody 50, and he's going to see 50 scripts with him. So you now see that people will now be running to me. Cause I beg, help us and beg, lecturer, help us and beg. Say, do you want to put me in trouble? The way you are coming to school today, so I'm coming to school. You just forget the course aspects. Forget it for now. Me, I'm also don't put me in risk. I'm also a fellow coursemate like you. So you can't tell me to go and beg for your stupidity when the lecturer was in class. And you're access, so I'm the one that wants to stay in the class now. I'm the one that is good to sit down for hours, receiving boring lectures. So I don't know what is good now. You don't see myself, you are in canteen, you're enjoying yourself, I'm in lecture. You're telling me to go and beg on your behalf. No, it's not done that way. I cannot do what I cannot do, or something I'm not doing, something that is past my power, or something like that. I will tell them, go and sort yourself out. Go to the lecturer, anyhow you want to do it. Sort yourself out. Probably you help the lecturer and wash his or her cars. Probably he can feel remorseful and help you, or probably you clean his shoes. Just go and sort yourself. Don't just involve me. Because I'm actually doing my part. This is your own cross. Carry your cross alone. Don't involve me. Because when Jesus was carrying his own cross, he did not involve anybody. He carried his own self. So therefore, we should carry our own cross, our own self. So that is just it. So don't put me in problem. Don't put me in trouble. I might just go and beg on behalf of one of my classmates. You see the lecturer and say, oh, so you have joined them, Abi. Imagine you having 50. Should I say, imagine you having A, the lecturer can give you C in that course because of you are involving yourself on something that you know that these things that they did was not actually right. I'm trying to. I know that some lecturers I can beg on their behalf for, but there are some certain lecturers that I cannot beg on their behalf. The one that I can beg on their behalf, I will know, okay, I can beg on this person's behalf because this kind of lecturer is kind of, should I say, kind of social. But I know lecturer that will say, please, I can't do it. That is just it. So probably next time, they should be in the lectures. They should take all lectures very important. No matter how boring the lecturer is, no matter how boring the lecturer is, no matter how boring the topic or probably the course is, try to be in the class. Try to be in the lecture classes. Just no matter how, just sit down. Sit down in an hour or 2 hours will not kill you. It won't. And there's no how you are going to they are going to grab one or two things for the he or she the lecturer is teaching. Even if you don't grab anything, just say, just to fulfill your right, just say the lecturer, in case of anything. So try your possible best. Try your possible best to stay in lecture classes, no matter how boring it is. The other one is poor academic achievements. When we talk about poor academic achievements, what are we talking about? When you study in school for 4 years or 5 years, there's nothing that you have achieved so far. There is no benefit result, there is no good results to show that, mom, dad, this is what I've been doing so far, this is my achievements, this is my results. You being absent for classes, you being absent for lectures, you are going to have a poor academic achievements. That most of my classmates today that till now they have not done their clearance, they are still having carryovers, and that's why you are going to pay school fees, extra school fees. If you stay like 2 years, you not come for, you not sort yourself, you pay that 2 years school fees. So till now, and they are not moving, they feel that they don't really need the certificates. What they want to take certificate for? But I built that certificate they are going to need in one day. They are playing with Nigeria, or they are playing with probably, they feel that everything is not school, everything is not certificates, but it's a lie. It's a big lie. I know, fine and good. We are having problem with unemployment in the country, youth working up and down, submitting CVs from one company to another, from one organization to another. But that does not discourage you to say that certificate or school is a scam. They will definitely need that certificate. So them now have all these carryovers and they don't care, they feel okay, that is not my business, after all, I don't need certificate, I'm just doing it because my mom, because my parents said I should do it. Initially I was not prepared to go to school. At the beginning I did not plan to go to higher institutions. So they feel it's their parents that push them to the university. So what are they showing for at the end of 4 years? You pay school fees for first year, second year, third year, fourth year. Imagine you paying 150. Do you know how much it is for 4 years? Forget about the school fees. They are going to still buy textbook. You do projects, you do assignments, the debits, schools debits and everything. You trying to pay departmental levels, trying to pay faculty dues. Do you know how much of all this money? If you calculate all this money together, do you know how much that you have reached to start a big supermarket? But your parents spent that money on you for you to be a better person in the future. If you university, your parents is not with you, so nobody can control you, nobody can tell you what to do, nobody will tell you that go to lecture, do this, do that, do your assignment, do that. You feel that you are your own. Anytime you want to go to class, you go to class. Anytime you feel like going to lecture, you go to lecture. Like you do things, you feel less reluctant over everything that concerns your academic. Forgetting the fact that your parents are struggling out there to pay for your school fees. Forgetting the fact that they are struggling out there despite the hard economics and everything. They are still paying your school fees because they want you to be a better person in the future. They want you to be among your peers. They want you to be a doctor. They want you to be a lawyer. They want you to be a better person in societies. And you're neglecting the fact that your parents are struggling there. You just want to do anything you like. So at the end, your parents are asking you your certificates. And telling them stories. I don't know, my lecturer, this lecturer hates me very well. Hates me that always giving me F is a lie. That is a big lie. Why are you telling stories to your parents when you know that you actually know what you have been doing? You are not coming to class, you don't attend lectures, you don't do the things that are meant to do as a student. You are giving your parents excuses, lying on top of the lecturer's head, telling them that this lecturer hates me. Like, why? What will you achieve in all these things? What will you achieve? Instead of you to present your certificate to your parents and telling your parents stories, telling your parents stories that touches the heart. Some of them will use the instead of crying crocodile tears. From there, from the story, you see them, they'll be in they'll started staying at home. You not see them again. From home, they'll go and probably they'll see petty jobs. 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, then that you see them staying at home. The parents will never talk about the certificate again. Nothing again. Like that, this person's future is already failed. This person does not even have it's gone already. They're not talking about it because you don't need to even go back to school safe. Because you go back to school, where do you want to start from? They might tell you should start from level 2. Probably second 200 level. They will not start you start from that 400 level, and you will pay school fees again. So there's no way to start from. So you just have to accept your fate. Accept your fate by telling yourself that you are the cause of your problem. When your mates were present, you were not present. Currently your mates are serving their father's land, and you are there doing something else. Trying to learn the skills at your age when your mates are getting married, having their own business. They're trying to learn the skills. It's very, very bad. Why your parents, the reason why your parents, you don't have the opportunity to learn the skills. Then your parents send you to school. Get your certificate and get a job. At your age of 25 years, 26 years, learning the skills. 27 years, 28 years, when your mates are already in their office, learning and doing their jobs. Some of your mates are going for interviews, working in companies, and you are working under probably, I don't even know where to start from. But at the cost of it, you are not being present. You are always absent. Absent, absent, absent. Your name is always in the book of life, but always in blacklist. Why? Your classmates' names are always in book of life, but you have already decided that I want to be in blacklist. I want to be in black. You have already make that decision, and as you make that decision, nobody is going to tell you. Your parents don't know what you are doing in school. That's just the fact. Your parents don't know what you are doing in school. They don't know whether you are doing, like, they don't know. They just feel that their child is in school learning. Their child is in school learning. That is just their aim. That is what they think. So, absence from lectures and other things will make you have a poor academic achievements. They will talk about loss of motivation. When we're talking about loss of motivation, what are we talking about? We are talking about you not being able to defend for yourselves. You not being able to defend so far what you have learned, or probably so far what you have not even learned. When we talk about this loss of motivation, you are not being motivated. You don't care about anything at all. You don't care about the fact that even when your friends are coming to classes, you are not even motivated at all. Nothing is even shaking you. That mindset is already on you. That ego is already on you that I'm not going to do this and I will not do this. At the end of the semester, we believe that at the end of our year, probably 400 level, when we do our defense. You are doing your defense. What are you doing your defense for? You are defending what your lecturers have taught you so far. You are trying to prove to them that you know what you're actually doing. You are trying to prove to them that you know what your lecturers have been teaching you so far. You are trying to prove to them that you actually came to school to learn, not to do something else. So we are given a topic to defend. Your supervisors are already there, your lecturers are there, your fellow students are there looking for you to defend yourself, and you be like looking at them. You are looking at them. So obvious to be defending yourself. Why are you looking at them? Your lecturers have done their parts to teach you, to impart on you. So why are you looking at them? Are you looking at their face for them to give you answers or what? Or probably you are waiting for heaven to fall before you start defending? Most of them, you see them, those at the point they'll start agitating or be scared. They don't even know what to speak on. Supervisor will be very disappointed. Your supervisor alone, the supervisor will be very, very disappointed. Even the external supervisor that came to your school, they'll be like, why are these students like this? Is it that the lecturers are not teaching them, or I don't understand? You are giving the school a bad name. You are telling them that the teacher did not teach you, or the lecturer did not teach you. Even at a certain point that your classmates will even be laughing. They will be laughing at you. You feel so discouraged. Your lecturers that used to teach you will be looking at you. See what is going on. You won't be able to defend yourself. You won't be able to speak or defend so far what they have taught you. Even the fact that we are giving these projects for, I believe, for months, you'll be given a project topic for you to go and practice, write on it. I think there's enough time for you to learn this thing. But even as the time they gave you, still you still do not defend this thing. And most of all these topics are under our course, under the courses that they have taught us during the semester. Because you are not always absent, you are not always present in school. Because you are not always present in lectures, you find yourself being so, I don't know, you look as if you are there, you look as if the ground should open, that the ground will just swallow you, because you don't know what to talk, you don't know what to defend, you don't know what to speak on. So you are going to have poor, or the motivation or the zeal is not going to be there. So we'll talk about learning environments. When you have a good learning environment, it helps the students very well. Then when we talk about the learning environment, really helps a lot. When you are among people that know what they are doing, when you are among people that know the reasons why they are in school, when you are among people that actually learn a lot, you will also be motivated in that aspect. The environment is conducive. The environment is okay for the students to stay. So I thought that doing my teaching practice then, the school where I did my TP is close to a market. Do you think that environment is conducive for the students to learn? It's not actually conducive, because their fuel is along the roads, is along the market, probably distractions. Everybody just like trying to, there will be like distraction from the marketers and those that are buying and selling, and the vehicles that are passing on the road. And it also talks about the school environment. Is the school environment, is it okay for you to what? To participate fully on a particular lecture. For you to learn very well on a particular lecture. Do you think so? So, learning environment is very, very important. Try to learn among people, trying to be among people. They are good, they are learning, they actually want to learn, and they know what they actually come, the reason why they come to school, or the reason why they are in school. Is very, very important. Learning environment is very, very important. Be in environments that's very, very conducive, that even your seat partner should not be a person that is a discouraging type. Should not be a person that always noise makers, or probably always being distracted with, always on phone, probably do one or two things. Child just wants to distract you. Be with someone that knows what he or she wants to do. Don't be with people that are very, very, that without them being distracting others, they have not started that lecture. Don't be with a distracting person. Be with someone that's close to someone that is ready to learn. So when my students, when they are in class, so I'm teaching them, I found out there is always a leader leading this set of people. This particular person, you always lead these people. You are the one now trying to put stories to this person. You know that this person is learning. And I'm trying to put stories for this person, but that person will be gisting you. At that moment, the environment is not conducive for the next person, or probably their fellow classmates that is learning. You are distracting them, you are telling them stories. There is time for everything. Why are you telling them stories when the teacher is teaching? Why is that the teacher, when the teacher enters the class, that's when you now start talking? When the teacher enters the class, that's when you now start standing up or trying to give the class? I used to tell my students that if you don't want to learn, it's not a must. Go and tell your parents, go home, tell your mom, tell your dad that I don't want to waste your school fees. Use this school fee that you want to spend on me, use it for someone else. There are people out there that want this education that your parents is giving you. Tell them, I used to tell them, if you don't want to learn, go and learn the skills now that you are still young. Learn skills that are able to, that when you should learn the skills finish, you're able to bring money to your pockets than you coming to school to waste your parents' school fees. Instead of you to be wasting your parents' school fees, just go home, go and learn. There are people that are learning, and probably their parents can't afford their school fees, probably they are dropouts, or probably their head cannot carry education, stuff like that. So they're learning the skills and they are good in it. You know, it's not that when you already grow up, or probably at 20 something, you're not learning the skills. No, it's still, you stay them, probably GSS, not to GSS 3. You are still young to learn skills. So it's not too late for you. Than you going to wasting your parents' school fees. Your academic is poor, your performance is poor, everything poor, just everything F. If you now go to university, continue from the failure. No, now. So just relax and tell your parents. Your parents frustrated that no, that you want to learn the skills, that you are not able to bring welcome back, welcome to school, welcome certificate. Instead of you to have first class, second class, they are receiving welcome to the school. No, it's very, very bad. So please, we should try our possible best to have a learning environment. Try to follow people that will motivate you, people that impact in you, not people that are going to discourage you. So that I used to tell my students that you are looking at this person making it in the class and you are following them to making it. You know that this person knows more than you. You think you're the same, you think the way this person knows, but they're like you have to learn you have to make sure that you learn or probably listen to what is teaching so that you're able to be like this person. I believe everybody IQ is not the same. There are some students that you teach from morning to night but they'll never grab anything. They are very low in learning. I used to take them as a special students, and when I noticed that you're any kind of set of person, I used to encourage their parents they should try to bring a special tutor for this child if you want this child to go further. If you love this child, bring a special tutor for this child. This child is going to develop. A teacher comes to the class to teach a student 40 minutes, a period of the normal, one period, I think one period is 40 minutes. Are you expecting a child that they are probably learning, for them to learn is very, very low, and child that grabs a lot? You can't teach that 40 minutes, especially that child that doesn't learn, that doesn't grab very fast, to learn the way this person that grabs very fast. You don't expect that child to grab anything, but that 40 minutes is just like you're adding salt. They're adding salt inside. You have not even put the ingredients, you're just adding salt inside the food you are cooking. This taste has not even come out at all. So that child needs a special tutor. So I will advise the parent that, ma, your child can't grab the way other students are grabbing. So you don't expect your child to learn within 40 minutes. It's not possible. What you are encouraging that child is failure. So the best thing you have to give to this child, the best gift ever, is to give the child a special tutor. No matter how much, just even if you just borrow, later you pay the person. I know that it's not easy. You pay for school fees, you pay for this, you pay for that. Borrow. At least everybody used to borrow in this life. Nobody has not borrowed here. Everybody used to borrow. There are some people that they want to work their stuff. They'll be like, I don't have money, but I'll borrow. But I don't want to go to nuts. I don't want to suffer in nuts. They will borrow when they pay their salary. I've paid this finish. Just within 2 or 3 salary that come out, your debt is gone. And you're enjoying your staying in Lagos. You're not running up skater from bomb and Boko Harams. At least you are safe. You are at least at the starting point you have saved your life. You are not among those people that are even one eye closed, one eye open. Service, you are not going to enjoy it now. Just be like a nightmare to you. Very, very bad. So you have to sort yourself out. Borrow. Try to borrow from your peers or family members, your friends, anyhow. Try just borrow and give the child a special tutor so that the child will be able to improve these are skills and learning ability. Very, very important. Then we'll talk about suspension. That the type of student that's being absent from school, from lectures, you're always absent. You might end up be suspended from the school. I don't know, there is one school, I think it's a private school or university, that if you don't attend classes, you don't attend lectures, they are going to suspend you from that school. Very strict. I don't want to call the name of the school, I remember the school name. Very strict. And funny enough, the school is very, very expensive. And you're not coming to school. Imagine your parents bringing 1 point something for a semester. And you're not attending classes. What are you doing at home? What do you want? Do you want your parents to go and sell all their entire lands and property? You will never have an achievement at the end. Do you want them to go and sell all their property and train you to school? And you are not showing any impact or you are not showing anything out of all the old school fees that have been paying you. You say your parents spending up to 3M a semester. They're not coming to school. They will suspend you. They don't care whether your father is a senator or your mother is the president. They will suspend you. You have to go for that suspension. That is the school policies. That is the school rules. Although probably there might be 1 or 2 reasons, but it's still money that will still sort you out, that will still bail you out. So for you to avoid all these expenses in your parents' head, just do the needful, attend lectures, attend school, learn the way your mate is learning. Sometimes they used to threaten that some school the school I'm teaching my baby, they threaten them with suspension. But at the end of not how many students do you have that you are suspending students? They will just threaten you with that suspension so that you're able to know that attending class is very, very important. For you not to engage yourself in that suspension. And I noticed that suspensions can also occur when you involve yourself in examination malpractice. You're not being in school, you're not being in class, you don't know what the teacher have taught you guys so far, and you see the exam question, you're looking at the ceiling. Looking at the ceiling to do what? Why are you looking at the ceiling? Is the answer in the ceiling? The answer is not in the ceiling. You are looking at the ceiling because you were not present in lectures. And one thing that, funny enough, it's not even me reading my book. I used to grab something. It's what the teacher teach in that class. I grab what the teacher teach in the class than book. Funny enough. So the knowledge that teachers transfer to the students in class is very, very important than the notebook that they are giving you. You easily grab that knowledge than you reading a notebook. After that, I will read it, I will even forget it. But once I notice that this teacher taught us this thing, yes, I remember, yes, she said this thing, you be like, before you know that you know everything, you write everything down. Teacher will be like, teacher will be think like whether you record this as voice when she was teaching. But you don't record this because all those explanations she gave at the beginning still stuck on your brain because you were being attentive, because you were being present, because you were able to communicate with the lecturer. That was why you were able to grab what the lecturer taught you and you were able to write it down. And this set of people that did not come to class, that was not present, they don't know what to write. They depend on expo, they depend on their phones, they depend on materials, implicating materials that will make them, that will suspend them from the university. So once you are being called for this examination of practice, you are going to fill a form. And they will call you to, I think they used to call, I've forgotten, they will just call you to, I think they are judging, they play like they used to call for judgments. They'll call the weakness. The person beside you will be the weakness. So if you see anybody carrying paper, better leave that place. Because they feel that you saw that person and you kept quiet. You feel that person is the one giving you materials and everything now. So you that have said that person, you say that there's no difference between you and the person that is with Expo. Because definitely you copy from that person. So you are just like witness that person. So if they are judging that person, they will also judge you too. Because you were actually close with the victim. The punishment that the victim is taking, you also take it too. And you see that most of them will have been suspended from school. Probably they might give them like 2 years. Imagine you graduating with your junior. That is it. I don't even pray that for my enemy. Graduating with your junior, I don't pray that for my enemy. You are supposed to have graduated since. Because of the 2 years, 3 years they gave you, came back. People that you met in JSS on your level, now you are with them. Very, very bad. Suspension is very, very bad. I remember then I was in university. It was actually a gist, my friend gist me, with a rumor. There's a guy that wrote exam for his girlfriend. Relationship. I didn't even understand. Just imagine writing an exam for your girlfriend. How? It's not that it's even female, it's male and female. Because of what? What kind of love is that? What kind of relationship is that?
that you have to write an examination. Do you know what examination? It's not even quiz. If it's quiz or test, you can feel that okay, it's just quiz, it's just test, how many marks. But this one is examination. Some guys I don't even know. You guys think as the boss, and it's very, very bad. No, I know you love the girl society point. I know, fine and cool, but you should not bring it to examination. This is school for kind of like your parents are not even aware that you are doing relationship in the school. Because of that suspicion, everything is going to come out. Everything will cast, and your news will go viral. It's going viral now. Many people that even don't used to even come to school, they even hear about the news. Even the gossip and TV in your school carry the news. They will even be your picture yourself. God. It is where shall God will help us. But please, let's not carry relationship to what we take you for how many years. Please, it's not encouraging at all. It's not encouraging. So if we are doing anything, we should think twice before doing something. We should look for we should see that there are all these things that we are doing, it has repercussions, it has consequences. And at the end, they caught the boy went for suspension. Even I don't know where the girlfriend went to, I don't know. But I don't think the suspension will be the same thing with the boy. But I think the girl also went for suspension. So I think it was 3 years. 3 or 2 years. It was not funny. So at the end, we should try to participate in lectures, classes, encourage our future children, try to encourage them to try to participate in lecture, in classes. They should always be present, no matter how boring the lecture is, no matter how boring, no matter how they dislike the subject, the courses or the lecturer. They should try to participate. It's very, very important. So at this juncture, I would like to pass to the next speaker.
Boa noite a todos. Hoje é quinta-feira. Hoje, o título do meu trabalho é Bilinguismo Infantil e Bilinguismo Adulto, estudando do português como segunda língua. Imagine a Yoruba man born into a Yoruba family by Yoruba parents in Nigeria. At home, he speaks Yoruba language to his parents. When he goes to school or to work, he speaks English language because English language is Nigerian official language. Then this man goes further to learn Portuguese as his second language. Apparently, learning this language will come with different challenges. The challenges faced by this bilingual is what we'll be emphasizing in this work. Distinguished guests, respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today humbled by your presence, yet energized by this historic moment. The topic of my speech is child and adult bilingualism, studying Portuguese as a second language. Please, it's important you note, studying Portuguese as a second language is just a case study, so you know the challenges faced by bilingual. These same challenges I will be emphasizing on is applicable to one studying English language as a second language, or persons studying Mandarin as a second language, that's Chinese language, or persons studying Dutch as a second language, that's German language, or persons studying Spanish as a second language. So now, what does the word bilingualism mean? The word bilingualism has 3 morphemes. For you to understand this, I need to go quickly into linguistic morphology. In linguistic morphology, we have what we call morpheme. morpheme are smallest meaningful units. So for bilingualism, under morpheme, we have what we call affix morpheme and we have root morpheme and affix morpheme. Root morpheme, they are words. They can stand on their own without the affix morpheme. For example, when we say happy, happy is a root morpheme. When you put un in front of happy, it becomes what? Unhappy. Thank you. So the un in front of happy is an affix morpheme. So under affix morpheme, we have what we call the prefix and the suffix. If you put mis in the front of information, it becomes what? Misinformation. Information there is a root morpheme because it's without the prefix, it's going to give a good meaning. And the other one, that's the suffix, on the other hand, when we have the word Tor and we add ism to the back, it becomes what? Tourism. When we have tribe and we add ism to the back, it becomes what? Tribalism. Tribal, then ism, it becomes tribalism. The ism we are adding to the back is a suffix. So this is how you understand morpheme, the root morpheme, the affix morpheme that has prefix and suffix. Now let's come into the word bilingualism. Bilingualism can be traced to the early 1870s, which has three morphemes: bi, lingua, and ism. Bi means the practice, means two. Bi means two, bi. Lingua means language. Ism means the practice of something. That's why we say nepo and ism. It becomes nepotism. It is the practice of what? Favorism. Do you get? So now, bilingualism here means the practice of two language. So now, what is language? According to Edward Sapire, 1921, Edward Sapire defined language as a purely human and non-instinctive method of communicating ideas, emotions, and desires by a system of voluntarily produced symbols. Let me explain to you. Edward Sapire defined language as a purely human. The first point here is that only human use language. Noam Chomsky said something. He said, one of the distinctive attributes within human and other creation is language. That is to say, only human make use of language. You must have heard people say, I can see those dogs communicating. They understand each other's language. It is wrong. They communicate, but they don't use language. Only human use language. Then Edward Sapire further explained that language is a purely human and non-instinctive method of communicating ideas, emotions, and desire. What makes it non-instinctive? It is non-instinctive because when you are born, you don't bring this language from wherever you are coming from. When you get here on earth, after 3 months, you start what? Getting language. Now, let me explain to you. Non-instinctive method of communicating idea, you have to learn it. This is what? Clothes. In English. In Yoruba, it is called Asho. The Portuguese calls it what? Upas. Do you get it? So now, for the shoe, the English calls it shoe. What you wear on your leg. The Yoruba calls it bata. The Portuguese calls it sapato. So now, if you are in Portugal, you have to understand that it is sapato, it is not bata. Then we have to understand that we have dialects as well. Dialect is a very important characteristics of language, because if you are checking the characteristics of language, we have what we call variation. Language varies. So now, what is the definition of dialect? Dialect is a variant of a language. Variation spoken by a geographically secluded group of people within a larger society. Let me explain that to you. What I mean by dialect. When we say variant of a language, it means that language. It is the same language, but it's just a variation of that language. Spoken by a geographically secluded group of people. Spoken by a geographically secluded group of people, like a group of people within a secluded zone. I'll use this as an example for you. We have Lagos State. Lagos State is a Yoruba-speaking state, right? Then we have Ibadan, that's Oyo State. Oyo is a Yoruba-speaking state as well. In Lagos State, if you want to cross the road, you would say, as a Lagosian, you would likely say, Mo fẹ́ sọdá, or if you are going with your friend, you say, Jẹ́ kí a sọdá, like, let's cross the road. But if you are in Ibadan, if you say, Mo fẹ́ sọdá in Ibadan means, I want to die. Or if you tell people in Ibadan that, Jẹ́ ká sọdá, they will be like, so you are okay? Are you okay? What do you mean by why do you want to kill yourself? Like you don't use the word like that at Ibadan. But at Ibadan, if you want to cross the road, you will say Jeki Afono. Do you get? But if you come to Lagos here and say Jeki Afono, they'll be like, do you understand? They'll be like, are you okay? What do you mean by Jeki Afono? Why are you so local? This is the same Yoruba, but it's dialect. A variant of the language spoken by a geographically secluded group of people within a larger society. So as far as language exists, we would always have dialects. That's why under varieties of word English, we have the Nigerian English, we have the Australian English, we have the Canadian English, and so on. So now, coming to this, I left when I was talking about non-instinctive method of communicating ideas. You have to learn. This is what is called in this language. And that's why, while growing up as a child, you might tell your mom, Mommy, I want to eat rice. That's in English. You will say, Mommy, mo fẹ́ jẹ ìrẹsì. Then the Portuguese child will say, Mãe, eu quero para comer arroz. Do you get it? So now, if probably the child means he wants to eat potato, do you get? And he is not saying potato, maybe he is calling rice for potato. We have children, we have kids to do this a lot. Why they are learning that language, why they are acquiring that language, not learning that language, they tend to mix items up. So the child might probably want to say he wants to eat rice. He wants to eat potato, for instance. But because he is used to hearing rice every time, so probably he feels or she feels anything we eat is rice. Then he tells his mom, Mommy, I want to eat rice. Then the mom goes to prepare rice for her child. After preparing the rice, then tells the child, Ba, in Yoruba, in English, take, in Portuguese, toma. And when she gives the child the rice, she will be like, I don't want this. I don't want this. Do you get it? It'll be like, you requested for rice, I have made rice, and now you're telling me you don't want rice. Then the child will be like, this is not what I'm saying. What I want is this. Probably they have some pairs of potato at home. Then the child is going to show the mom. The mom will be like, oh, this is potato, not rice. This is where learning comes from. Non-instinctive method. At that stage, you have started learning. But the linguist doesn't call it learning. they call it acquiring at that stage. I will tell you why it is acquiring later. Moving on to the word bilingual. People who practice or speak two languages are referred to as bilinguals. Like I said in my topic, child and adult bilingualism. So who is a child bilingual? A child bilingual is an individual who picks up two languages as his or her first language between the age of 0 to 12 simultaneously. What do I mean by this? For instance, a Yoruba child whose mom is a Yoruba, dad is a real Yoruba. When I say real Yoruba, I mean a Yoruba that doesn't joke with his or her language. I'm sure we have Yorubas, I'm sure we have Igbos who doesn't really value their language. Their parents rather speak English to them at home than speak the native language. So now, I'm talking about that parent that takes their native language seriously. Now, a child born by a Yoruba parent, I'm talking about a national level now, who gave birth to that child at the northern part of Nigeria, for example, Kaduna. So now, after giving birth to this child, while the child is growing, don't forget, the linguists agree that language acquisition starts from 3 months old. So from 0 to 3 months, you can't acquire anything until you are 3 months old. That is where language acquisition starts from. Language acquisition is the ability to perceive language. Language learning is the study of a language in a more theoretical way. So that's why there's a difference between someone that acquires language and someone that learns language. I'll give you an instance. Most people who speak English language, who do not learn English language, will find it difficult to know the origin of is. I went to a conference where I was asking the people, what is the origin of is? What is the origin of was? Then they are like, do is and was have origin? Then I explained to them, the origin of is and was is the verb to be. How do I know this? I knew this when I was studying Portuguese. In Portuguese language, we have 2 irregular verbs, which means to be. One is estar, one is ser. One thing about Portuguese language is Portuguese language is always specific. So now, estar in Portuguese means to be. Ser in Portuguese means to be. But one is talking about permanent states. The other one is talking about temporary states. Now when we say to be is talking about your state of being. Now, the verb to be is where you get is where you get was, is where you get am, is where you get where, is where you get being, and so on. So that's why in Pidgin, it's very relatable. When I say, who you be, do you understand? If I say who you be, what would be the response, sir? Abi guy, thank you. If I want to say it in standard English, what will I say? I will say, who are you? What will you say? Now, if you look at it very well, the who you be, I be guy. The same be repeats itself in both question and response. Do you understand? But in standard English, I said, who are you? The be changes to what? Ah. Then when he A-R-E, ah. Then when he responded, what did he say? He said what? I am. So now, the be in the response changes to am. So you are getting this because I have to go back to Pidgin and not standard English. So this is the origin of be. This is one of many origins that most of us don't know because we acquired the language, we didn't learn the language. So we acquired to speak, we didn't learn. Do you understand? So now, in the Portuguese level, B has temporary states and permanent states. That's the temporary is estar, the permanent is ser. When we say estar, the verb to be, the conjugation, you have eu isto, você está, ele está, ela está, nós estamos, vocês estão, elas estão. Você, you have eu sou, você é, ele é, ela é, nós somos, vocês são, elas são. Now this is it. This extra part is talking about temporary situation. For example, you come and meet me and you ask me, KSO, how are you doing? You would say, KSO, como está? Because you are using you, second person pronoun. Then I'm going to answer by saying, estou bem, like I'm good. So I'm answering as the first person. So the estar changes to isto. You understand? So the reason why I'm answering in a temporary state is because you're asking how am I doing. My current feeling or state of mind is not permanent because it can change at any time. Portuguese language is very specific. Because probably for someone who plays gamble, you can ask him now, how are you doing? Be like, I'm fine, I'm very good. Perhaps in his bed sleep, he picked 15 games and 14 has come. Do you understand? So he's very, very eager to tell you, I'm fine, I'm good. Do you understand? Then after 3 minutes, maybe something spoils the game, for instance. Then you come back to him, be like, bro, I'm not good. Do you understand? So that's why Portuguese specify when answering about how you are, your state of being. Do you understand? Now, the permanent state, what was it talking about? For example, when you ask me, how do you still know me? What is your name? You'll be like, or who are you? You'll be like, eu sou Nigeriano. I am a Nigerian. That is the permanent state. Nothing is going to change it. I'll always be a Nigerian. Even if I leave America, I will always be a Nigerian. So that is the difference between the both. Where do I move from? I move from who is a child bilingual. A child bilingual is that individual between the age of 0 to 12 who picks up 2 languages simultaneously as his or her first language. Then, what is the instance? A Yoruba child born by Yoruba parents at Kaduna, the northern Nigeria, the northern part of Nigeria. Now, this child, when he's at home, his parents speaks Yoruba, or his parents speaks Yoruba to her. Shoma jẹun, kí ló fẹ́, ṣé dáadáa ló wà, ṣé dáadáa ló jí, àárọ̀ la wà, ọ̀sán la wà. Do you understand? Those things. So now, when this child goes to school, he will meet the likes of Mustafa, Musa, Tohib. Then when he comes to them, they will talk to him by saying, Ningila, Ade, like, house owner, how are you doing? You get? They'll be like, what are you saying? I don't understand. Be like, don't you understand that Hausa at all? Like, yes. But what are you doing? Yes, my parents are Yoruba parents. They'll be like, oh, you have to learn. Even without telling him he has to learn, he will learn, he will acquire due to the environment. So from there, they will start telling him, Miss Nonka, what is your name? Like, Sunana Muhammad, Ibn Ghazali. My name is Muhammad Kasali. Do you understand? From there, he starts to acquire the other language simultaneously. He's acquiring the language at home too. So that child speaks Yoruba language and what? Hausa language as his first language. That's an example of a child bilingual on a national level. At international level, a child born by an Igbo parents from Nigeria, but this child was born in Portugal, for example. At home, the parents will speak Igbo language to the child. But when the child goes to school in Portugal, he would learn in the classroom using Portuguese language. At home, the parent might tell him that this is food. Do you want to eat? você quero, você quer comida? Do you want to eat food? They'll be like, no, I'm not eating. Não comendo. Agora, I'm not eating now. Do you get it? On the other hand, if the child gets home, the parent is going to speak Igbo language to the child. Do you get it? So that child picks up Igbo language and Portuguese language simultaneously as his or her first language. That is who a child bilingual is. So now let's get it right. A child bilingual is an individual that picks up two languages simultaneously as his or her first language. An adult bilingual, on the other hand, an adult bilingual is an individual who has already picked up the first language, who has already acquired the first language. Now, he is going to learn the second language. If you noticed, when I was talking about the child bilingual, I was using acquire, because at that stage, he acquires, he passes through the process of perceiving language. But yeah, another bilingual is the person that has acquired the first language. Now, proceed to learn the second language. I'll give you an example. We have many Yorubas here in Lagos who finds Hausa language interesting, then proceed to learn Hausa language. After acquiring Yoruba as the first language. This is an example of an adult bilingual. Another example are university students in Nigeria here. For example, Lagos State University, LASU, University of Lagos, UNILAG, Obafemi Awolowo University, at Osun State. These three universities have produced so many bilinguals, and over time, while I was doing my my final year projects, I was able to interview their students who are bilinguals as well. So using them as an example of another bilingual, the Department of Foreign Language, Lagos State University, Portuguese unit, have people who have studied, who have acquired the first language, but they are currently in LASU to learn Portuguese language as their second language. During this process, they encounter many challenges while learning the second language. These challenges will be emphasized as I speak. The first challenge faced by bilingual that we'll be talking about is linguistic interference. When I say linguistic interference, in other words, means mixing of languages. Mixing of languages is common between bilinguals as a result of them trying to respond quick or unconsciousness. For instance, someone who speaks Yoruba, English, or Yoruba and Portuguese. The person might want to tell you, how are you doing? But because the person can speak more than one language, and the person's mind is not fully with you, instead of the person speaking English to you by saying, how are you? The person might end up saying, Baoni. And you as an Igbo person, you might find the Baoni offensive. Because Yoruba has a tone. They have how to qualify an adult or someone in an higher position, and for someone on the same level. That's where you have Showa and Shewa. Do you understand? So now, a person might want to say, how are you? But because he or she is a bilingual and his mind is not fully with you, he will just say, Baoni. Then you find it offensive. This is an example of linguistic interference. Or, for example, a Yoruba person wants to say, I am going to an English speaker. But because he or she is used to speaking Yoruba and English, but Yoruba will always have power because Yoruba is the first language. The first language is always the stronger language. So, instead of him telling you, I am going, he might just say, Mondo. Or probably he is talking to a Portuguese person. Instead of him to say, Isto Indo, he will just say, I am going. Then the person will be like, what's it? Or maybe when he say, I'm going, or when she says, I'm going, the person might feel, maybe he's not talking to me. If he's talking to me, he will speak the language I understand. By so doing, he leaves. Then the person calls next. Hello, what happened? You've not been here for the past 2 hours. I told you I was leaving. You never said you were leaving. This is the importance of language. Because the other person is speaking in another language that the other person did not understand. So he feels he did not tell him he was going to leave the venue. And this has caused so much problem. Another example of linguistic interference is bilinguals most times, they translate their second language using the style in the first language. For example, this is very common among Nigerians. You will see people say, what says the time? The origin of what says the time is a Yoruba sentence that says, Kini agowi. Do you understand? But the correct form is what? He said? No, I'm talking about the English correct. What time is it? What time is it? What time is it? Do you understand? So, but because the person English language has been rebranded by his mother tongue, he would use the style in the mother tongue to translate the second language by saying Kini agowi. They will now tell you in English what says the time. You'll be like, when did the time start talking? Did you get it? Another one is where we have in the Portuguese. This is very common. In the English language, for example, if I want to ask how are you, I will say how are you. Do you get? In Portuguese language, I will say como você está. Now, in English, what did I say? I said what? One by one. I said thank you. In Portuguese, como você está. Como in Portuguese means how. Do you get? Now, we started by saying what in English? How. Please follow. Followed by A-R-E, ha. Are you with me? Now, in Portuguese, the next one is como. After como is what? Você. Do you understand? Você here means you. Do you understand? So it now becomes how you. Then the last one is what? Está, state of being. Do you understand? So that becomes what? The ha here. So in Portuguese it becomes how you are. Do you understand? So if you want to use the same style in translating your first language for second language, then there will be a serious problem. Then you now start saying, comment está você? Then the native speaker will see you and be like, where is he from? Are you sure this man is qualified for this job? Do you understand? So under linguistic interference, that is where we get code mixing and code switching from. So now when we talk about code mixing is putting of words of different language in a sentence during conversation. Example of it from an English, Yoruba, Portuguese speaker is when someone say, mo fẹ́ ra bread. Mo fẹ́ ra bread. Do you understand? Bread is an English word. Mo fẹ́ ra is a Yoruba phrase That means it's a Yoruba sentence. That means I want to buy. Then the bread is the only English there. This is what? Code mixing. Mo fẹ́ ra bread. Èló ni. I want to buy bread. How much is it? Are you following? So now I want to buy bread. How much is it? Now, Portuguese on the other hand, a Portuguese, Yoruba, English speaker, I want to get bread and be like, I want to buy pound. Quanto custa? I want to buy pound. Pound in Portuguese means, in English means bread. Quanto custa in English means how much. Hope you are getting it. So now, this is for code mixing on the other hand. On the one hand. On the other hand, we have code switching. Code switching is changing from one language to another language during conversation. For example, I say, Mrs. WHO, what you have been saying since morning, I did not understand. You spoke on bacteria, you spoke on microscopic organisms, you spoke on COVID, you spoke on lockdown, you spoke on AI, you spoke on the dean, the chairperson, the cinematographist. I do not get what you have been saying since morning. Pode explicar, por favor. Pode explicar, por favor. What does it mean? It means you have been talking since morning. I did not get anything you have been saying. Can you explain, please? Pode explicar, por favor. So now, I've switched from speaking all the first language to speaking the second language. Do you get it? So now, linguistic interference over the years has always been a major challenge faced by bilingual in their course of practicing bilingualism. Do you get it? Then, the second challenge I'll be emphasizing on is forgetting of the second language. Most bilinguals, they struggle with remembering the second language. And most times, it's as a result of them not being in the language, in the linguistic environment. Let me give you, for example, I did an interview between French students of Lagos State University and Portuguese students of Lagos State University. I have been observing them for nothing less than 3 years. And I realized that the French student of Lagos State University speaks French better than the Portuguese students of Lagos State University. That was during the COVID period and 1 year after the COVID. Why? What happened? There is always a mandatory 6-month program for Lagos State University Portuguese students. So the program is for them to go to a Portuguese country, no matter how small the Portuguese country is. Now let me list Portuguese-speaking countries for you, the Lusophone countries. We have Portugal, we have Brazil, we have Macau, we have Goa, we have East Timor, we have Equatorial Guinea, we have Cabo Verde, that's Cape Verde, we have Angola, we have Mozambique, we have Sao Tome and Principe. Do you understand? So now, they are required to go to any of these countries to spend 6 months. So staying in the language environment is going to help them develop their spoken ability of the second language. Now I'm talking about the Portuguese students of Lagos State University. But during COVID in 2020, down to 2021, they could not leave Nigeria to any of these countries I mentioned. due to COVID. But because the French students of Lagos State University, where they used to go to is the French village at Badagry. The German students of Obafemi Awolowo University, they go to Goethe Institute, the German Goethe Institute at the island, not far from Teslim Balogun Stadium. So that makes it easy for them to go. So now, when it was the time for Portuguese students to go, when they were in 300 level, they could not go to Sao Tome at that time due to the pandemic. But the French students were able to go. So after the 6 months, the French students came back on campus for their lectures. The Portuguese students were busy receiving online classes. So when they came back, when the French students were speaking, they were speaking very fluently. They had improved from 30 to 70. Because for the past 6 months, they have been staying in the language environment, in the linguistic environment. So if they want to eat, if they want to buy things, if they need to take exit or permission, they have to do those things in French language. Because you don't speak any other language in that environment. In short, they pay fine when they speak a different language. So that makes it easier for them to learn better and get used to the language. But for the Portuguese students, when they came back to campus after the 6 months, I could tell you from my observation that they were performing worse than they were performing before they left campus. Because while they are at home, they lost contact with their friends who would have ordinarily been speaking to them, probably bon dia, todos, como vai, amigo, como está, amigo, estou bem, amigo. They lost track with those people who are their classmates in school. This reduced the level of knowledge they have in the second language. So this is to justify the point that the linguistic environment is a factor that contributes to bilinguals forgetting the second language. Another challenge I'm going to be speaking about is accents and pronunciation. Bilinguals and second language learners face these challenges a lot, most especially for English Yoruba learner of Portuguese, for example. I want to talk about Yoruba language. Yoruba language is a tonal language. When we say tonal language are language that the pitch of your voice, that's the tone of your voice, can change the meaning of a word. That's what makes a tonal language. And that's why Yoruba is a tonal language. I would explain, I will give you examples. In Yoruba, when I say the letter O, W, and O, what does it mean? Someone, anyone? Owo, Owo, Owo. Do you understand? So now, Owo, now, this is the same word, but the tone of my voice change the meaning. It can be Owo. Owo means what? Money. It can be Owo. Owo means and. It can be Owo. Owo is a place in Ekiti. In Ondo, yes. Ondo State. Thank you. On the other hand, we have another word. O-J-O. That is still under Yoruba being a tonal language. It can be Ojo, a name of a person. It can be Ojo at Yanoba, a name of a place. It can be Ojo. Ojo means day. It can be Ojo. Ojo means rain. It can be Ojo. Ojo in the other place means, the slangy word means police. Do you understand? So this is same word, but the pitch of my voice changes the meaning. The same thing like oko and oko. Do you understand? Oko is hoe used in farming. Oko is what? Stone. Oko is what? Farm. Do you get? So on the other hand, we have the English language. The English language is referred to as stressed language. Stressed language are language where particular syllables of a word is pronounced deeper or longer, that's stressed, in order to change the meaning of the word. For instance, when I say present, 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 then present, present. These are two words, same spelling, but my stress has changed the meaning. Present means what? Present means gift. Present means gift. Present means to present, to give. Do you understand? Same spelling, but the stress changes the meaning. The same thing as minutes and minute. Do you get? Minutes here, the first syllable is the stressed syllable, which is talking about time. Minutes, which is talking about time. Minute, on the other hand, the first syllable is not stressed, but the second syllable is stressed, which means little. The third one is nasal accents, nasal words. Portuguese is classified as a nasal language because Portuguese has words that you may have to stress your oronasal cavity before you can pronounce them. Most likely, you have to use your nose. For example, please say after me. Coração. Coração. Sound. Mine. Mine. Now. Not now. 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 Do you get? So, it is classified as nasal language because during pronunciation, most of the word in the language has to do with using and stressing the nasal cavity. Moving on to the next challenge faced by bilingual, I'll be talking about translation of proverbs. Yesterday, I was talking to someone in the night, a Yoruba person, and I told her, I said, Akin tori ebi, kago mi ewa kano. Do anyone know the meaning of that proverb? Yes. What does it mean?
It means if you are hungry, you will put something that is fast.
Now, let me repeat myself. The proverb is, Akin tori ebi, kagbe omi ewa kano. That is the Yoruba proverb. Can someone do a better translation?
If somebody is really hungry,
okay,
you don't say you want to cook it because it will not be done in time.
Okay, that is the way she translated it. So in translation, we have two types of translation. We have the literary translation and we have the scientific translation. This is why translation is a very big problem for bilinguals. So now, what is literary translation? In other words, literary translation means word for word translation. That is what they did just now. I said, Akin tori ebi kago mi ewa kano. He said, you won't say because you are hungry, then go and boil beans. It is word for word translation. But I would like to ask, do you think you can get the meaning of a proverb by doing word for word translation? No, you can't. Now, the second type of translation on the other hand is scientific translation. What do scientists do? What is the first thing they do when they see things? What do they do? What do they do? Before experiment, what do scientists do? when they see, what do they first do? Observation is the first thing. So, scientific translation, you have to observe first. Not, you don't just see things and just say, you won't say because you're hungry and go and wear this. Do you understand? So now, this proverb means if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Let me explain the meaning for you. Imagine, it is as a student of School of Eloquence, our classes holds it for 5 months. Then after 5 months, we write an exam at the end of 5 months program. So imagine me as a student. Between my first 4 months and 3 weeks, I didn't read. While I was attending classes, I was busy using free Wi-Fi and I wasn't participating. I wasn't listening during classes. Then when it was 3 days to exams, after doing 10 courses with different textbooks, then I decide to say, okay, now let me read because I want to make sure I do very well in my exam. Look at it. You have 5 months to prepare, but you were busy doing irrelevant things. Then when it was 3 days for School of Eloquence exam, you now start preparing for 15 courses, which each course has nothing less than 15 topics. That is you failing to plan and planning to fail. That is the deep meaning of the Yoruba proverb that says, Akin tori ebi kagbo mewa kano, meaning if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Another proverb is when Yoruba will say that aboro laman sọ fún ọmọlúwàbí tó bá dénú ẹ̀ adòdìdì. What is the English translation, please? Aboro laman sọ fún ọmọlúwàbí tó bá dénú ẹ̀ adòdìdì. How do you translate that? Now, if thank you. So when she was translating, she said, "Aboro laman sọ fún ọmọlúwàbí." She said, "You give a diligent child half word. When he gets into the child, it becomes full." That is what literary translation. That is word for word translation. And one thing you should notice: word for word translation does not make sense. If I'm to translate this word for word in Portuguese, it's not going to make any sense. But for me to translate it in Portuguese, I have to say, para bom entendedor, minha palavra basta. Means a word is enough for the wise. Do you get it? Another challenges faced by bilingual is what we call false friends. What do you understand? Have any of us heard the word false friends before? What are false friends?
False friends are words that they look like something you're familiar with, like travel, like look like traveling, or in French, it's actually walk.
All right.
If you are used to speaking English, you not think it's also travel.
Thank you. That's very good. So now, false friends are words in the first language that appears in the second language. Now, as someone who is a bilingual who wants to translate a text while reading, now you now see something like, I told to stop that joke yesterday. Now joke is spelled J-O-K-E. I told her to stop that joke yesterday. So now joke and joke is spelled the same way. So while reading the text, these are false friends. So you might say, Mr. Uche in his text said he told her to stop that joke yesterday. But he wasn't talking about joke. He was talking about joke. These are false friends. On the other hand, there's a Portuguese word that means pretender. If you pronounce it in English, it means pretender. So now, pretender is a word, is a verb, to intend. So, while reading the text, because of your knowledge of the first language, that's English, while reading the other text, you might pronounce pretender as pretender. By so doing, you might cause a serious problem, because the writer does not intend calling Moshope a pretender. He's only talking about her intending to help her. But now you've translated it for her pretending to help her. Then after reading the text, then Iran and US will embark on a new war because of misinformation and misinterpretation. Do you get it? Moving on to another challenge faced by bilingual is grammatical structure and culture. Grammatical structure and culture in one, if you learn a language, you have to learn the culture of that language. While translating the text, where you see a place where a person says, at some point, after KSO saw the dean and the registrar, he kneeled down or he prostrated to them. So as a translator, if a Portuguese translator do not understand the Yoruba culture in Nigeria, he would translate that as KSO begging the registrar. Perhaps he has committed a serious offense. But for someone who understands the African Yoruba culture, he, as a translator, we know that when someone prostrates in the African text, it means he is greeting a person who is older, not committing offense. So that's why you have to understand. And studying Portuguese helped me understand the African culture even better. I remembered in 2023 when I became the president Association of Portuguese Students here in Lagos. There's this culture of every Portuguese student, of every Portuguese president in Lagos. The moment you become a president, you have to organize a party. The party can be anything, but there must be a get-together that will bring Portuguese speakers together. So I remembered that when I was studying in 100 level, there's this compulsory course, Introduction to Afro-Brazilian Study. So now we talk about who are the Afro-Brazilians. The Afro-Brazilians are Brazilians with partial or predominant African ancestry. So now these are Brazilians, but they have partial or predominant African history. So while studying, I got to understand that, so during the 1600, when during the 15th century, when Portugal economy was very, very bad, they needed species, they left their country, which was led by Pedro Álvares Cabral. When they left Portugal, they were looking for a better place where they would find resources to build Portugal to become a better country. So in the process of looking for species, where they were going, they stopped in a place. At that place they stopped is what we called Brazil today. At that time it was not Brazil in the 15th century. So when they stopped there, after spending 2 days, the navigator, Henry Navigator, was the navigator in charge of that expenditure. Then they discovered that Brazil land was very good for plantation. After discovering that Brazil land is very good for plantation, what did they do? They settled at Brazil. This is how they started. So now, they started growing sugar. Mind you, sugar is the origin of slavery, in case you don't know. So now, they started growing sugar and things was going very well for them. So after few years of staying in Brazil, after few years of the Portuguese staying in Brazil, now this is what the Portuguese do at that time. They do plantation in Brazil. After doing plantation in Brazil, they fly it to Portugal for their economy to get better because they are short of species. Of spices, sorry, they are short of spices. Do you get? So when they do plantation after harvesting, they transport them from Brazil to Portugal. They transport what they harvest from Brazil to Portugal. That's what they do. But after a few years, they realize that the Brazilian workers on the farm were dying. If they don't die, they fall sick. Then they look at what's happening, what's causing this death rate. And they discover that the Brazilians, the whites, they are not used to the kind of hard labor they are doing at that time. Then someone brought a suggestion that since the Brazilians are dying because plantation is a too much hard work for them to do, I know of the people in the other continents, they are very strong, they can do anything. That was what led the Portuguese from Brazil to Africa. So when they came to Africa, when they are coming to Africa, they come with dry gin, they come with guns, they come with alcohol, they come with mirror in exchange of African, maybe 40 African per gun, mirror, dry gin, and some other things. So when they pick these Africans, they take them to Brazil to work on their land. So during this study, then I asked myself, okay, these people came to Africa. How did they come to Africa? Where did they come from? How did they go about it? So what happened to our forefathers? What happened to the Nigerians then? So instead of me having a regular party like other Portuguese presidents in Lagos State, what do? I told them that I will be going on an adventure. Then it was a 2-day journey. The adventure started on the 14th of October 2023. We named it Adventure 23. So when we leave our points at Yanoba, we moved straight to the Slave Museum. When we got to the Slave Museum, we visited the Brazilian Barracoon. At the Brazilian Barracoon, we saw the Slave Museum. We saw the place where the slaves are kept. That's our forefathers, who are Nigerians, who are Africans, where they are kept. So from that cage, from the Brazilian Barracoon, they would fly boats from the Barracoon to the other side. So while flying these boats, there's always chains on their neck and on their hand. I lifted the chain and I could feel how very heavy the chains were. So now after crossing to the other side, then they get to the point of no return. From the point of no return, they have to trek from, let's say, from this place down to Falomo with chains on their neck and on their hands. So after trekking, then they will get to where the ship is. From the ship, then they take them to Brazil to work on the farm. So that point is called point of no return because the moment you pass through that side, it's either you die on your way or you get to Brazil so you can work on the farm. So that's why at Brazil currently, their third official language is Yoruba language. That's why you see most Nigerian food sell very well in Brazil, and we have the likes of akaraje. Akaraje is our normal akaraje, but it's just that there has okra inside. Yes, there has okra inside and some other spices. Do you get? Then they practice more of the African religion, like Yemoja, they call her Lamanja, like Shango, they call him Shango. They practice a lot of them because during my final year program, we have Brazilian, come to for my project defense. We have the Shango people from Brazil that came. They were singing and we were all dancing. They were celebrating our defense force in Shango style. Do you understand? So studying a foreign language helps you to understand the culture very well. So if not because I studied this, I wouldn't have understand, oh, so this is even African origin. And while I hosted the adventure, a lot of people learned that, oh, so this is our origin, this is what happened. So we weren't just told, we saw evidences. I went to Seriki Abbas graveyard. Seriki Abbas was a slave merchant, was the top slave merchant during the colonial era. So I went to his grave, I saw his grave. I went to his compound. I went to other slave merchants' burial ground. I saw the way things were. Now, in conclusion, Senorita, why you know me? Why you know me? Good. What happened now? Just justify what Lutgard said. He said, the limit of your language means the limit of your word. When I came in, I started by saying, Oje, Quinta-feira, meaning today is Wednesday. Then I said, Hoje, o título do meu trabalho é bilinguismo infantil e bilinguismo adulto, estudando do português como segunda língua. Then I said, today, the topic of my presentation or my work is child and adult bilingualism, studying Portuguese as a second language. But when I came in, almost everyone thought I would continue by speaking Portuguese because they do not even understand where I'm coming from. That justifies Lutgard word that says the limits of your language means the limits of your word. Now, I've mentioned the challenges faced in the course of learning the second language. But what are the solutions to these challenges? Number one solution to this challenge, one is attending online classes with native speakers. Of course, you might want to learn Mandarin, that's Chinese in Nigeria, in a Yoruba environment or an English environment. For you don't have speakers around you. Now, technology has made things easier. You can always find native speaker on the internet who would always speak to you so as to help you build your spoken ability. Another way to solve this problem is by listening to news of native speakers of the language you are learning, the second language. You can bring out your phone, you can go to your Google, you can search for Radio Garden. So when you search for Radio Garden, when you get to Radio Garden sites, you click on the state's news you want to listen to. So you can be seated here and listen to Lisbon FM at Portugal. You can be seated here and listen to Dutch FM. You can listen to any kind of news across the world through using Radio Garden. That helps to improve your spoken ability. Another way to improve your spoken ability is by watching movie of the second language you intend learning. An example of movies in Portuguese is 3 minutos. That means 3 minutes. There's a movie titled 3 minutos, a very good Portuguese movie, which will help you improve your spoken ability. Another way of improving your spoken ability is listening to songs of the second language. I remember while writing an exam. Before writing that exam, I don't know. I remember listening to a song. Before listening to that song, I do not know the meaning of. I've never heard of the word Khorasan before. Corazon means heart. So after late Dr. Falabi Otiu gave us an assignment that we must learn a Portuguese song, then they sent us different songs, pick the song you want, learn, then come and present. Then the title of the song I picked was Corazon. Then after learning Corazon, after like, what does Corazon means? Oh, heart. So what's this musician talking about? He's talking about she being in love and all, love for God. Then when I got to the exam hall, I saw a sentence. I did not really understand what the sentence was really talking about. But the moment I saw Fala means to speak. The moment I saw ten means to have. Then I saw Corazon, heart. I was like, Corazon speaks, heart. Okay, what was he talking about? I started doing. I got the question, then I was able to answer the question correctly. This is another advantage of listening to the song of native speaker of the language you intend learning or learning already. Another way to improve your spoken ability is by practice, continuous practice. Trust me, to learn the second language is not always easy. But when you don't learn the second language, you become very ordinary. Imagine a woman, while I was invigilating a foreign language exam, then one woman came to me, she was like, I don't even know why. Currently, the Ministry of Education of the Federal Republic of Nigeria have approved all unity schools to compulsorily do foreign language subjects. I'm talking about, when I talk about unity schools, I'm talking about the federal schools in Nigeria. Schools like King's College, FCT, Federal Government College, Odogbolu, Federal Government College, Ijaniki, and so on. Now it's now compulsory in their schools to do foreign language. Of course, probably Chinese, French, Portuguese, Russian language, and so on. So while I was invigilating one of the exams, one of their teachers said something. They said, what's even the benefit of them learning this foreign language? Because I don't know the benefits. Then another teacher responded by telling her that if you're a good teacher, you wouldn't have said this thing you said. So I was like, aren't you even waiting for me to respond to her? Then the woman narrated a scenario of her losing an opportunity. She would have gone to France 15 years ago, according to her explanation. But because she and other applicants, about 2 other applicants can speak little French, so they got the scholarship to Paris, to school, which the scholarship covers their accommodation, their feeding, and school fee. But she missed that opportunity because she could not speak basic French language. So, being able to speak more than one language is an advantage for you. So no matter how difficult it is, make use of the opportunity to learn more than one, to improve yourself, to become a better person. Abraham Lincoln said, and I quote, if can, why can't I? If I can learn a foreign language, you can do better. Schools like Obafemi Awolowo University produce the likes of Professor Tayo Ajayi, the current Director of Sustainable Development Growth, Lagos State, and is also a lecturer in Lagos State University, Department of Foreign Languages, LASO, and Directorate of Afro-Brazilian Study, that's Dr. Sunday Bamishile Domingo. He's also a product of Obafemi Awolowo University. These are Nigerians who learn the second language here in Nigeria, then proceed to Lisbon for their second degree, that's their masters and PhD. These are very recognized Nigerians. Sunday Bamishile's son represents Portugal for their athletes sports. So these are Nigerians doing very well. I'll repeat Abraham Lincoln quote again. If can, why can't I? Distinguished guests, respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen, I hope with this presentation you would be inspired to become bilinguals and not just ordinary people who speaks just one language. I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
The idea that young people are leaders of tomorrow sounds very encouraging, but at the same time, it sounds limiting because this suggests that change is something that we have to wait for. In many societies today, young people are requested or required to watch and learn, to wait. They're constantly being told to wait till they get more experience, wait till they're older. They're told to wait till it's their turn. But if young people continues to wait, the future will also wait. I stand before you now to tell you that young people are not just the leaders of tomorrow. We are leaders of today. My name is Taiwo Eunice, and today I'll be talking about youth leadership. But first, what is leadership? Leadership is the ability to influence, to guide, and inspire others toward achieving common goal. Leadership is not about title, status, or power. It is about influence, responsibility, and the courage to take action. A true leader is not someone who stands above others, seeking recognition or power, but someone who steps forward to serve, to guide and inspire others, whether in school, at home, in the community, or even among friends. But why does youth leadership matters? You see, the world is changing, and young people see the world differently from older generation. They tend to offer better solutions to problems. They think outside the box, especially in areas like technology, business, and social change. They possess the drive, the passion, and the willingness to act and also to push forward ideas. However, when it comes to achieving certain goals, many young people face challenges that hold them back. One, we have discouragements, lack of trust from the society and people around them, where their potential is constantly being undermined and overlooked. They are seen as not ready and not capable. Many people believe that in order for you to become a leader, you need to get to a certain age, acquire certain knowledge, and get certain experience. And because of this belief, young people are usually placed in a position of wait, where they have to wait for their voice to be heard, where they have to wait to be given opportunities. And over time, this prevents them from taking action. They begin to doubt themselves, they lose confidence, and it really affects their self-esteem as well. We have lack of opportunity. Opportunity is a platform where leadership is being developed. We have been exposing young people to real-life challenges, allowing them to participate in decision-making and stuff like that. When these opportunities are not made available for them, sometimes it doesn't make their potential to be fully developed. We also have fear and self-doubt. Even when these opportunities are made available to young people, fear and self-doubt, the fear of failure, fear of what will people say, what if I don't get it right, what if people laugh at me, they point fingers at me. They care more about what people will say about their progress instead of just grabbing the bull by the horn and taking the bold decision. We have limited access to mentorship and guidance. The absence of someone to guide them, to pull them through, to show them how things are being done. Recognizing these challenges is the first step towards solving them. And so what are the necessary skills needed to build young people? How do we build them into becoming leaders starting from now? First, we have to change their mindsets. You see, young people need to stop seeing themselves as not ready. Sometimes they say they want to prepare, they want to get ready, they want to wait for the right time. I need to be ready, I need to try and prepare harder for this thing. But if they want to wait for the right time or the right opportunity to come, they might end up waiting forever. And so they just have to take the bold decision and delete that fear that they are going to fuck up, and they just have to do it. We also need to encourage critical thinking by allowing them to think outside the box, telling them to ask questions. They don't always have to accept everything that the system throws at them. When the system doesn't feel right, it is okay to ask questions. To ask, oh, is this okay? Is this legit? Is this fine? Where is the evidence backing this up? It is okay to ask questions. You need to let them know that it is okay to ask questions. It is okay to challenge certain systems when it doesn't feel right. It is also important to teach communication. A leader that does not know how to express him or herself cannot impact change. Communication is one of the most important skills every young leader must develop. It helps them to communicate effectively with their team, when they are not just to be able to speak to people, but also to be able to listen. When people speak, they should be able to listen, and it builds trust between them and their team, and also it allows them to motivate. It allows them to motivate their followers and the youngsters coming behind them. Another key step is to create a safe space for failure. You need to let them understand that failure is not the opposite of success. It is simply part of the journey. And so it is okay to make mistakes. When you fail, you just have to try again and again and again until you get it right. You don't have to always be scared that when I do something and I don't get it right, I'm just going to push it aside and think of something else. You have to continue trying again and again until you get it right. And also, we need to help them build value. Integrity, discipline, empathy, and courage are all skills a true leader needs to have and develop. What are the roles of mentorship and guidance? A mentor is someone with more experience and knowledge. A mentor is someone that guides another person, a person that does not have as much experience as that person does. And so, youngsters need mentors and guidance from people that have walked similar paths. They need to be put through. They are not going to do it alone, and they need somebody to teach them, to show them how it's being done. And a mentor or a guidance needs to provide direction, help them build confidence, provide support, transfer knowledge and experience into them, and also help them open doors to opportunities for them. We also need to give young people opportunities to lead. A person does not become a leader through theory. Leadership is built through experience. You do not become a leader by reading books or by making research on how to become a leader. You need to be out there. You need to be involved in the society. You need to make decisions. You need to know what is going on in your society, how things work around you. You need to know how people. You need to know how to relate with people, how to deal with certain decisions. This helps to build confidence. It motivates you. It also helps to build morale as well. Across Nigeria, we've had young Nigerians that that rose above challenges and were able to make real changes in the country. Some of the most powerful innovation, boldest movements, and meaningful changes were driven by young people who refused to sit around and wait for permission. We have the likes of Rinu Oduala. She is a young Nigerian activist who became one of the leading youth voice during the 2020 NSAS protest. She worked with some feminist coalition group to provide support, fund medical aid, and also to make sure that protesters were safe. She helped amplify the voice of young Nigerians protesting against police brutality and oppression. Despite facing threats and harassment, she spoke boldly on behalf of many young Nigerians, demanding for justice and accountability. We also have Fela Anikulapo Kuti, who used his music to challenge corruption and also to criticize the government. In the early 1970s, Fela wasn't just making music for entertainment. He used it to speak truth into power. He made young people aware of their rights and the system surrounding them. He never for once hid his criticism. He rejected the imposed Western norms, embracing African identity, encouraging pride and independence among young Nigerians. He inspired the old generation to think critically. These are people that use their voice, media, platform, and activism to create impact. They did not wait around for people to tell them, oh, now is your turn to come and shine. They said, enough is enough. The system isn't working right for us, and we have to demand for a change. They realized that they were the change, and they just have to stand for their rights, and they did what was necessary. And even up to today, Fela is still known as one of Nigeria's greatest activists. And so, when it comes to building young leaders today, mentors and people that have walked similar paths, the older generations, they should be able to lend their voice, their support, and advice to young generation. To tell them that their future depends on their present. And whatever or however they choose to live their lives today, it depends on how their future will work out for them. And so we need to support young Nigerians. We need to create a platform for them to express themselves. We need to open them to real life challenges. And also to the youth. You just have to that fear of failure it just have to go away. Because if you keep waiting for the right time for the right time to come, or the right opportunity to come for you to make that bold step, it will never come. That is just the truth. The right opportunity will never come. The right time will never come, and you may even never be ready. Now is the time to take that bold step and follow your dreams, whatever it may be. I would like to conclude with this. Our future is not very far away. Our future is you and I. And nobody is coming to save us. Nobody is coming to rewrite our history or our future for us. It is up to us to stand up for ourselves and make a change in order to make our country a better place. Is there a speaker? All right. But in the meantime, I would like to share my experience with you guys before I went to camp. It it was a very crazy experience. I was supposed to go to camp in January last year, 2024. I already saw my call-up letter. I was posted to Abia State. And then my certificate was not ready, so I went to LASO to get photo card. Yeah, I think that was what we were supposed to get to take to camp to represent our ID card or something like that. I went to school to get something. And after waiting for hours, they told me that this certificate, this document was not ready. And so I had to come back. So I was like, let me go home and make my hair. Then I just wanted to make like all back, just simple hair. And on my way home at Okoko, at Ojo Okoko, I was about to cross the road and I was involved in an accident. I was hit by a speeding bike that was passing one way. I actually have no memory of the accident. I can't remember anything. I only know that I woke up in the hospital and my mom was beside me. And she was just dancing and she was just praying and dancing and thanking her Jehovah. And I was just looking at her like, what is going on? And that was when they told me everything that happened, that, oh, I was involved in accidents, this and this, that and that. Then I was using this small button iPhone. So they were able to use my fingerprints to open my phone to call people. They called my siblings, they called my mom, and they came to the hospital. And the doctor was just like, you people have to be very, very grateful, because when this girl was brought into this place, she was cold and stiff. The fact that she's alive now is a miracle. The bike man that hit me was bleeding from his ears, his nose, and his mouth. I did not even have any bleed. You would think that I was the one that hit him. It was in a more critical condition than I was. But 3 days later, I was discharged from, it was a private hospital, and I was discharged. My mom took me home. So there was this nurse that stays in my area, and my mom called her to come that, oh, to God be the glory, oh, that's testimony time, my daughter is alive, this and this, that and that. And the nurse came to her house and she checked the drugs that I was given. And she said, all these drugs are just painkillers. It was like giving somebody paracetamol, but when they give you paracetamol M and B, paracetamol Emzor, it was painkillers from different brands. They just gave me painkillers and a bunch of antibiotics and told me to go home. And the nurse was like, that we are only seeing what was wrong with me on the outside, that we have to go to general hospital to run tests to be sure that there was nothing wrong on the inside, because it was very strange that I was not having any physical wound, no broken bone, nothing. I only had swollen eye, and I had some blood clots around the left part of my head. And so my mom and I went to general hospital the following day, and we eventually saw a doctor, and he told us to go run some tests. He told us to go for a CT scan, like a brain scan. We went for that, and when we took the results back to the doctor said that I had a bleed in my brain, like a brain clot. They said it was a brain hematoma, something like that. And so my mom started crying, because initially she was already rejoicing that my daughter cannot speak. Because when I woke up, I forgot how to speak my language. I don't know how that happened. I've heard stories of people that woke up from coma and started speaking different languages. I don't know. Maybe that was what happened to me, but I forgot how to speak my language. And I was only speaking English with everybody, like plain English. So we took the test results to the doctor, and he told us what was in the tests. He prescribed a bunch of drugs, antibiotics, vitamin. I saw different types of vitamin then: vitamin D, vitamin E, vitamin K, big pills. And we were also told to go to see an optician to check my eyes out, because I had blood in my eyes. And I went home and I started using my drugs. everything was going so well. And also, it made me wonder that just imagine that nurse did not ask us to go to the general hospital. That was how I would have continued using painkillers without knowing that there was something wrong inside my brain. They just sent us home after collecting 75,000 naira. Told us that everything was okay. So that was how I continued using my drugs, and within a week, all my bruises and everything was healed. I don't know if it was the drugs. I don't know how those drugs work, or I don't know. It was like magic. Everything was healed, and surprisingly, even the brain clots disappeared on its own, and everything just went on fine, just like that. And I had to do revalidation. I wanted to do direct posting, but NYC did not give me call-up letter and call-up number. It came in very late, so I was not able to do direct posting. So I would camp in Lagos. And when I eventually saw my call-up letter, I was posted to Benue State. And my mom was very worried that, oh, the first time it was Abia State, now it is Benue State. And she said, oh, she cannot allow me to go. And she was just very worried. Initially, she wanted me to go with my medical reports. So when I go there, they'll just allow me to come back home. But like, I've been waiting for this for a very long time. You're not going to just tell me to go there and come back without no experience, nothing. That was how I was able to convince my mom, and I went to Benue State, camped for 3 weeks. I came back home, and I was able to do relocation. So I was posted back to Lagos, and so I've been in Lagos ever since. I did my POP yesterday, and I'm just very grateful for the breakthrough, the healing, and everything that God did for me. It was a really crazy and nice experience. Thank God for that. And well, thank you very much for listening to my nice and heartbreaking story. I would like to hand over the mic to the next speaker.
Good morning or good evening, everyone. My name is Faith Sampson, and I see it as a privilege to stand before every one of us to speak today. And I would just want to start with just saying, I am a Nigerian. I know you will look at me and say, of course, why not? You are a Nigerian. But I've been in several spaces and several places, most recently where my identity has been questioned, or my identity has been talked about in a way, not bad, but misconception about my identity. And yeah, I've been to places where I've been told, you look Kenyan, you look like a Namibian, you look like someone from East Africa. But I'm always very quick to tell them with all full chest and unapologetically, I am a Nigerian. There has been several reasons as a person who have lived in Nigeria all her life. Yes, something I'm very proud of till tomorrow morning. Not because I would not want to explore the world, I surely will, but there has been several reasons to make being a Nigerian look absorbed. And it starts because we do not understand, or we don't have a clear identity of who we are truly. And speaking about identity, as individuals, our identity has to be sure and clear. And it's the identity that we're strong in ourselves that can now even transcend to other people understanding who we are and appreciating who we are for us. I've spoken to countless Nigerians, and the story has almost seemed the same way across board. When you ask a typical Nigerian, what's one thing that you like about being a Nigerian? There is always a silent pause. Everyone thinks, what do I like about being a Nigerian? And what happens in that instance?
it shows one significant thing, that it is very easy as Nigerians ourselves to be able to spot thousands of problems that face us on a daily basis. But apparently, in the midst of the storm or in the midst of the things that we do not like or appreciate about ourselves, there are endless treasures that abound as being a Nigerian. I want to throw it open to every one of us. This is going to be as much conversational, the most conversational speech of the night, in that every one of us is going to tell us one or two things that you like about Nigeria. I think we'll get started with that to get a clear identity, and then we can move ahead. Does anyone want to tell us something you like about being a Nigerian? You like the food, great. All right, so who else wants to go? Awesome. I like the food, I like the food. Something else?
Yes, the weather. The weather is actually quite...
You like the weather? Okay, thank you so much for your contributions. I want one person to try to name 10 things they like about Nigerian. Can you? What do you like about Nigeria? The food, the culture, what else? The weather, the music, the language. What else? We're at 5. Our history, 6. What else? Sense of community, 7. Any other? It's taking a full community and a full village to mention 10 things they like about their country. And does anyone want to add more? Our tenacity. Resilience, right? Okay, all right, so that's 8. We have 8 things out of 10 things. And it's taking a village to be able to create an identity that shows up in the finest possible way to showcase who we are as Nigerians. So this is a fundamental issue. That we have allowed other people define us, and we have allowed the bad stereotypes that other people have painted of us, our identity. I just walked through a very important post as I was scrolling through social media. And it was it was coincidental, if we call it that I saw a post that says that Nigeria itself was named after a woman. Who can remember the primary school history? Who named Nigeria? Flora Shaw. Awesome. Yes, it was Flora Shaw who named Nigeria. And you see, when a naming ceremony is given to a child by a mother who did not give birth to the child, you will not have a clear sense of identity of who you are as a child, in quotes. You can decide later in your life to give yourself names. Some of us have given ourselves names across board. Names separate from the names our parents gave us, yes or yes? And that's because we did not like the stereotypes that came up with the names that were given to us. And so during the course of our life, we reinvented ourselves. And so for Nigerian, one of the most important things that we'll have to do for ourselves over the course of the next decade and next century that would define us is to be able to rewrite our own stories without speaking to it from the point of view or problems or issues or challenges. For most of the countries that we all, in quotes, are very excited about around the world, you will see one underlining fact about them. They have gone hundreds of years of the same state we are as Nigerians, but what has happened all throughout is that they have stood their ground in an identity that they want to showcase to the whole world. For the USA and for other nations of the world, they have been very clear on their identity and who they are, right, as world power. And for us, on the flip side, we tend to belittle ourselves, maybe because of the seemingly poverty that we see on a daily basis, and we allow the stories of the things that we see define us. And even subject ourselves to the stereotypes of other nations and what they say about us to become who we are. But yes, the truth remains that we have viable, a great identity, for lack of better words, that can be exported to the rest of the world. So this is actually a conversation and a speech to reawaken every one of us to our true identity as Nigerians. There's so much that can be said about Nigerian. We have already mentioned 8 things that we see, that we like about Nigeria. We have talked about the music, the food, the Afrobeat, Nollywood, and all of the rest, right? But this is just a call for every one of us, that no matter where we go and no matter where we find ourselves in the larger world, Nigerian speaks to the world is why we're gathered here. No matter where we go and no matter where we find ourselves in the world, one thing remains, that we are Nigerians. Even if we get another passport to another country, the first thing that will still stand out when you were actually a child, your first passport to go to the world is a Nigerian passport. And so, if your first passport is a Nigerian passport, you should as much as possible understand that you are obligated, right? The same way your parents will tell you when you're in primary school or when you're about to get into the university and tell you, oh, remember of whose child you are and whom you are. How many of us heard those stories? So the reason why that is being being said in our ear over and over and over is so that even when we get to the larger world and see different things, and see different innovation and different systems of doing things, we still understand our original identity, and that's not distorted for whatsoever reasons. Not civilization, not commercialization, not any form of wokeness would make you forget who you are and whose you are. So this is a call for every one of us to actually always wear the badge of honor of being a Nigerian. And I am a Nigerian is not just a statement, it's a sure and focal identity that we must all carry for ourselves wherever we find ourselves in any part of the world, right? So, as a Nigerian, one of the most beautiful things, I would list some of the things that makes us very formidable, makes us very irresistible as a people, that the rest of the world are even coming over to learn our culture, to see different sides in our nation and all of that. We'll see that as Nigerians, we are very resilient people. And this Guinness World Record is actually a proof that Nigerians are resilient. There has been several other attempts that has been done before now, and almost the percentage of starting or attempting to do a record and finishing for a Nigerian is almost sure, because we are resilient people. And resilience is not even something that we have to learn per se. The entire system of nation makes us to be able to adopt or adjust to resilience, which is a good thing in itself. So, other things that I probably will say about Nigeria, that I like about Nigeria, is our culture and creativity. If you have traveled far and wide Nigeria, you'll be able to tell for real that Nigeria is truly blessed. The side tours from the south to the north to west, and then the central, which is Abuja, and different parts of Nigeria. One very beautiful thing you see in all those places, you see really beautiful places, beautiful people, very community-driven people. One of the most important things about Nigeria also that I like is the community. I mean, if you go to other parts of the world and you see the racism that happens, one of the first blockers that hits a Nigerian or a person of a black color when you go out, is that racism? But in Nigeria, nobody discriminates you. Nobody discriminates you. And if anything is happening to a person, it might not even be your family member, but you see how everyone is trying to own up to, see how to help you in that instance. So, I will just end this with a closing remark, right? With a statistics and probably a story to actually drive home the points. Nigeria has over 200 million people. And the good part of the statistic is over 60% of the population in Nigeria are young people. This looks like a disadvantage to us in terms of numbers. But for countries who have the numbers and who know how to leverage numbers, this is a blessing in disguise, which we can all leverage together. This whole statistics that we have for Nigeria can be used up when we strongly understand ourselves to be able to create that ripple impact. First, in knowing who we are, and even if we go out to any part of the world, to understand that we can actually still create that change, but having the core of who we are as Nigerians. So the whole world must have heard our story from a place of pity, from a place of poverty, from the place of, I want to help them, they don't have any life. But I think it will end with us to say, we are not a pity party, we are not a charitable situation. We are very productive people, we are very proactive people, we are very energetic people, we are very creative people, and we can do anything that we set our minds to do as Nigeria. Nigeria today is my country, and I am a Nigerian. Thank you so much. I'll be passing over the mic to my colleague who is going to be speaking. Thank you so much.
Thank you. What a nice speech from Miss Grace about being a Nigerian. Now, I'll be moving on to my topic, but before I do that, my name is Imisioluwa Ikine, and I'll be speaking on responsible pet ownership tonight. So now, in most Nigerians' home, we have pets and we have animals. So animals that like chickens, we have goats, we have rabbits, I guess. Then we have pets like our cats and our dogs in most Nigerian homes. However, in these our Nigerian homes, we only remember our pets when they are making a ruckus or they are being a disturbance. This means that we don't actually remember our pets' safety, well-being, unless maybe Bingo is shouting at somebody at the gate, or the dog has eaten something at the backyard or has made a mistake. Somebody has to go and look at that dog at the back now. Why is that dog barking? That is when we remember our pets. So now, what is responsible pet ownership? Responsible pet ownership is a lifelong commitment to your animal's well-being, veterinary care, its training, its emotional safety, etc. Now, why is responsible pet ownership important? This is because I'm speaking with Nigeria as a case study, but also to the world if it applies. Now, in most Nigerian homes, we don't see pets as intelligent and emotionally aware animals. We see them as that dog or that cat. Even for most Nigerians, they still believe that cats are witchcraft agents or agents of your village people, which is not accurate in itself. The why responsible pet ownership is important is because when you have a pet, it is you signifying that you are making a commitment to that animal's well-being. That is for its long-time well-being. You must be prepared to at least be responsible for that pet for the next 10 to 15 years for dogs or 10 to 20 years for cats. Now, the other important aspect of responsible pet ownership, like I said earlier, it involves long-term care and commitment. Also, you need your veterinary care. In many Nigerians' homes, they don't even have a history or a routine for deworming their dogs, for taking their dogs to the vet, especially for people that have local dogs. This is because they believe that because that dog is a local dog, it does not really have, they don't really supervise that dog. So that dog now, maybe it goes out of the compound. When we were younger, me and my siblings, we had a local dog named Junie. So if we are going to the petrol station to buy fuel, we usually take Junie along with us to the petrol station. On our way, we will notice that Junie usually eats grass, like grass that is on the wayside. So when we go home, I think we were asking our dad or a uncle then, Popsy, what's up? Why is this dog doing this? Because we are very inquisitive. My dad now explained that that dog sometimes needs deworming or needs to be put on a deworming routine. But because that dog now is not on a deworming routine, it now starts to eat those grass in order to, I think, in its mind, deworm itself or keep itself healthy. But now the issue is that sometimes those grass by the wayside, people have defecated on that grass, right? So after they've defecated on that grass, there are other plethora of issues that that dog could get infected by. For example, parvovirus. Now, when a dog is eating grass by the wayside and other dogs have urinated on that area or have defecated on that area, as soon as that dog eats, swallows or perceives the smell of that virus, because it's very viral, that dog is going to be infected by parvovirus. And now parvovirus, it attacks the dog immune system very, very quickly. This means if your dog has not been vaccinated against parvovirus, there is high chances that your dog is going to either get sick, lose weight, have gastrointestinal intestinal issues. Another thing is that most people now, for our local dogs, we don't vaccinate them. We don't see the need for vaccinating them. We don't see the need for vaccinating them because we believe they are local dogs. However, contrast this with our breeds, our imported breeds, such as our Lhasa Apsos, our Babus, our German Shepherds, our Rottweilers, or our Bulldogs. For these breeds, because the owners, they know that they've spent a lot of money to get that dog from puppy to adulthood, those owners would make sure they spend more money on that dog's veterinary care compared to a local dog's, which should not be so. Because let's be realistic, the way you take care of little things is going to also influence the way you take care of bigger things that comes. Now, for veterinary care, I want to give you also practical steps so that it's not just like a lesson, but it's something that you can think upon and later act upon. Now, for our veterinary care, I would suggest regular checkups. This means that for it to be convenient for you, I would suggest having a vet that is close to you, because sometimes you might have emergency situations. Maybe your dog eats poison, maybe your dog gets sick, or maybe you need to see the vet ASAP. So you need a vet that is close to you, location-wise. You also need a vet that knows what he's doing. This means they are pseudo-vets. They are people that claim they are vets, but at the end of the day, they are people that claim they are vets, but at the end of the day, they are quack doctors, and this can be very dangerous for your pets. So now, for you to be a responsible owner means you have to have this consciousness that most vets outside, some of them are not even, they didn't go to a veterinary school, but they will set up a shop, they will set up banners, they will do promotions, and you, the unsuspecting victim, would carry your beloved pet there and help you to buy the dog. Now, this is coming from a personal experience. I had a Eskimo mix, that is an Eskimo with a local dog. So there was a period I was sick in university. So when I was so sick that my friends had to call my parents that, oh, the way she's sick, we've taken her to our school clinic, blah, blah, blah. They will not be able to get any response. So they now brought me down to Lagos. After they brought me down, I usually travel with my dogs. I schooled in Ondo. So most times I take my dogs to school and I bring them back during our vacation time. So now, during one of these holiday periods was when I fell sick, but I chose to stay back in school. So after I came down to Lagos, the dog was also with me. Then I was sick for about a week plus. Now on day 4 of my sickness, My mom now noticed that my dog was, because normally she doesn't stay inside the house. They usually put her inside a cage behind the house. She now noticed that the dog was trying to get into the building. They did not allow her into the parlor where I was lying down. I was on drip. So after the dog came in, Osha, I don't speak Yoruba here for our non-Yoruba speakers. After the dog came in, she stayed close to me. She stayed really close to me. She was nuzzling into my arm. She was whining softly to me. After that 4th day, I noticed that the dog, according to the story, mommy told me that the dog began to fall sick. Then from that 4th day to the 7th day, I started getting better. Now, when the dog was now falling sick and I was getting better, I suggested to my mom that let's get a vet to come and check this dog. Let's know what is wrong. My mom, as per experts and African mothers, she went to go and meet our local nurse that treats our own fowls and our own chickens. I brought the woman to our house to come and treat my dog. Now, like I said, there are pseudo vets who are quack vets. This woman now, her own experience or her expertise might be in treating fowls or birds. Now, the woman is not used to treating a dog or treating a dog anatomy, right? Now, Auntie Nurse now came to our house. She brought her tools, she brought her equipment, and gave my dog an injection, which was an overdose of what she needed to treat that dog, because that dog was still a puppy. Long story short, the dog died, and I was inconsolable. I was crying, I was wailing, and I started asking questions when I got better, that who treated this dog? That was when they now exposed it to me that, it was Sister so. I said, why? When we have a veterinary number on call. Now, I'm not spending too much time. The key point I'm trying to make here is that make sure you have a vet close to you. If you know you are a person that loves dogs or wants to be a pet owner, make sure you have a good vet that has been verified. Now, while we are still on veterinary care, I want to talk about vaccinations. For most of us, we usually get our dogs as puppies, innit? So when we get our dogs as puppies, it is important to ask some questions, such as, sir, has this dog been vaccinated before? Why is this important? Because sometimes breeders, they will take a puppy from its mother. The puppy might be, say, 6 weeks old. That puppy has only been sustained by breast milk. Now that puppy now has not had proper care, because sometimes the mother, she might be, dewormed and treated. She might be dewormed and treated before she got pregnant. She might be dewormed and treated before she got pregnant. And it's not advisable for pregnant dogs, that is for pregnant bitches, to be treated during the course of their pregnancy. And their pregnancy is 2 months and some days. So they are just used to give us about 66 or 62 days for most dogs. Now, when that puppy is born, the first 6 weeks of his life is usually not treated or vaccinated. For you that you are a unsuspecting person that wants to buy a puppy, you might know that this dog has not been vaccinated. You might take that dog at 6 weeks from his mother, sometimes 8 weeks. So once you take it from his mother, you might take it home for another 4 weeks, that's another whole month, before you now realize that, this dog is not eating. Maybe the stool looks like a weird color or one or two. You have to start asking the breeder that you bought it from. That, sir, as this dog, you might not even know to ask the question that, sir, has this dog been vaccinated? Because most people are unsuspecting, they don't know. They genuinely don't even have any idea. Why is vaccination important? That dog you took at 6 to 8 weeks has no proper medications before you took it. Now, if you don't vaccinate that dog, it's susceptible to parvo. I mentioned parvo before. It's a very viral disease. It's susceptible to hepatitis. It's susceptible to a whole lot of issues that affect dog immune system. And this puppy, just imagine it as a defenseless puppy. It doesn't have anything in its immune system that is going to fight any bacteria or any infection whatsoever. Now, what's the correct structure for vaccination? Technically, for me, I do vaccinate my puppies once they are 5 weeks to 6 weeks. So because this is around the period I plan to sell them off. So for me, I like being a responsible pet owner by doing this before those people come to buy it. So once they are buying the puppy from me, I will tell them that, I've done the best vaccination. In 2 to 3 weeks, 4 weeks, you ought to do another vaccination. Do we follow? So now, why is this important? Once I've given that dog the first booster, its immune system can take it for some certain months because I don't know where you'll be transporting that dog to. You might be taking it to a far place. You might be taking it to a place that has been exposed to parvovirus recently. And that dog, you might just put it in that environment, not knowing that that virus is still existing in that environment and is a very difficult virus to kill. Next, we have exercise and mental stimulation. Now, what does this mean? In the beginning, I mentioned that we Nigerians, we only remember our pets when they are making a ruckus or causing a disturbance. Why is exercise and mental stimulation important? For pet owners with large breeds, such as our Babu, our Mastiffs, our Bulldogs, our Rottweilers, our German Shepherds, those dogs, they are high energy breeds. What this means is that for high energy breeds, they need exercise and mental stimulation. As a responsible pet owner, these are the reasons why you need to consider your lifestyle before getting a dog. Why is your lifestyle important? Some people live in small apartments. They live in compounds that don't have a lot of space. They live in compounds that the neighbors are not friendly to your dogs, or they are not accommodating to you having pets. If you go and have a big high energy breed like a Rottweiler, a Boabu, a Mastiff, etc., those dogs demand a lot of exercise times. That means you can't just keep them in your house and expect that dog to be well catered for. You're not caring for its well-being. So now for you to have a high energy breed, I would suggest you live in a compound that has lots of space, backyards and front yards. This is because even if you cannot actively play with your dog, you can passively play with your dog. How? You could get a frisbee, you could get a ball, and you could get other chew toys for these high energy breeds. So this means that, and dogs thrive on routine. I'm sorry I'm focusing so much on dogs because that's where I'm mostly specialized. I'm still going to talk about cats for those that have cats. Now, back to the topic. Dogs, they thrive on routine. That means if you, for example, you take your dog to go potty at 6 a.m. in the morning, the next day, you still have to stick to that routine of taking your dog to go potty at 6 a.m. If you go tomorrow and you take your dog to go potty at 11 a.m., before you get to that dog's cage or wherever it sleeps, it will have messed up that area. Why? Because sometimes most people get their dogs from puppy. So now, if your puppy is based on a good routine, that puppy will grow up to be a well-balanced adult dog. However, if your puppy is unsupervised, it's going to learn bad behaviors. And those bad behaviors, they will not be corrected in time for you to be able to enjoy that dog, because that dog will stress you. Now, back to our large breeds. Another thing is that consider the type of environment you are living in. For example, if you stay in a compound that you know your neighbors, they are not friendly or accommodating, I would suggest not putting your dog there. Because in Nigeria, there have been several cases where neighbors would poison their other neighbors' dogs just because they don't like that dog. So as a responsible pet owner, these are one of the issues you have to look into, the type of environment I'm bringing this dog into. Similarly, you could not be staying in a rented apartment. In your own home, are your parents accommodating to you having a pet? Like I said, what is your lifestyle? Are you somebody that goes to work at 8 a.m. and returns back 8 p.m.? Who would be with that dog during the daytime when you are not there? Dog need access to clean food and clean water. So now, a trick I suggest people should use for especially African parents is taking the dog to them when they are still puppies, because there's something called puppy love affection. So most African parents that complain about, oh, I don't want you to have a pet, I don't want you to do this or that. If you take that puppy to them when it's still very cute and robust, they are going to fall in love with your puppy very, very fast. They will not be the one loading the puppy over. You have not fed Bingo today. Bingo has not eaten. That food is for Bingo. Because why? They fell in love with that dog when the dog was still a puppy. So before it grows into adulthood, they are already used to the puppy and to its routine. Another one is identification. These are areas that responsible owners should know, dog owners should know. Identification. For most of us, once our dog gets missing, we usually believe it's a lost cost to try and recover that pet. A recent example was when I went to breed one of my Eskimo. After I took her to the breeders, I left her there with her tag and her chain. However, he now called me about 2 days later that, there was a storm. It was really, really bad. By the time he got to his shop, he could not find the dog anymore. So we actually tried looking around the environment, going a few bus stops over whether we would see the dog, but we were not able to recover that dog. Now, this was caused because there was no identification for me to be able to identify my dog. What this means is that nowadays we have tags and microchips. Now, for my dog Brenda, she had a tag. However, it's something that and she's very friendly. You could just bribe that dog with fish. That's so that destiny. She has sold her destiny. So now that dog had a tag, but because she was very friendly, somebody could just call her and bribe her with something to eat. Then they will remove the tag, and I will not even be able to identify my dog anymore because if they put her in their compound, I won't know. So now, why is microchipping important? Microchipping is one of the technological advances we have now for identification of our pets. So microchipping works by it works like an injection. It contains a little chip that is injected into the neck area or head area of the dog. So now, why is microchip important? Once you have microchipped your dog, it goes a long way for you to identify it because that chip is attached to a tracker that might be on your phone or another device. So now, if, for example, Brenda was microchipped and she got lost, it's a simple case of me tracking her with the tracker that is embedded in that chip and identifying my dog and recovering her back. But because this was not the case, I was not able to do it. Now, another aspect responsible pet owners should know is training and socialization. Training and socialization is very important for us as pet owners. Like I said, intrinsically, there is no bad behaviors in our dog. There is only unsupervised behavior. What this means is that once your puppy is doing an action you are not supervising, you are not there to correct that dog that, hey, this is a bad behavior and I don't want this behavior. An example is your dog. Maybe your visitor comes to visit you, and many of us can relate with this. Your visitor comes to visit you, your dog has been in the compound. It might not be a hostile dog, but once that visitor enters and offs their shoe at the doorway, the dog comes, takes your shoe or slippers and goes to chew on it. That's a bad behavior. Why was that behavior inculcated? Because nobody supervised that dog when he started that behavior little by little. I mentioned earlier that dogs thrive on routine. Now, that dog that is eating your slippers, let's say the first day you are playing with your puppy, and again, if I forget, sometimes when we play with our puppies, we give them these behaviors. I don't call them bad behaviors, but the way you are playing with them. I had a dog, her name is Gona, she's a Lhasa Apso. So when I was in university, I actually play with her with all these my spoiled cords. I used to play with the dog, she can be talking on it and I will be playing with her. What I was not realizing then was that because I'm using those wires to play with her, she now started identifying those wires as play items in it. Started identifying those wires as play items. So when I go to my lectures and my roommate is not around, we can leave her for about 2 hours and she's okay. She would have eased herself outside and I'll bring her back to the room. So once we go off to our lectures and she has become bored, there's nobody to play with her, there's nobody to supervise her, she will not go to our extension, chew the extension. And my roommate, she's a very gentle human being. However, she got her dust up besides this to another human being. So this means that once Bisao comes back before me and she sees that Gun has gone to spoil those extensions or coils, she's gonna flog the hell out of her. By the time I come back, I'll be like, you beating this dog, you're not teaching this dog anything. Because why? From when she was being a puppy, we have been using these items to play with her. So in her mind, she believes that she's doing a normal action. She doesn't see the crime in what she did. So this means for me to now correct this behavior, I had to go and get chew toys. So chew toys and make sure your chew toys they contain safe plastics. Because sometimes if you go and get a toy for your dog that once that dog starts chewing on it and that plastic is not safe, it's going to affect your dog's health. You are going to spend a ton of money trying to correct that problem. Now, I was talking about training. So now, because we did not supervise her actions when we left her and went off to lectures, she was able to do those things and accumulate those bad behaviors. However, once we started correcting her and replacing those play items with the correct ones, we were able to move forward, both being a responsible pet owner and her being a trained dog. Other aspects of training. For most individuals, an area they struggle with is their puppies using themselves in the wrong areas. What does this mean? For example, the moment you leave that your parlor, that's when your dog will go to that place you just mopped. That your parlor you just use iPod to wash. The dog is going to go there, ease itself, defecate in that parlor. Then you will come back. Why this is important is that you are going to come back and get angry. That don't you know that you just clean this place? You're not going to transfer that energy. Which energy? That angry energy. You're going to transfer it to your dog. You're going to beat that dog. The dog is going to be like, what is wrong with this lady again? So how can you train that dog to go potty in the correct place? A simple tip I would give is use routines. That is, if you take your dog to go potty 7 a.m. every day, it's hard, but it is worth it. Because once that dog becomes used to that routine, it will be the dog telling you that he wants to go out. I mentioned earlier that I take my dogs to my school, and that's when I was in university. They usually with me in my hostel. So because I've trained her, I wake up very early. I've trained her that every 6 a.m. I'm usually up, so I'll open the door for her. I'll take her outside, then she's going to do her business. Once it's 6 a.m., even if I'm doing something on my tab or I'm writing, she's going to go to that door. She's going to scratch it with her paws to alert me that she needs to go out. Why? Because she's used to the routine I have set up for her. Now, the second aspect is socialization. For most of us, our dogs are not well socialized. What do I mean by this? For some people, they just keep their dogs in cages. That means the dog goes to do potty in the cage, you play with the dog in the cage, you feed the dog in the cage, whatnot in the cage. Why this is dangerous is because for your dog, once you don't socialize it with other people and other pets, it's going to become a aggressive dog. Now, there are various forms of aggression. There is cage aggression, and there is food aggression, and there is people aggression. 3 types. Now, for cage aggression, it works that your dog is so used to the cage, he sees that cage as its safe place, and at the same time, he hates the cage you are putting it in. This means if you want to take your dog out of the cage, he's going to start barking aggressively, he's going to start making a lot of noise because he's identifying you as a threat to his own cage, which he perceives as safety. So once you finally remove that dog from the cage, he comes outside to do his business, he comes outside to play. The dog is going to be very happy because why? They enjoy social bonding. Now, when you now want to return that dog back to the cage, the dog is now going to become aggressive because it's as obviously they're enjoying its time he spent outside the cage, and he now sees you as a threat, wanting to return it back to that cage. And in several cases, most owners get beaten, unfamiliar people get beaten because they underestimate the aggression of that dog. They believe because the dog belongs to them, they cannot bite them. That is a wrong assumption. I mentioned people aggression. This is when your dog is not used to any other individual but you. People aggression is common in some breeds, such as Rottweilers and dogs that tend Eskimos. Rottweilers and Eskimos predominantly, because these dogs tend to like one individual. It can be one individual in the whole family that they really like, and maybe that individual is the one that gives them food, takes care of them, etc. Now, once that dog is not used to other individuals, if a visitor comes to your house, there is a high possibility that visitor will be beaten. There is a high possibility you are going to have financial loss, because once your dog bites somebody and your dog is not on rabies injection, you're going to pay a lot of money to ascertain that that person is okay, and you're going to also, if the person takes it further and reports you to the police, you're going to have a lot of financial compensation to do to that person that your dog beats. Why is it important to make our dogs socialize with people? Because you want to have a socially bonded dog. Dogs thrive on environment. They thrive on friendly social bonding. They thrive on people playing with them, people exercising with them, and little actions contribute to play in their own head. Now, the third aggression I mentioned is other animals' aggression. This means you cannot keep your dog with another person's dog. For in Nigerian homes, people now tell, my dogs are big fight, my dogs are big. Your dog cannot fight too. Your dog is just aggressive to other dogs. And if you go and meet a dog that maybe has parvo, a dog that is infected with other diseases, and that dog bites your dog, and your dog falls sick, you're also going to be at a loss. You're going to lose your dog, you're going to lose money because you'll be treating that dog in hopes that you'll be able to save the dog. However, you will not be successful most times. So this is why training and socialization is very important. One key note on training and socialization is that you have to know that for training, it thrives on routine. Like I mentioned, when your dog is barking at somebody or pursuing somebody or does something wrong and you are angry and you try to beat that dog, at that moment, you are teaching your dog that, oh, this energy I'm showing you now or this energy I'm doing now is correct, which is wrong. So no matter the action that your dog has done, if it has beaten your slippers, if it has stolen your meat, if it has done whatnot, you just have to maintain a calm energy. This is because your dog instinctively looks at you for the type of energy it should mirror. That means if you are a calm pet owner, your dog is most likely going to calm down to your energy level, and from then you move on. Now, socialization is very important because sometimes there are children around our pets. Sometimes there are unfamiliar people around our pets. For you to be a responsible pet owner means you have to be conscious of other people's safety around your pets. Don't just say, you say supposed to know, say that dog don't come out for cage or you know they chain. Because people should not be scared to come to your abode because you have a dog. But they should be happy to come to your place because they know that you're a responsible pet owner who is going to ensure your dog's safety and their own safety. In many Nigerians' homes, people use this beware of dog signs to actually threaten or to actually protect their home. To threaten would-be criminals from entering their home and attacking them. However, if your so-called protection or security injures somebody and the matter escalates to the court, it's going to be two separate issues because that your dog, you should have been responsible for it to ensure, even though it was protecting your environment and your space, to ensure that that dog does not harm another person. Because once it harms somebody else, you are going to have to pay the law its due price and also going to be financially pay that person or take care of that person. Now, what are appropriate behaviors for our dogs? Sometimes in many Nigerian homes, if your dog is quiet or if your dog is low on energy, we don't actually pay attention to it because we have not studied our pet's behavior. All this means is that if our dog is not barking or making a ruckus or making noise, we don't consciously think of that pet. Sometimes the easier way to understand your dog is by its behaviors. Sometimes if my dogs are sick or they are about to get sick, I notice that the way they play or the way they move around, it's going to reduce. Maybe she starts sleeping more. And you know that this is a dog that on the norms, though she's a quiet puppy, on the norms she's not a calm dog. She's a more playful and active dog. But most people will not pick up these behaviors because they've not studied their pets to that extent. Now, the last time one of my dogs was acting lethargic, that was when I discovered that she has been infected by parvovirus. Because I went to breed one of my Eskimos. So the person the dog that is the stud I crossed my beach with had parvo. But that dog has been given the parvo vaccine. So that means the dog, even though it has parvo, the parvo is not going to affect it like my dog, who I only gave her parvo vaccine when she was just a puppy. When she became an adult, like when she was over 1 year, I have not given her any vaccine against parvovirus. So I had noticed that when she was that is the Eskimo, I did not first notice any issue with her because she's usually in the cage and I just bought the dog. That my other dog, Brenda, that got lost, they gave her in exchange to replace Brenda. So I just kept her in the cage. I was not really interacting with that dog. So all the time she was falling sick, it was very late before I noticed. She had already started getting bloated. She was already pooping bloody stool. So it was there was little I could do to help her and she eventually died. Now, for my puppy that is inside the house, Bully, she's a Lhasa Apso. She's smaller than an Eskimo. And because she's my own personal dog, she's usually in the parlor with us or in the house. So my mom now mentioned to me, oh, Imisi, did you notice that this dog, she has not been eating well? I said, it has been a while, I dewormed her. So now I started noticing her behavioral patterns from then on. I noticed that it's not deworming, because when I checked her card, I noticed that I had dewormed her some weeks ago, but it was not still enough time for me to give her another deworming. And I said, no, I hope it's not this parvo that killed Sasha, because though this dog stays in the parlor, this parvovirus is a very infectious and viral disease. It just takes a whiff, just takes a taste of your water bowl, takes a taste of the food bowl for your other dog to carry parvo. So now, and the dog sometimes goes to interact with the other dog that is in the cage. And I started actively treating that dog. I first took her to my vet, then he gave her some antibiotics, and he gave her some drugs and some change of diet. Then I started adding ORS this thing,